meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen? Did you find a source?
Yeah, I did. I asked ChatGPT, and it gives a pretty detailed answer of who's managing his assets.
Yeah, and it says every single one of his assets is not managed by himself.
Okay. So
Really? So what's the site that it sources?
ask ChatGPT and look at the same sources it cites for you.
You're the one that did. So I'm just asking you, which one did it cite when you?
Reuters was the number one source.
What was the title of the Reuters article? Screen, everybody. Go to click on it. I already found it. Multi-billion-dollar real estate, hotel, golf, media, and licensing portfolio to his children, when he enters the White House. But that's not every single one of his businesses. That's just some of his businesses.
Okay, what business does he still manage the day-to-day?
So, by the way, when you say, manage it, by the way, him giving it to other people to manage day-to-day doesn't change whether or not he has ultimate control over it.
Okay, you're right.
And if it's a trust managed by his children, how is that not controlled by him?
Do you have any evidence of wrongdoing?
Wait, so again, we're just saying that these particular types of things allowed for the president to do increase the likelihood that there is going to be corruption. We're not saying that I have specifically evidence already myself that he, through the meme coin, is engaged in corruption. We can point towards things that he's done specifically that would lead towards that very likely possible. But in terms of this, we'd have to wait until we get out of office, and we're like literally not having a Trump DOJ run the office in order to be able to determine that to be the case.
Okay, so in other words, we don't have any evidence that any wrongdoing is going on. We just think because we don't like Trump that it's likely that...
No, it's not that. It's not because we don't like Trump. It's because of the set of circumstances that exist, that this is something that a president could do in this circumstance. So we want to limit presidents from having that, right, ability to specifically engage in corruption.
Then create a law.
I'm advocating for that.
Okay. So in other words, Donald Trump is not breaking the law.
Just because he's not breaking the law doesn't mean he's not doing something wrong. Everything that is legal is justified.
He owns businesses. He's not breaking any laws. And
he absolutely is breaking laws. This is saying in this circumstance.
What laws are he breaking?
Oh, I can give you plenty of examples. He's violating constitutional rights, our First Amendment right, our Second Amendment right, our Fourth Amendment right, our Fifth Amendment rights, and our 14th Amendment rights, right? That's Donald Trump violating multiple laws.
No, hold on. Let's talk about his business. Let's close that out before we move on.
What?
In regards to his business, he's not breaking any laws, and we have no evidence.
I never made the claim that he was.
How specifically is Donald Trump violating the First Amendment?
Yeah, he put people in, or actually not put people. He specifically signed an executive order to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which has been determined by the Supreme Court to be symbolic speech and protected by the First Amendment.
Who's been in jail for burning the American flag?
I don't have to give the name of a person. I can give someone who was arrested. There was a combat veteran that was arrested for burning a flag.
Okay, on their charge, on their arrest charge, why were they arrested?
On their I would have to take a look. It was because they burned the flag and then they got arrested right after. It's on video.
Okay, did they get arrested on paper for burning the American flag?
I would have to see what specifically on paper it was. I'm telling you what I literally saw in this context. And I also know the executive order that Donald Trump signed into law. That's explicitly what it said. That violates the First Amendment. He signs a law that specifically violates signs an executive order that violates the First Amendment. That in of itself would say that he's in support of a violation of the Constitution, and he's passing an executive order in which does so. That in of itself, the passing of that executive order would be something granted as unconstitutional. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, you'd have to let the Supreme Court walk it through, and I think they would likely judge that.
Well, the Supreme Court has already made a determination on this, indicating that
would you let me finish? Would you be cool?
Ahead,
I was going to agree with you that the Supreme Court, I think, has already ruled that burning the American flag is protected under the First Amendment.
Yeah, that's what I said already.
We can have a civilized conversation while we disagree. We don't have to cut each other off. Cool?
That's embarrassing that you just tried to say that we're not having a civilized conversation because I just tried to clarify something. You're being heavily ridiculous. We can continue? Okay.
I would argue that there has been no violation of the First Amendment because nobody's been criminally charged for burning the American flag. That you can know what that guy got arrested for. We saw a video of a guy getting arrested after burning an American flag, and we're jumping to a conclusion.
Jan Kerry was criminally charged for burning an American flag outside of the White House. Report from CBS News.
So on the arrest ticket, it shows violation, burning the American flag?
That's what it says the charges. It says was criminally charged for burning an American flag.
I'm going to call bullshit on that.
I'm reading it from CBS right now. And from you can find
Would
this
that be
from
the first
PDF.
time the media was wrong on something?
I'm sorry, you're just saying that the media is wrong and you're not accepting it. What could I provide you in terms of evidence that you would accept?
I'd like to see the actual charges.
Okay, well then you can look them up yourself. Everyone needs due process in order for us to determine that they've committed a crime. So everyone within the jurisdiction of the country as granted by the Constitution is granted due process rights. I'm confused why you just brought that up though.
Well, no, you said it the other day, and you're
Everyone
step
within
one
the
foot-
jurisdiction of the country is granted due process rights. If you commit a crime in the country, you're granted due process, yes.
somebody who we know is in the country illegally and returning them elsewhere. You think that's a bad thing?
They're in the country undocumented and they have not for us to incentivize our immigration system to go significantly quicker. So instead of funding the militarization of ICE, let's fund the immigration process and the vetting process to go significantly quicker.
Okay, here's a couple problems with that. There right now, how many people are legally going through the process to immigrate to the United States?
How many people? I don't know.
It's about 2.5 million right now.
Okay. Well, I think that the current laws right now on the books, right, are not justified because the current legal process takes too long. Push the Galaxy, thank you so much. And because the current process takes too long, I think it makes sense for someone to come to the country and document it, and I wouldn't punish them for that. There are plenty of laws in the books that we don't enforce. Currently, you're using an app where it's banned under the law, and it is the case that it's not being enforced, right? The fines are not being imposed on the providers for TikTok because it is the case that the Trump administration has ordered, Trump has ordered the Attorney General to not enforce the law. So, I mean, it seems like you're okay with utilizing services in which are currently illegal as long as the government's not enforcing that.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that we are a country of laws, and that's important that if you want to assimilate to our culture and our values, that you follow the laws. I don't think.
Then I don't know why you voted for a convicted criminal and you're also using an app right now that's currently illegal.
Okay. First of all, I'm not going to waste time arguing over the convicted criminal bullshit. Anybody with any common sense, could see that was political lawfare.
No, you're just assuming that to be true. I like how you don't actually want to engage in the conversation because you know that you don't have a sufficient argument to justify it. You act like people, if they don't accept it, that they're being unreasonable. That's ridiculous for you to say that when all evidence indicates that he's guilty. You are assuming. You're making an assumption.
Zero evidence.
You condemned earlier making assumptions and speculating. You're speculating, saying that the court determination was false with absolutely no evidence. And you think it's okay when you do it because it benefits your ideology, but apparently when other people do it, then it's an issue.
No, there is zero credible information that shows Donald Trump is guilty of any of those crimes.
He was convicted in a criminal court. What are you talking about?
It's a bull. Yeah. Good luck with that.
Wait. Can you tell me one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
Why in New York? The only time in New York's history is this the only time that particular law was used to try
this
somebody.
Isn't like an evidence. One, you don't have evidence of that. That's speculation. Two, you don't have any. You're not actually addressing anything I said. You didn't answer my question. What was my question?
Okay, I was getting to that. Also, that court. Do you want to sit there and just have crack smiles, or you want to have a conversation?
Yeah, if you answer my questions, I would love. I asked you a specific question, and you're saying things that don't relate to my question. That's really weird.
Ask the question again.
Did you forget it?
Yes, I did. I'm stupid. Ask the question again.
Name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute.
I dispute the fact that in order for that particular crime to be relevant, you have to be able to list the underlying crime, which they never did.
No, they don't have to list the law indicates they don't have to list the underlying crime. It's just that the jury had to agree that at least one of the underlying crimes was an aspect of it, right? So that's a
what was the underlying crime?
And by the way, they don't have to specify what the underlying crime was.
Okay,
it could have been a various set of things. It specifically could have been right any underlying.
crime. Very convenient.
The jury. I mean, that's the law. The jury does not have to agree with what specifically it was. And by the way,
so now you care about law.
Say it wasn't.
Now you care about law. You don't care.
Wait,
I'm
not saying I.
Donald Trump, but you don't care about laws when millions of illegal immigrants come into the United States.
Actually, that was the point I was running against you. You didn't understand this point.
Okay,
you didn't understand it. I was running that against you. You're actually not tracking. Okay. You specifically were arguing that the law doesn't matter, right, when relating to Donald Trump. You will vote for him regardless. It's not a big issue. You don't have to hold him accountable. But for undocumented immigrants that came to the country for a better life and have been in the country for like a decade plus, you think that they should be deported because they didn't follow the law to a fucking T.
No, I think right now, I mean, if you want to sit there and ask what my opinion is on it, I would say that every motherfucker here right now illegally, give them a social security card and make them pay taxes and secure the border. I am an employer, And I've noticed that one thing I've found universal about undocumented workers, they all claim tax exempt on their IRS paperwork and pay zero federal income tax.
That's just not true. Not all undocumented immigrants pay zero taxes, right? It is the
No,
case
I
that
didn't say that.
undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion a year in federal, state, and local taxes. So it includes federal taxes.
Okay, hold on. Let me clarify. Listen very carefully to exactly the words I'm using. Every single immigrant that I've ever seen on my payroll has claimed tax exempt. And I'm talking hundreds of employees now.
Okay,
every single
those are
one of them.
specifically people that you employ, and if you want them to pay more in taxes, then specifically provide them a legal pathway to citizenship, which you said you would. You wanted to do so, right? So then that's
No,
like you don't hold the Republican position on immigration. So I don't know why you brought this up.
No, you're bringing up points that you're bringing up stuff that isn't true right now. You're sitting there saying,
or did you say you were hiring undocumented immigrants?
No, they have legal paperwork.
Okay, so they're legally in the country.
Okay.
So you're saying people who are legally in the country were claiming tax exempt?
Right now, you're demonstrating right now you have zero idea about job creation and how the job market works.
I know more about the job market than you. I have an economics degree.
Okay, how many jobs have you created?
Zero. What I've created? I have an editor. I've technically created jobs.
Is he a 1099 employee or is he on your payroll?
She specifically, I'm not going to clarify. I don't have to clarify everything. I'm not going to tell you.
Okay, so in other words, she's a 1099 employee. She's a contractor. She's not an employee. So you haven't created
I said I'm not clarifying the conditions.
Yeah. In other words, you don't want to answer it because I got a point. So we can move on to the next thing.
I'm confused. You understand that this is a job, right?
No, I understand.
They get paid every week.
What's the name of your LLC? And I can look it up. It's public record.
I'm not going to tell you the name of my LLC. I'm not going through all this information on a live with literally over almost 8,000 people, dude. Get a grip.
Okay. What are you hiding?
I'm not hiding anything. I just don't need to go into all the specifics of literally how my business structure is set up.
So you have an economics
literally
degree.
Almost 8,000 people on the stream.
So you have an economics degree and you've never actually created jobs. And you want to
By
talk,
the way, having an economics degree doesn't mean you have to create jobs. And also, I can understand more about the labor market without creating a job. And just the point I was making is that I have created a job. You're wrong.
Okay. No, you have a 1099 contractor. You ever see the movie from the 80s called...
Do you know what a job is? Can you define what a job is?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's a job?
I was in the middle of making a point when you interrupted me. You ever see the movie
cry about it.
With Rodney? Okay, I'll cry about it. You ever see the movie with Rodney Dangerfield called Back to School? And the economics professor is going over this. Hey, when you start a factory, here's all the stuff you have to do. And Rodney Dangerfield cuts him off and embarrasses him in front of the class. Says, you forgot about paying off the union and doing this and doing that and all these other expenses. And the professor says, well, maybe you do that unhinged illegal stuff in your business, but in the professional business world, that's not how it's done. And basically, the professor's living in fantasy land. He's never actually owned a company, started a job, grown it successfully, and employs people. And you talk like you're some John D. Rockefeller because you got one 1099 contractor working for you.
What? Dude, no, wait, that's not what I said. You said that I've never created a job. I gave you an example of me creating a job, and then somehow you think that's like me acting like I'm so amazing just because I did one. I literally brought this up to prove you wrong. What is it? I'm so confused. I'm so again. You keep making these same points over and over again. That one specifically, given that would be true, that still would be a job. Two, as it relates to this, whether or not I've created a job is irrelevant to my knowledge on the job market. Let me ask you a question. What is market equilibrium?
This is like talking to a pastor, a priest, a Catholic priest about how to be good in sex. You've never ran a business, started a business. So move on to the next point.
Do you want to answer my question? I understand that you have no answer. I understand that you're stunned with no answer.
Okay. What is the alkaloid fraction of metrogeny versus 7-hydroxy?
Can you answer my question? What is market equilibrium? Can you answer?
I don't know. You want me to ask you questions?
So by the way, he's telling me that he knows more than me about the job market, but he doesn't even know what market equilibrium is. He doesn't even know that market equilibrium is the intersection between supply and demand. Yet you know more about the job market than me? Come on, bro. This is ridiculous.
No, it
Don't
is
ever make a
ridiculous
claim
because
like
you
that you know
because you
more about the
never
job market than
started
me,
a
and then you can't
company
even
and
tell
joined a
me
company.
what the most basic aspect of the market is. Literally, I learned
Okay.
this in high school, right? I learned this in my economics course in high school, that market equilibrium is the
Congratulations.
intersection of supply and demand. And by the way, that was the
Now,
most
why didn't
economics
you go start a
101 point
company?
about the market. And the fact that you tried to come on my live stream and tell me that I don't understand anything about the market just because I didn't
That's not what I said.
create a job is ridiculous. That's insane.
That's not what I said.
That's exactly what you said. You said I don't know enough about the job market. You said I know less.
You don't. You don't, because you can quote some theory.
You don't even know
that
what
you
market
don't actually put
equilibrium
into
is.
practice.
What are you talking about, dude?
What is the difference between cash flow and profitability?
Cash flow is going to be stuff that is revenue brought into the context of the company, whereas profitability is going to be taking into account the revenue minus the costs imposed to produce the particular products that you're selling.
Okay, is there any correlation between cash flow and profit?
Is there a correlation? Like, what do you mean by is there a correlation?
No, simple question.
like-
In business, is there any correlation between cash flow and profit?
Technically, if it is the case that you have more cash flow, it is the case that you're likely going to have the ability to make more profit because of
There's
like
zero
economies of
correlation
scale.
between cash flow and profit.
That's just not true, right? Like if you make
100%
like,
is true.
think about it this way: if you have more money, can you make a better investment than someone else? Yes, because it's the case that
That's
less
not what I
people
asked you.
have that level of wealth.
That's not what I asked you. So you asked me some question I couldn't answer. That's pretty basic in business.
Wait, I just
and you don't know that
explained
there's
my
zero.
point.
You don't know there's zero correlation between cash flow and profit.
Okay, well, what I meant specifically is that if it is the case that you have more revenue going through your firm, it's a greater ability that you're going to be more profitable because of the size of your company, right?
That
And
is
because
flat
of
out
the
wrong.
amount that you're
There's
making.
Zero correlation between cash flow and profit. Zero.
Okay, well, where'd you get that from? Is this like an
Running a
empirical
business?
question?
Running a business.
What? I'm sorry, you don't think that the more revenue you bring into your company, that the more you're going to be able to profit at all?
There is zero correlation between cash flow and profit.
Not always.
You can
I mean,
you can be
like for example,
cash flow
for my
positive while losing money.
company, would there be a correlation between cash flow and profit? Pretty amazing.
There is zero
For
correlation.
my company,
between-
would there be a correlation between cash flow and profit?
Well, I'd have to understand a little bit more about your company, but
It's
as
literally
a-
just
as
me
a-
and my editor. So there'd be a
Okay.
huge correlation between cash flow and profit because specifically, right, that's going to be the structure of my business because I don't have many employees, right? The cost of production isn't high.
I'm just
What
reading
are
your
you
comments
talking
right
about?
now.
Wouldn't that be context dependent on whether or not
No,
it would be
no, no,
correlated
no.
from that sense?
No. You can be cash flow positive. You increase sales every month and still be losing money.
That is possible. I never said that's impossible.
That's why I said there's zero correlation between cash.
That's
flow
not
and
what that
profit.
means, though.
Yes, that's
You said
exactly
there's
what that
zero
means.
correlation. There is some correlation. There absolutely is. I gave you an
There is
example
zero-
of how there would be a correlation. So I like how the very point you tried to bring up to try to school me on, you got schooled on yourself, dude. That's
No,
really
no,
sad.
you-
You want to
you
try
think
again?
you're right.
You want to
You
try
think
again,
you're
buddy?
right. You think you're right.
I
but-
know I'm right. I'm sorry that I'm
no,
educated, Grandpa.
You think you're right. Grandpa, how old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay, I'm only 46. I'm old enough to be your grandfather.
No, you're not old enough to be my grandfather. My parents are like almost 20 years older than you.
Yeah, so you called me grandpa. So,
Yeah, it was a joke to rage bait you, dude.
rage bait. Yeah, you're not going to be able to do that.
I mean, you sound
anyway.
older than my parents, and they're 65 years old, so...
Well, I've had 3 heart attacks and quadruple bypass.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear that. I apologize. I don't think that's... I actually genuinely apologize. That makes sense.
No. Seriously, I mean, literally, shit happens, man. This kind of, we can kind of segue into healthcare at this point. Are you for universal healthcare?
Yeah.
I'm 100% against it. And I have muscular dystrophy. I've had 3 heart attacks and quadruple bypass. And 70% of the cost of healthcare are 100% related to lifestyle decisions.
Even if that is true, which I would love to see a source on that, that doesn't change whether or not universal healthcare should be allowed or provided.
Well,
I think
if you think
everyone
about it,
needs healthcare in their life, and universal healthcare is incredibly important because it provides a free public access for people to get access to it in necessities and things that they need, right, and drugs that they need, and getting access to preventative healthcare, which inevitably saves lives. Because when people don't get access to universal healthcare and they don't get preventative healthcare because they cannot afford it, it increases the likelihood that they're going to develop chronic disease in the long run.
One of the comments somebody just made was karma served, making a comment regarding my health conditions.
That's horrible. Like, I definitely don't agree with that.
No, no, it's one of those things where in my early 20s, I smoked, I was overweight, I did a lot of cocaine. I was very
You can't say that
liberal,
on
had a
live.
lot of
I actually
fun.
have to kick you now because you can't say that. You can come on another day. This particular DRUG name that you just said, you can't stay on the live and say that because it's TikTok TOS and it will limit the push of my stream. So I do have to go on the next person. You can come up on another day and just tell me that I said that you can come back. How old are you?
20.
You support Donald Trump?
Yep.
And what's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
October.
Okay, like what day?
25th.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
For sure. Deborah, by the way, said that since 2015, there have been nearly 9,800 felony charges for falsifying business records in New York. And 9 or 10 people have been convicted along with Donald Trump. That's actually incredibly important information to know. Thank you for letting me know. Sandra, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As always, thank you. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, I think he's been a great president. I think it was terrible what happened. I mean, millions of people came across illegally.
Well, I think that they should be given a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime. I think that would make the country better. I think that would ensure that more people are vetted.
If you have millions of people come across illegally every year, that can pose a very big threat. So don't you think it's good what Trump's doing? Eliminating, for the most part, the illegal immigration?
Wait, by the way, how old did you say you were?
20.
Okay, yeah. No, he'd be 20, chat. I don't know where you're getting that from. Sorry.
Sorry. No, I know Biden had more deportations especially during his last year, but a lot of that was because of how many illegals were coming across and then getting kicked back.
So I think that the real better way to address the amount of undocumented immigrants who are coming to the country is by providing a quicker pathway to citizenship and by making the legal process go significantly quicker. Right? So I think that's the main way that we need to address the situation. And I don't think that the way that Donald Trump is doing so is actually like a good mechanism to do so. I think that the way Donald Trump is doing so is violating like multiple constitutional rights.
I get what you're saying. We actually own a family construction business, and one point I have seen over the last 15 years, I'm only 20. So this basically I grew up, and we've had many wonderful Hispanic people in our company. Some of these guys haven't paid taxes since they've been in the United States. And so last year we finally said, hey, look, if you're going to be here illegally, you can at least apply. I'm not sure how the system works.
Wait, so your company hires undocumented immigrants?
No, well, if they have a social security number, they can pay taxes. And so we told this.
So your company's hiring undocumented immigrants, yet you want them to be deported?
You're not listening. So we have.
So are you aiding and abetting criminals?
No, we're not abating.
That's what you just said. You just said that to the federal government that you're aiding and abetting criminals.
So listen, we grew up Amish. Well, my parents did. I never did. And so they would need a driver, right? And so they would hire whoever came along. They'd hire Hispanics. So some of these guys have been around for 30 years.
You understand that people, just because they're Hispanic, does not mean that they're in the country undocumented, right?
Yes, I know that. Anymore, we don't hire unless they have a social security number. But in the past, they've have worked for us at least for a little bit, and we said, hey, look, we can't. The only way, like, all I'm saying is if you're gonna be here illegally, you're gonna at least have to pay taxes, right? And a lot of these guys haven't paid taxes their whole life, and I don't think that's right for the system.
You want people to pay more taxes, then provide them a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country.
That's very true. Why these people are over here is because they take, and now it has changed over the last couple of years. They take lower paying jobs that a lot of Americans don't want. Makes any sense?
So you think people will get paid more if undocumented immigrants have to leave the country?
I'm not a hard line on immigration. I just believe that, like...
No, was that your position? I asked you a question.
Say it again.
Yeah, do you think undocumented immigrants being deported is going to cause more people to, people in the country to get paid more?
Yeah, because they'll fill the voids that they leave, and then the job wages will go up.
No, because it is the case that less people will be in the country demanding goods and services, so it will put downward pressure on the amount of jobs that there exists as well.
But the jobs that exist, they'll be getting paid more.
No,
100%.
You're assuming that to be the case.
Now, a lot of these guys are wonderful guys, and I believe...
Yeah, what evidence do you have that wages will go up if you deport people en masse?
It's just common sense.
Common sense
If-
is not evidence. It's called a trust me, bro.
give me evidence that it wouldn't happen.
Did you give you evidence that it wouldn't happen? Is it
the
just
wages
asking
wouldn't
for a
go up.
negative claim?
So if let's say how many
can you give me
undocumented people?
Can you give me evidence that I'm not alien?
I mean, no. I mean, show me your.
All right, and are you driving?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm on the side of the road.
So my point is that you wouldn't ask for evidence of like someone to provide evidence of like a negative claim, like prove
Okay, so-
to me that I'm not
No,
alien. That makes no sense.
I can't prove up some magical document and prove to you that it's going to happen. My comments, my whole thing is, if you take, how many undocumented people are there in America? Do you know? I don't even know. 30 million.
Less.
If you would take 20 million people out of the country, a lot of people don't want to even go into trades because it only pays. I mean, they're low-paying jobs a lot of times. So if all of a sudden the people are getting paid $10 an hour, $10 an hour or more, they will all of a sudden, join the trades. In my opinion.
Watch this. If you provide a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants, you understand that they will accept higher wages because now they can get market wages?
True, but why did the Biden administration do that?
Well, I think that they should have.
In my opinion, the Trump administration is better about
The
immigration.
Trump administration isn't doing this, though. So why are you arguing that just because of that, the Trump administration is better? That makes no sense. The Biden administration
Hey,
wanted...
how many people came across the
Biden
border
administration,
illegally?
The Biden administration wanted to at least make the legal process go quicker.
That's true, but they literally did nothing about the illegal immigration coming across the border.
You understand they did. They tried to pass a bipartisan border bill, but Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill.
Why did they wait for like the last year to do that? Why didn't they do it
Didn't.
like
This
the
was in
first time out?
2023, and this is like literally a Republican
What year did he come in?
together, a Trump-endorsed Republican.
What year did he come in?
He came in 2021.
Okay,
But you understand that the Title 42 was in place for a while, right? COVID emergency
but
policy.
The reason that he wanted to do that bill was because he wanted to win re-election. That's literally the only reason. They didn't,
You could say that that's true, but the reason why Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine the bill that you think is good, right, literally is because he wanted to win re-election. So if obviously if a candidate is doing a policy that's going to better the country to get reelected, that makes sense. It's what politicians do. But specifically going behind someone's back to undermine a good policy, right, is literally trying to harm the country. So they're trying to harm the country to benefit their election prospects. That's what Trump did. Whereas Biden tried to better the country under his perspective in order to get more votes. Do you understand the distinction?
I get what you're trying to say, but he literally waited till like his re-election bid to even bring that bill about.
Why would he do that? If he wanted to get elected to a greater extent, why would he do that?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me.
No, you're the one who needs to answer it. Why would he do that if it is the case?
Why would Biden wait to pass
Yeah, why
that
would
bill?
Biden wait? If he wanted to get elected and he knew that that was the thing that was going to restrict him from being elected, why would he wait? Because it's Congress that has to make these determinations. It's not
But
Biden
look,
that just decides to be
why-
like, oh, you know what? We passed
Yeah, you know
it.
what? That's not true because Trump shut down the whole border and he didn't pass no law. So Biden could have did the exact same thing, and you know that.
So you
Right?
say
I
he
mean,
did- no, because this will address things from a permanent perspective, not because you understand that executive orders can just get overturned by the next president, right? So it's not a
But
permanent
Biden-
solution.
I get that, but Biden could have came out and literally said, "Hey, look, it's executive order. I don't know how that stuff
He
works."
ended
could've
up
shut that
doing an
border down.
executive order, but the issue is the executive order can get shot down by the Supreme Court. It can also
But it
get
didn't.
shot down by the next candidate. Just saying it
But it-
didn't already doesn't mean anything, because that then creates less of an incentive for them to create long-term conditions for a solution for the border.
Is that
You understand that
Biden's not trying?
that was specifically right going to be because he wanted long-term conditions for the border, which they would have got if Donald Trump didn't undermine it. And 2023 is not last minute. 2025 is the end of is when he when they change presidencies. So you understand that's 2 years before.
Right, but it still does not excuse Biden for not at least trying. I mean, the only thing that
What?
will stop this order from getting shot down from Trump's executive order will be another Democrat that gets in and takes it back down. So if Biden would have signed an
it wouldn't
executive order,
necessarily.
no
It could be
Republican
a
would have
Supreme
stopped
Court
him.
as well.
But you know that if Biden would have shut down that border, no one would have cared if he shut down that border. That's that's like no brainer. And like, I mean, I'm not a jerk. Like, I
It's like
understand.
you're not
how-
listening to me. He tried, and it is the case that he did so in terms of an executive order, but it also creates conditions where there's less of an incentive to create long-term solutions for the border if it is the case that you impose an executive order as well, alongside the fact that it can be shot down by the Supreme Court.
It obviously never worked because Trump came in, passed no law, and literally within the first month he had that border shut down, and it's proof. Like it's
So what did he do if he passed no law, to shut down the border?
Well, first of all, he came out and said, if you come across that border, you're going back home. Like, he came out and he was tough on it. I know people hate Trump because of his mouth. But
So
he
you want to know what they've done? You want to know what they've
evidence.
done? They've gone into communities and they've been detaining people and deporting them without due process. Federal courts have indicated that they utilized a no due process. Right? They have literally gone in and violently been deporting people,
I'm not
right,
talking
who
about
are
that.
in the
We're talking
country
about the
for
border.
decades, who have been in the country for
talking about-
decades.
We're
So
not
this
talking
idea,
about that.
hold
We're
up, this
talking about the border.
I
You
am
can't change the
talking about
subject
the
on me.
border.
We're talking about immigration, about them putting more immigration officers on the border.
Hey, dude,
and
I'm talking
stopping-
about deportations. Are you hearing anything that I'm
You changed
saying?
the subject on me.
Hello?
We were talking about the border.
Yes, I was just talking about deportations. That's talking about the border.
You switched it.
I'm sorry. Are you okay?
Yes, I am okay. All I'm saying is Trump put more immigration officers on the border and it literally shut down the border.
So by what
Now, if
policy?
you want to
What,
talk
poli-
about
what
them going to
policy?
communities and taking kids out or people, I'll talk about that.
So he's specifically he's invested through policy, right, in militarizing ICE, right, which is specifically acting as a secret police, right, more as an arm of what the executive branch wants to do in terms of enforcement, rather than actually a real enforcement of the law.
Okay, and I said we can talk about that, but I'm specific. So would you agree? Would you agree with Trump's policy, regardless about? We'll talk about ICE. Okay, I know you don't agree with that, but just about the fact that he shut down the border by putting way more assets on the border and stopping the flow of what do you call
So he passed a policy?
aliens. No, don't you agree with what he did at the border?
No. I just told you a million times I disagree with what he did. How the hell could you think I agreed with it?
He shut down the border and literally stopped the flow of illegal aliens into the country. You don't agree with
Undocumented
that?
immigrants. Why do you think people
I'm
are
sorry.
aliens, bro?
Okay, so do you agree with that? He stopped the flow of undocumented immigrants into the country. Now they can come across
How
legally.
many more
Everything
times
is
do I
done.
have to say I disagree with what Donald Trump has done?
Well, I think that's terrible. It goes against.
Why?
I mean,
the immigration
Wouldn't
surge
they
that
come-
happened under the immigration
Shouldn't
surge
they
that
come
happened under the
across legally?
Biden-Harris administration will lead to an increase in the GDP size by $8.9 trillion by 2034.
so you don't think they should come across legally?
I think that there should be a quicker legal pathway to citizenship, and anyone who's in the country undocumented should be given a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Should they come across illegally?
I think they should come across legally through the context of a system that's quicker.
I don't.
But
Why
if
do
they come
you?
across, but if they come into the country undocumented and they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, I don't think that they should be punished.
And I mean, I'll agree. There should be a process to where hardworking people, they can go through a system and they can have a career in the United States. I'm not against that. I think that's good. But there's also a lot of, I mean, I personally know people that are here illegally, and just the stuff they talk about, the crimes the stuff they've been involved in. I mean, terrible. And I think those people, the criminals, should definitely be taken out. And I think they're doing good at that, in my opinion.
Okay, so they're
And I do
actually
think-
most people they're deporting do not have a criminal record.
Can you prove that?
Yes, that's literally from
How?
the data that they send out themselves. You can find this from the CBP. This has been vastly reported on.
I don't. You could be right. I don't think that's correct. I do think the media also lies about some of that. I mean, I can't prove it, but I don't think they should be storming the communities and picking up a 75-year-old grandma. Right? I totally disagree with that. On the same hand, if they don't come across in a strong way that if you cross the border illegally, that is.
So new
That
numbers
is a-
released by the Trump administration show from ICE that 70% of immigrants in ICE customs enforcement detention did not have criminal convictions.
Okay, and where'd that come from?
That's from the ICE data themselves, from the Trump administration.
Okay, I mean, but then, so did they not break a law when they came across illegally?
Yes, they came in the country undocumented. That is breaking the law. It's a misdemeanor, but who gives a fuck? Genuinely,
So-
dude, you're on an app right now that's currently illegal to use, and it's just not being enforced. Okay,
It's going to be legal because
you
of Trump.
voted for a president
It's gonna be
that was
legal.
convicted and sentenced of 34 felonies.
Okay, let's talk about that. So are you talking about the case in New York? The
Yes.
one, the civil case?
No, I'm talking about the criminal case of the 34 felonies.
Is that the one about his falsifying business records?
Yes.
So, explain to me what he did that's illegal.
He falsified business records in the first
So
degree,
this is what
which is
he
a Class
did.
C felony in the state of
No,
New
he
York
did not.
because of a predicate crime, meaning he was
So he went
committing
to
this
the bank.
crime in furtherance of another.
It's not a crime. He went to the bank.
It is a
he
crime.
gave him
Literally,
he
what
said,
he was convicted of it. What do you mean it wasn't a crime?
Who was he convicted by? A Democrat judge and Democrat jury.
Okay, what makes you think it was a Democrat judge and a Democrat jury?
Judge Merchant or whatever his name was, he was a Democrat. I don't know about the jury, but I mean, you're in New York. 9 out of 10 times you're going to be a Democrat. But I will say, so this is what he did. And from my knowledge, he applied for a loan, right? And he's supposed to put his value of his assets on that paper. Him being Trump, he might have put a higher number. The bank, Dutch bank, goes in, does their own estimate on what he's worth and how much he can get, and they give him his document. They give him the money. They do their own separate. They do their own separate investigation into his financials. There's nothing about that is wrong. I mean, what's your name? The attorney, that lady. I don't want to.
So yes, he was convicted. You said that they were a Democrat judge. That was not a Democrat judge. Secondly, if you want to look at the jury, how do you know that the jury was a Democrat jury without knowing who the jurors are? How the hell do you know?
I said 9 out of 10.
No,
I don't
it's
know.
not.
I can't prove it.
There's a huge
But the
percentage,
judge was a
percentage of
Democrat.
people that do not vote. One, two, as it relates to
That
this,
judge was a
that would mean
Democrat.
that since it was a unanimous decision in the criminal case, it would be an entire determination from all the Republicans and independents, from every single one of them, and it's beyond a reasonable doubt. And also, Trump's
judge was
lawyers were a
Democrat.
part of the jury selection process. So are you saying that he just
Yeah,
picked
but they
shitty
didn't-
lawyers?
The lawyers are not part of the jury. You know that.
No, they help select the jury. Do you know how the jury selection process
And
works?
by the way, do you know that whole
Do
case
you
got
know how
overturned?
answer the question? Do you know how the jury selection process works?
They select random people in New York, as far as I know. I've never been on a
The
jury.
galaxy. You understand that they specifically ask them questions, right? They try to see like the bias that they might have. They ask
They
questions. to
try.
eliminate bias.
They don't. Do you know that whole do you know that case got overturned just recently, or it got appealed?
Which case?
The Silva case.
No.
He's not even gonna build a human. I think it
That's
was.
for sexual abuse.
No, the last case we was talking about, the 34 counts.
That's a criminal case, and that was an appeal.
I'm sorry,
He lost the appeal
The
already.
criminal case. They
He lost
overturned
the
it.
appeal already.
They overturned that case though a couple weeks ago.
No, they didn't. You are just
Not
making
paying
this
a-
up.
They-
You are
no,
literally.
I'm not either.
Wait, I'm sorry.
I
You
am
just
not-
made
I am not
you
either.
just
I
made
am
that
not
up.
making that
You
up.
totally just
I am
made that
not
up.
either. I am
They
not
did not
either.
a couple weeks ago. Just overturn it. What are you talking about? You
Okay.
just made that up.
Can I go on Google and search
Yeah, go
it? and
ahead,
send you a
man. Go
screenshot?
ahead. Look up that you're wrong. Go ahead.
Will it go off if I swipe up?
Oh, I won't be able to hear you until you come back into the app.
All right.
All right, by the way, everybody, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Kat, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen for the almost 3,000 people here on the YouTube stream. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes. I would really appreciate it, everyone. Dude, just give it a second for him to find this information real quick. If you're on YouTube or if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Everyone's trying to get to 1 million likes. I would really appreciate it. Do give it a second, everyone. Do give it a second. If you have any questions, you can ask in the comment section right now. Do give it a second. Alrighty.
Yeah, so on NPR, it says massive case against Trump thrown out. 100%. I knew it.
Which one?
It was.
This is the civil fraud case. This is not the felonies case, you idiot.
Okay, I'm sorry. The civil fraud case, whatever. Got it mixed up. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm stupid.
So, there's so many cases against Trump that you don't even know which one you're referencing.
Man, I
Michael,
guess
thank
he
you so
didn't
much for the $5. And Autumn, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Only
still there?
for like hospitals or can I make for surgery I need? Yeah, I would ask the people in the chat. Yeah, go ahead, you were saying, Caleb?
No, so then what, I guess I thought that was a 34 counts against him, which I still think that, what's her name? The attorney literally ran on suing Trump's, I won't say it on here, but you know.
Running on holding criminals accountable is like literally what Donald Trump ran on.
But you don't agree with that, so why do you agree with her doing it?
I agree with holding criminals accountable in circumstances in which I think that they have actually violated legitimate laws. The laws that specifically undocumented immigrants have committed, right? Specifically just by coming to the country undocumented, I don't think that's a law that should be enforced to that degree for them if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime. Like, I mean, I'm going to keep repeating the same thing.
You're probably thinking Letitia James' case against her now is probably it's probably a good case, right? Like, she should be investigated or not?
Say that one more time.
Don't you think that Letitia James' case against her for fraud of some sort is now warranted? Like,
no, that's obviously politically motivated by Trump.
So how is that different than what Letitia James did to Trump?
Because Trump literally said that it was political retribution, and specifically, what would be the retribution? Letitia James specifically is holding him accountable for committing a crime.
Give me 1 second. I gotta conversate.
Candace, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Devonna, thank you so much for the 2 as well. Thank you.
No, I'm gonna talk to somebody on the phone.
Why don't you find a better parking spot instead of the name?
All right.
Thank you for the member subscription. Oh, is that a cop?
Literally right across from
Okay. Sorry, he's putting signs out and stuff. My bad.
All right.
Thanks.
Was that a cop?
Yeah, he's asking me some questions.
The law is being enforced on you now.
Yeah, I love it. It's good. I think we need the law, man. Keeping the neighbors safe around here, you know?
Wait, by the way,
we need a lot more of that in Chicago and a lot of places.
Are you driving your car now?
He wants me to go over to the parking lot.
Okay.
It's a truck. Come on.
So did the guy have an issue with you, like, on TikTok debating someone?
No, he's a cool cop. Probably a Republican.
And probably a Republican not enforcing the law, you know what I mean? Like a guy like driving while utilizing his phone.
Probably like an undercover ICE agent or something, you know, just kind of chill.
Like violating the law?
Yeah. But, I mean, about as bad as Trump now. But going back to Trump, I'm serious, being serious. I do not think Trump's case in New York City, that was not right. In the 34 felony. Like, explain to me his crime.
Trump's crime? I already explained to you. Falsified business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York.
How do you falsify?
Predicate crime.
How do you falsify him?
Wait, are you driving or are you like just going to a parking lot, bro? I'm about to kick you.
No, I'm pulling my parking lot here.
You're not a little bit more than just pulling into a parking lot. Let's go on the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm in my 50s.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I don't support Donald Trump, and I don't support Democrats either.
Okay. I don't know why you decided to send a guest request. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Susan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Dalton, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. That's great. Thank you so much, Dalton. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Definitely.
What's your birth year?
07, and my birthday was October 3rd. Just turned 18.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Mr. Trump.
And why is that, bro?
Because he, all his border patrol is doing really good right now. You know how he's keeping them back where they are, and he's keeping the streets safe, basically.
Okay, well then he'd be putting himself behind bars. Now, if you want to talk about undocumented immigrants coming to the country, they commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So this idea that it's keeping the streets safe to reduce the amount of undocumented entry is actually ridiculous.
Well, the thing is, obviously, there's more U.S. people than illegals.
I'm talking about per capita, like taking into account population.
Even if so like you're saying. Like you're saying like we commit more crimes than they do?
Yes, proportionally.
Okay, then where should we be sent back then?
Well, I'm not saying.
Then where should we be sent back to?
This is the claim you made. You said specifically deporting undocumented immigrants keeps the country safe, and I'm just saying, factually speaking, it doesn't make the country safer.
Well, I'm saying is since they commit more crimes and they're not legals, they should be back where they came from.
Well, if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I don't think that they should be deported. Why would you deport them?
Because if they're committing crimes, coming into the country is a crime.
Yeah, coming into the country undocumented is not a crime I think should be enforced if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. You're currently using an app right now that's illegal, and it's not being enforced by the Trump administration to be illegal. Why are you using an illegal app if you care so much about the law?
Isn't everybody doing the same thing?
Yeah, but I don't give a shit about laws that I don't think are justified. Right, which would be an example. Like, this is a law.
So if I came into your house, and I have it and I didn't do nothing wrong, you're not gonna You're not gonna call the cops on me if I just broke in your house and did nothing?
I would definitely see that as an issue. It's my personal property. Do you understand there's a distinction between the country and personal property? For example, if you think citizens would technically be owners of the house as their prescription, right?
Yes.
So then I can grant any undocumented immigrant that's in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime a pathway to citizenship because I'm one of the owners of the house, right?
Yeah, it's different though.
I grant them the ability to stay in the country, right? I'm one of the owners of the house. Therefore, I can grant them the ability to stay, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then undocumented immigrants, all of them have the right to stay if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. As per the fact that Parker Get a Job, a citizen of the United States of America, indicated that they should be allowed in the country.
Okay, but it's completely different like what you're saying right now. Like, they're coming into the country illegally. So what? We just let them just go through and just have them come in and become a citizen if they come here illegally, not doing it how is it fair to the people that are doing it like the right way, staying in their country and also applying for citizenship?
I don't think it's undocumented immigrants that are making the process unfair. I think it's Republicans that are voting for laws to actually restrict the ability for people to come through the process legally, through the context of legal immigration to a significantly greater extent and quicker extent. When Donald Trump undermines the bipartisan border bill specifically that would have made the process go quicker, that specifically is what is unfair to people going through the legal process, and it's taking too long. It's not undocumented immigrants that are causing the process to be longer.
Can you even give one reason besides the immigrant thing why you don't like Trump?
Well, you brought up that. Right? I can give you plenty. Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He brags about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. An 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said he had sex in common with his daughter. Said he had Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter, and said that his daughter's always been voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. He passed the big beautiful bill, which cut 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month, right? 2.5 million people on average every single month off of their food stamps, and over 10 million people off their health insurance, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt. He called for the complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. I can keep going.
I mean, a lot of that stuff you said, like, is that even true?
Yes, every single thing that I said is true.
And about the 10-year-old, like you said, he'll date a 10-year-old in 10 years. Where was that? Like,
do you want me to play it for you?
Yeah, where?
Push the Galaxy.
Let me guess. CNN posted. Let me guess. CNN posted about it.
CNN would have posted about it, but that's not where I'm getting this from. This is from a CBS interview that he engaged in himself.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Dating who? What? He said dating. Who is he? You said Parker. Parker. You said he said he'll be dating a 10-year-old in 10 years.
Listen.
Going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Do you hear the little girl?
Yeah, I mean, where was this? Where was he at?
Where was he at? Inside Trump Tower.
So there was a little girl that made a noise, and we're just assuming he was talking about the little girl?
Listen.
You're going up the escalator?
He said, you going up the escalator? She says, yes. She said, yeah.
I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Oh, I didn't hear her say yeah. I didn't hear that. Well, that is very weird. I don't think somebody should be. But was he joking?
Does that matter? Is it okay to make pedophilic jokes?
No, that's not. That is.
So would you vote for a guy that went up to a
10-year-old,
a 5th grader, and said he'd be dating them in 10 years?
Okay, but you have to also realize.
No? Okay, so then you wouldn't support Trump, right?
Oh, wait, hold on, Parker.
You just conceded
people change,
you wouldn't
though.
support Trump. Oh.
Wait, hold on. People change.
So you would vote for someone held
change.
civilly liable of, not civilly. You would vote for someone who said you would date them a 10-year-old girl, a 5th grader in 10 years, because they quote unquote changed?
Okay, if you want to play that card, didn't your friend Dean say all those crazy stuff? But everybody forgave him though. He changed. Why can't Trump change? That's not fair. You can't do that.
Yeah, so a 14-year-old specifically saying things in the past that are condemnable, right, is nowhere near comparable a 60-year-old man going up to a 5th grader and saying he'd be dating them in 10 years. Right? Do you compare a 14-year-old?
That's not the point.
Genuinely, like, hold up.
That's not the point.
Do you understand that you can have vast change from being a child to being an adult, right? In terms of whether or not you hold bigoted beliefs. Because he used to support Donald Trump and he changed over time. And that's completely different than Donald Trump as an adult man who's 50 to 60 years old going up to a 10-year-old and making a pedophilic comment. I think that we treat pedophilic comments differently than we treat specifically people engaging in like the different types of bigotry, such as like racism, misogyny, and whatnot. We think that people can change in terms of racism and misogyny, especially when they were younger engaging in that particular behavior, because it is the case that we have explicit examples of that, right? And it is the case that they can change that, particularly that behavior. Whereas again, this is Donald Trump as an adult man engaging in a pedophilic comment.
Well, I'm saying it's different. Like, okay, obviously the pedophilia stuff is definitely worse than Dean saying the N-word. But the thing is, people still change. That's the point.
You could say people can change, but specifically, I don't think that adult men can change from making pedophilic comments. Does that make sense?
So you're telling me you won't vote for Trump ever because he made that?
Yeah, I don't want them to be in a position of president, right? I don't want them to be someone that children are looking up to. Right, does that make sense? Like,
okay, hold on. So tell me, if Donald Trump sided with everything you wanted, but he said that, would you still vote for him?
No.
Just because of that?
Yeah, like literally, like I wouldn't support any Democratic politician that's done that.
That's insane. And even if they said sorry and all that.
Wait, dude, this is a pedophilic comment. It's him sexualizing a 5th grader.
Is disgusting, and I think it's terrible, pedophilia. What I'm saying is, you're gonna put the country liable and like all that stuff because of one thing he said, even if he asked for forgiveness.
What do you mean, put the country liable? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about like your beliefs. I'm talking about, so like you're gonna like everything. If Trump stand for everything you stand for, and he just said that one thing, you're really just gonna just not vote for him because he said that one thing.
That means he doesn't stand for everything I stand for. Also, by the way, let's clarify. Has Donald Trump ever acknowledged this behavior as bad? Has Donald Trump ever apologized for this behavior? Has Donald Trump ever tried to do better from this behavior? Or has he continued this same behavior?
How do you know he hasn't tried to do better from this behavior?
Because he actively, throughout the 2000s, said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. He sexually abused a woman.
When does he do that? When? Like, you're just making this.
He was held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. I didn't make that up. If you haven't seen that, then you must be Patrick Starr living under a rock.
No, I seen the rape charges, but I'm talking about you saying him walking into people's room naked.
Yeah, you want to hear him talk about that?
Yeah, let's hear him talk about that.
Okay.
Because people just love to hate on Trump every single time.
What do you mean? For things that he's done that are bad? Yeah, of course.
Also say as the owner of the...
We say hello with vagina.
Well, you could also say as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
And the women that he's walking in on this, are they okay with him doing this?
No, victims have come out.
Were they okay with
18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, so Donald Trump would barge in.
And that video was just fake. That was just not... Where'd you get that video from?
This is from the Howard Stern show. You said it was fake? This was streamed live.
Nah, that
yeah, there are people. By the way, there are people in this live stream right now
nobody else in
that
the
have
chat
seen
has
this.
ever seen that.
Yes, they have.
I guarantee you, there's nobody else. No, there's nobody else that has seen that video.
Look at the comment section. Take a look.
My comment section is froze for some reason.
Okay, well, the comments are saying that they have.
Then obviously these are like your biggest fans. They're gonna agree with everything you have to say.
There's people who disagree with my comment section in the comment section as well. You're in my live. There's plenty of Trump supporters that watch my live as well.
Because I'm not manipulated by like this Democrat. Whatever this you talk about all this stuff like you have to realize, man, like Trump is probably the best president you'll ever see in your 20-something years of living.
Yeah, name one thing that he's done that is so good, because I just showed you how he literally bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent.
Okay. I'll name something right now that's good. He's what's it called? Detaining illegals, sending them back where they came from.
Undocumented immigrants, detaining them without due process and deporting them without due process. So violating constitutionally protected rights.
Okay, but you're saying he's going against the Constitution.
Yeah, he's violating constitutionally protected rights of due process.
Okay, but they came in here already illegal. That's already illegal.
So if you commit a crime, you get due process for that crime. If you're saying that people don't deserve due process for crimes that they commit, well, then you're saying Donald Trump didn't deserve due process for all of the crimes he committed, and he should just be indicated to be guilty without any due process.
But gang, those are U.S. citizens that deserve due process, not illegal.
Wait. So how do you identify whether or not someone is a U.S. citizen if you don't give them due process? Couldn't I just claim that all my political dissidents are undocumented and just deport them?
Okay, hold on. Okay,
Could I just claim Trump is undocumented and deport him because again, he doesn't deserve due process. He's undocumented.
Hold on. If you were an illegal, but you were really legal, like you were an actual legal person that was supposed to be here, couldn't you just show your ID and be like, "Yo, like I'm here legally"?
If I walk to the store, if I go to the store,
why don't they do that? Why don't the illegals do that?
If I go to the store, if I go to the park and I don't have my fucking ID on me, right? And they specifically detain me when I do not have my ID. How am I supposed to show them my ID? And by the way, there are plenty of circumstances where people have shown ICE IDs and they just claim that they're fake. Did you know that? ICE has literally that is true. I can show you that. That's been proven. ICE agent, they've literally shown ICE agents their ID, and ICE literally did not believe them.
There's things called fake IDs, Parker.
Well, okay, so you're just gonna. So then, if I show you an ID, you're just gonna say it's fake. Then, so I'll do that with Trump. I'll say Trump is undocumented. Wait, no. So Trump's undocumented. Let's deport him to CCOT. He's in the country undocumented.
That's not true. There's things called fake IDs.
Donald Trump has a fake ID. He's in the country undocumented. We've got to send him back. We got to send him back to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
Like what, bro? Everything I say.
He's in the country undocumented. We got to send him back.
How? We have his information. He's here legally.
What's that?
He's here legally.
No, he's in the country undocumented. Appreciate that you're amazing. Thank you.
How do you know that?
He's orange.
He's orange. So now you're just being racist.
What? How is that racist, bro? He's a spray tan.
So you're saying because of what his skin looks like, that's why. So like if I just
because he puts on a spray tan and makes himself look orange. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Is that not racist what you just said, Parker?
Yeah, dude, how is being orange a race? Putting on a spray tan is a race?
You just said,
what?
Hold on, let me talk. You just said because Donald Trump is orange, he's not a citizen.
Dude, it was a joke.
What?
Because I was saying he was from Willy Wonka's chocolate factory because he was an Oompa Loompa.
It's a joke. But when Donald Trump made a joke,
is spray tan a race? Like, what? Does this guy think orange and spray tan is a race?
Why are we muting?
Because you think orange and spray tan is a race.
No, I'm right. Because you know I'm right.
Wait, can you name one other person on the planet that is a part of the annoying orange race?
There's definitely people that have the same skin color.
Who?
Or Donald Trump. I just can't name what?
The annoying orange. A random person? The annoying orange.
How am I supposed to just know that?
Oompa Loompas?
Wait, Parker, but just realize.
The Lorax.
You just said because
the Lorax
is. Hold on, let me talk. No, I'm right.
I'm serious, bro. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
No, you just said because Donald Trump is orange, he isn't illegal. What?
Yes, dude. He's from Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Yeah, dude.
So if I seen, I'm not racist. I'm black. I'm saying if I see another black person, I say, oh, they're black. They're not a citizen.
No, that would be fucked up. That would definitely be racist.
So what you just said is not racist?
No, because dude.
Because you're Parker.
Dude,
because you're Parker, it's not racist.
No, because it's a spray tan, bro. It's a spray tan.
And I know, Parker.
It's not a race.
Parker, I know you.
What are you talking about, dude? Seriously, stop right now. What are you talking about? It's not a race.
Hold on, listen. Look, I'm about to get you. I know what you were saying. It was joking. That's why it's not nothing crazy. But when Donald Trump joked, it's like the end of the world. Like when he joked about
I'm not making a joke about a race. It's a fucking spray tan, dude.
No. How do you know it's a spray tan? Do you
how see do we because you can see it. I'm sorry. You can see the side of his face where the spray tan cuts off and you can see it's significantly whiter.
How do you know it's not his skin? How do you know it's not a skin infection?
Are you
Like
kidding
you
me?
really,
dude?
you really just
Are
hate
you
Trump
trolling
deep
me right
down
now,
here.
man? You've
No,
gotta be
nobody's
trolling
trolling.
me.
You're the one that's talking about Willy Wonka. You're the one not taking this serious.
Yes, of course I'm not. I was joking. I made a
Okay,
joke that he was in Oompa
so
Loompa.
are you trolling? Are you trolling?
Dude, the point that I was making is that you can just claim anyone is in the country undocumented and deport them without due process.
You know what's crazy? I can tell I'm the only, like, out of everybody that's been in this live, I'm definitely the most smartest one, because you had to mute me. You had to say all these, like, you never be muted nobody. And I cracked you down, like, you just said something racist about Donald Trump.
That was not racist.
crazy?
It's a spray tan.
Yes, it
and also the
was.
fact that you think you're the most smartest is crazy. Most smartest, by the way. Now let me ask you this question. Can you tell me how many branches of government are there?
Okay, can you tell me how many atoms are in the world? Like, what? Like, what are these questions you're asking?
What? I think asking how many branches of government is a basic question.
How many branches of government? You said what?
Yeah, how many branches of government are there?
Well, there's the president, and then here goes this guy.
Wait, hold up. You said the president. Keep going. Keep going.
And then there's that other one.
The other one.
There's more.
Uh-huh. Guys, everyone, he's the smartest person in the live.
What? I am
He's the smartest person in the live, and he can't even tell us one of the 3 branches of government. Okay.
I just did. Did I not just? Oh,
No, it would be the executive. You'd have to say the executive. The president is a part of the executive.
I was gonna say that before you cut me off. I was gonna say that before you cut me off.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
Also, I think
ridiculous.
Rob would be offended, Parker.
Rob would be offended. That's so
Rob
real.
would-
You see this? I'm doing a 2v1 right here.
You're
I'm by
really
myself.
not. I heard we were being racist towards orange people, and I came up to get some of that. I wanted some
Hold
of that
on.
orange
Okay,
racism.
why are we? Okay, everybody in the chat. Why are we taking this as a joke? Like, being racist is actually not a good thing.
Yeah, but what is race?
Race, you know what? We all are.
No. What is race?
Your color, your skin, and where
It's
you're
not.
from.
It's
Where you're
not.
from.
It's
Where you're
absolutely
from.
not. It's
Oh,
not.
my fault. I didn't
It's
get
not.
it the very word for word the
It's
definition
not.
of race.
What is racism?
We all know what race is.
You don't.
Yes,
What is
I do.
racism?
Racism is hating on somebody because of
It's
where
not.
they're from.
It's
What?
not.
You didn't even let me finish.
Racism
What's
isn't
going
based
on?
in hate.
Yo, I'm telling you, when people
Yeah.
hate Trump, they don't try to let you speak at all.
Yeah,
That's
so
crazy.
you're completely wrong. Race is based on your phenotypical characteristics, and
Wait,
racism.
can I cut you off real quick? You
Sure.
just said it's your phenotype. I literally just said racism.
You
If
said
I
it's
was
the color of your skin and where you're
no,
from.
so Parker's white. That means if I didn't like Parker because he's white, that's being racist. That's racism.
But you have to let me
My
finish.
fault. I didn't say it's
You
your.
have to let me finish. You have to let me finish. We haven't even got to racism yet. We're
Okay.
just talking about race.
All right, I'll let you
Race
talk.
is based on your phenotypical characteristics, which is more than just the color of your skin. Now, when you talk about racism is a system of oppression used to justify chattel slavery. It is a systematic approach to continue
What?
to. Race was literally created by a Portuguese man by name of Gomes de Zurara, who actually used it as justification to complete chattel slavery, to actually get approval from the Catholic
Can
Church
I say something? That's
to
just not
sell
true.
black people because they were deemed to be less than.
Racism and slavery, that was way before black people. Way before.
Tell me when.
Wait, do you not read the Bible? Do you not like, are you like,
Where in the Bible
never
does it
mind.
talk about racism?
Where in the Bible does someone, do you not, Parker, I seen you doing an interview.
Tell me
you were
when
bashing
they
on the Bible because there was
race was
slavery.
created. Because if you go back and you look at Bible, they were
Wait, are
talking
you
about
saying
different.
slavery and racism are not the same thing? Like, are they not in the same thing?
I mean, technically slavery pre-existed racism, yes.
Exactly.
So you're saying slavery is in the Bible, not racism. That's what you're trying to say.
Exactly.
Okay.
Race was created specifically to actually justify chattel slavery by Gomez de Zurara. That's the point. Literally, it was used to justify the servitude of not only, we're not talking about indenture servitude, but we're talking about the actual lifelong servitude of black people, where your children were born into slavery, unlike chattel slavery, unlike indenture slaves, which had basically a term limit. Your kids weren't born into slavery. There's a huge difference. So the point that I'm making is race was created to justify racism. Racism is a system of oppression. And fun fact, not everyone has access to that system. It's based off of the patriarchal system. So when we talk about one, when you talk about being racist towards a white person, you can be bigoted, you can, you know, be other things, you can be
anybody
hateful,
can be
but
racist.
can anyone access the power structure? Okay. Answer this question for me.
Wait, can I?
Wait, hold on.
Question.
Answer this
I mean,
question
hold
for me
on,
really
let me
quick,
answer your
really
question.
quick,
Okay,
really quick.
I see how it is.
Really quick.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be the bigger
When
man. Yeah.
when slaves in America, when white people had slaves in America,
Okay.
how can the slaves be racist towards their white masters? How were they racist towards their white masters?
You can be racist to anybody.
How were the slaves racist towards their white masters when slavery is when racism is a system of oppression? How can those slaves oppress their white masters?
Hold on. I can tell you how they can be racist towards their white masters by saying racist comments.
You think racism is just saying words?
Okay, so CJ, here's what you're not understanding. He's trying to say in the way that he's using the term racism that it's going to be a system of oppression, right? That you're thinking of the notion of racism in a colloquial usage, not in the context of it being a system of oppression, but specifically just being racial prejudice. You're thinking racial prejudice, right? Or people making racist comments is going to be how he's using racism right now. No, Santana's specifically talking about the system of oppression.
And also, if racism was just, you know, someone calling black people the N-word, we would take that. We would take that all day, every day. If that's the only thing that we had to deal with is people calling us names, we would absolutely take that.
That's not the only thing black people have to go through.
That's what I'm saying. If racism was just calling names, we would absolutely take that. But you can talk about medical racism. You can talk about racism that occurs in the educational system. There's multiple layers and things that we do. Say it again.
You're talking about like also physical?
Yeah, that as well.
Okay.
Hey, who has a better chance of living when first born, a white baby or a black baby?
Like in today's society or back then?
Today.
Well, if it's today, then even.
No.
Okay.
Black babies have a higher mortality rate.
Well, like people
it only changes when those black babies are taken care of by black doctors. Now, in the inverse, white babies have the same survival level, no matter if they're being taken care of.
Are you saying white doctors are gonna try to do something to those black babies?
What I'm telling you is that there's medical racism that exists that causes the mortality rate to be higher unless the black babies are treated by black doctors. There's lots of misconception, and whether we talk about the fact that black people or there's a medical misconception that black people have thicker skin than other people. There's a medical misconception that black people have less nerve endings, so we feel less pain, so they're less medicated. There's also the pulse oximeter where it doesn't properly measure the oxygen in black people so because of the color of their skin. Like literally medical racism exists today. It's a real thing, bud.
Bro, you're just saying stuff. Like,
how about this?
You can fact check me on anything.
Hey, CJ, do you accept there are some racist doctors?
Yeah, there is some.
Okay, if there are some racist doctors, do you understand how it specifically could be the case that when there are racist doctors taking care of specifically people who are black, right, in terms of the context of the emergency room or in terms of being a doctor in the first place, that there's going to be worse outcomes for patients who are black comparative to patients who are white for those racist doctors?
Yes.
Okay.
But
that's
also there can be
from an average standpoint because of the fact that there are racist
you guys don't never let me speak.
Well, I'm finishing my point. But you can go.
Oh, my fault. I'll shut up.
No, go ahead. That's fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. There is definitely racist doctors, but there's definitely racist black doctors that do the same thing to white babies and the Asian babies.
So say you would think that in your head. That would be at a significantly lower rate, at least from your perspective, given your usage of the term racism.
Everything's a lower rate.
Significantly lower. Significantly lower. It's not even close.
Significant. Like, is there where are you guys getting this number?
I'm literally was just about to tell you. You can go look at the National Library of Medicine. There is an actual complete breakdown and study talking about the actual infant mortality rate. You can also take a look at the Office of Minority Health, where they actually take a look at the information as well. Specifically, there are comparisons as far as the mortality rate based off of race and then based off of who is taking care of the kids. I'm not just saying stuff. I don't just say stuff because it sounds good. Like I don't say things that I can't prove.
You definitely do. You definitely do say stuff just to say
No,
stuff.
just because you don't believe it doesn't mean that it's not
It's not
true.
that I
I
don't
literally
believe it. If
just
I
gave
get
you
proof-
multiple places that you can go
Okay.
source this.
This is different with me than the other Trump supporters. If I get proof that Trump is doing this,
I
and
just
this,
gave you 2 different places you can find the
then
studies.
I'll do. Bro, you're talking like you said in those things that white doctors are killing the.
I never said that white doctors
you
are
never
killing.
said that.
I said
You
the
never said that.
level. Listen to what I'm saying. The level of treatment goes down depending on the race. The level of treatment, whether it's intentionally or unintentionally, there's biases, there's medical misconceptions, there's multiple factors that play into it. The one thing that I am telling you is there are multiple studies that show that black babies, the mortality rate decreases when they are taken care of by black doctors.
So
that's the point.
Does it say that in that article, whatever you just saw? Does it say that word for word?
Yes, it's a study. There's multiple studies
show
about
me
it.
and I will agree to you.
Go look it up. I just gave you 2 different sources. Go look it up and read them.
What are they called?
There, you can go find the information. One is
Never mind.
the
No, because if I leave, then I'll get kicked.
one is the NIH. It's the review of racial disparities in infant mortality in the
standing up
United
for the Trump
States.
supporters.
One is NIH, the review of racial disparities in infant mortality in the United States, and the other one that you can take a look at is the Office of Minority Health. Is infant rate and mortalities in Black and African Americans.
Like, whatever you're getting this from, it's just not true at all. Like, I'm talking to 2 imbeciles.
How are you going to say that it's not true and you
I hope
one, you
guys
haven't
know
looked at the study?
My IQ is higher than both of these 2, and I'm not trolling.
Bro, you have 2
it
rocks.
does sound like you're joking, like genuinely, like
No, I'm dead serious.
instead of
I'm so
responding
serious.
to the points that he's brought up, you've just started
I did
now
respond.
rage baiting and trying to say that
No,
you
I
have
did
like a higher
respond.
IQ. We've already asked you questions. I was just obviously a ridiculous.
You guys haven't been answering any of my questions at all.
What questions would you like us?
What?
I said. Now you're saying what? Like I didn't ask you. Where's the okay? Then if it's true about white doctors do it to black babies, what about the opposite? Black doctors doing it to white babies.
You have no evidence of that. So empirically speaking,
No
you have
evidence.
no basis for
But
that.
there's only evidence.
No. I already answered that, but you're not listening because you
never
know
answered
what?
that. You just yapped
I
about
said
something.
I gave you something and you had a response. You had a fight or flight response because you heard some information that you didn't like. The thing that I said, and it's covered in this study. It's literally covered in the study. The actual rate of mortality does not decrease when a black doctor is taking care of a white baby. It does not decrease. That's the point that I'm making. And this is there's multiple studies that show this.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, I'm still here. My internet just keeps bugging out. But I heard what you said, and I see the chat is kind of agreeing with you. I mean, it just
You don't have to agree with me. You can go look up these, and I'm not even talking about right now. The one thing that I don't like though is you just gonna sit here and tell me that like I don't know what I'm talking about. Like I'm not.
I mean,
gonna say
because
something I'm not
it seems
confident
like
about,
everything.
But also too, I gave you two different resources that you can actually go fact check.
It seems like you guys just everything that you guys get is from the internet every single time.
Okay, so
Just
think about it this way. Think about it this way. The internet is going to be a database, okay, for us to be able to access information, right? The internet is a great source for us to be able to show you that, right? If it is the case that we got that information from a book, I wouldn't be able to show you that information. And if it is on a book, it's probably a PDF at this point, okay? So most information is going to be on the internet, right? The internet is a catalog for you to be able to find accurate information. Now, a lot of people use the internet to find inaccurate and misleading information, but we're trying to give you pathways to find accurate and good information. And we're trying to tell you that right now too. We're trying to be genuine with you. Like here's the better way to look at it. Here's sources that substantiate what we have to say. Here's evidence. Here's empirical basis for this, right? We're not just saying, just trust us, bro. We're saying, here's the evidence.
And just to call out, because maybe I'm saying this in a way that is, you can't necessarily understand. So just to be very clear, the point that I'm trying to make is the mortality rate for white babies does not change depending on the doctor. That's the point that I'm making. The mortality rate for black babies do change depending on the race of the doctor. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, the thing is about that, that's like, I guarantee you, if that is true, what you're saying, that's obviously wrong. Nobody should die from their race. But that probably just rarely ever happens. If it is true, it probably rarely happens at all. Like, it doesn't happen every
Why
day.
are you making these assumptions before looking it up?
Did you not just hear when I said if it's true? I said
But you
if.
did just make an assumption, though, right? Like,
Are we all human? We all make assumptions. That's
yeah,
the
but
whole
I'm just saying,
point.
like, shouldn't you just refrain from making an assumption of whether or not it's rare prior to like looking into it?
Oh, you're saying before I say anything, I should look it up before.
Yeah, before you like make an assumption on that, because it seems like that would be based upon whether or not you looked at the research.
Okay, but if it happened, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I should look it up before I speak. But the thing is, if it did happen every day, wouldn't we hear about it?
You do hear about it. I mean, that's what we're talking about right now on the live. We're on the live.
Like,
in
I'm
front
talking
of
about on the
10,000
news.
people.
Talk about on Fox
Okay,
News.
so there are lots of Fox News. So just because Fox News does not report on something doesn't mean it's not happening.
Fox
There are lots
News is
of
definitely
things-
the realest news out there.
Come on, you've got to be trolling.
I'm not
Fox News, are
trolling you.
serious? Fox News is the largest defamation case in U.S. history.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Literally.
Did he just say yeah, sure?
Yeah. So
As sarcastic, I wasn't
how's the
agreeing
best
with you.
news? What? Fake news, Fox News, same thing.
Just an FYI, this isn't even for you. This is for the chat. For anyone's wondering, they do have the actual rate of this per 1,000. It's 10.93 per every 1,000 black babies that are born. So it's about a 10.93, almost 11 per 1,000 black babies born. So it's not rare.
And are they doing this on purpose?
No,
You brought up
what
earlier,
I'm
there are
telling you
plenty
is
of
there's
circumstances that are different, like whether
Exactly.
it's purposeful or not. Like he
So
already said
because-
this. He actually
so-
already explained this to you.
I know he did, but I was just asking him, like, okay, so I just didn't hear him. then.
I'm not saying that there's, white doctors out intentionally trying to kill black babies. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm telling you that there's medical racism that exists that causes these things to happen, whether it's intentionally or unintentionally.
Okay, so say if I was a white doctor and I accidentally did something wrong to the black baby on accident, does that just make me a racist then?
No, but what I'm telling you is, depending on what you do, you may participate in said racism. I'll give you a personal example, just for myself, right? I had a surgery in 2010, and the surgery was supposed to be laparoscopic, right? I was living in South Carolina, and it was supposed to be like small incisions. Well, I got put under, and I woke up, and when I woke up, I had an incision that went from the bottom of my chest all the way down to my navel. They completely cut me open. And when they did so, this old white Southern doctor who did my surgery, great guy, right? I liked him. And then when I woke up, he was like, yeah, we had to actually, do this type of incision because your skin was too thick. And at the time, I was just like, oh, okay, I guess my skin's too thick. Not realizing that is an old medical trope where black people, quote unquote, have thicker skin than other people, which is not true. And I was a victim of medical racism. Now, it could be something because again, he was an old white Southern doctor where he was just taught that. And when he originally just thought that, I'm going to go in and do this, but I don't want to go through the extra effort or whatever the case may be. Like, he just made the decision to completely cut me open instead of doing that, small incision, which I was told was going to happen. So that's an instance of medical racism.
Yeah, that is terrible that he did all that. But yeah, that's just, like you said, suppose I'm gonna definitely look it up what you were saying, this thing about the racist doctors, whatever they're called.
It's medical racism. I'm not saying racist doctors. I'm not just saying that, there's hooded doctors. Yes, I'm sure there's doctors that's part of, the Triple K. But what I'm telling you is there's a lot of misconceptions in medicine, education. It's all systematic, right? It's bedded into our society in multiple ways. And it manifests in a lot of ways that people don't even understand. Even, again, when I was a victim of medical racism, I didn't know it until I actually had to educate myself at a later time.
Yeah. Well, either way, back to what I was telling you about this, Parker, before we got interrupted by this guy that joined in. I
really just came up to talk about the orange racists. Like, it got way deeper than I expected.
We were talking about, which is still racist, by the way.
It's not,
and everybody in chat will agree with me. It is definitely racist.
Racist to Trump's spray tan?
It's not a spray tan. You don't know that.
It literally is. Do you want me to pull up a picture of his spray tan?
pull up a picture, and can I actually see it? Because everybody just when you
Or
like
you should just show him the picture without the spray tan. He looks like
Okay, look at
Mr.
my
Krabs
profile
without
picture.
his shell
Look at
on.
Look at my profile.
Tell me
picture.
I'm wrong, Parker. Tell me, doesn't he look like Mr. Krabs without his shell on?
That is racist. Wow.
What?
Towards Mr. Krabs?
No, to Trump.
What?
Oh, okay.
Okay, you see my profile pic? You see my profile picture right now?
Dude, come
Yeah.
on.
Parker, is that orange?
Hold up, take a
That.
look.
Oh my! It's normal.
No, come on. Do you see this? Do you see the shade difference?
Bro, Parker, he's an old.
right here.
Yes,
You
yes,
see it
I
on
see
the
it.
front, and then
He's
see how
just
it's off
he's an
there?
old man. What do you expect?
No, come on. You know, in some circumstances, it's been more orange. Like, he changes the level of orangeness.
Wait, Parker, let me see your face.
Or like when he was, what do you have on the orange vest when he was out playing dress up at the garbage truck? He
Okay.
looked extra orange when he
All
had
right,
on the vest.
everybody, look at Parker right now because he's talking about Trump about his little spray line. You guys see it right there? Parker's face doesn't match up with all his whole body. Does that mean Parker spray tans himself?
What are you
that
talking
mean-
about? Yes, it does.
Look at put up your.
Do I have a
put your-
look
Wait,
at? Is there
yes.
a difference?
Look by close. Yes, to your.
Wait, but there's a
everybody-
difference between like
Is there a
your
difference?
arms and your face being a different shade
Look-
versus like you being orange and then you being pale. Like they're two different colors.
Oh, that's what Trump's
It's not
was.
shade. No, no.
This is literally the same. Like,
Parker's
not.
arm
It's
might be a
not.
little bit darker than his face, but his face isn't
Oh
orange.
my
and his
face! Look
his,
at his hand next to his face.
Holy smokes! This guy has to be a
do you
troll.
understand that's a
I'm
difference
not a
between
troll.
like this
You're
and
just
there
mad.
and like
What Santana?
what my arms look like?
clocking you.
This is because my arms are in the sun more, and I live in LA, right?
Exactly.
And then my face is not. in the
And
sun
where does
as
Trump
much.
live?
Well, this is not because.
And where does Trump live again?
Wait, I'm sorry. Is only like here? Let's take a look at the picture again. Is only like the front of his face going to be? Only the front of his face is exposed to the sun.
We can't see his whole body,
So
man.
what does he wear that limits this whole part from being exposed to the sun?
I mean, you can see he doesn't have a lot of hair. So, and his body's covered by a coat. So we don't really know. His other body could be tan too. We don't know that.
Come on, bro. You're being ridiculous.
I'm not being ridiculous. You're showing a photo of Trump in a moment.
I'm not.
There's
even,
probably a photo
I
of
literally.
you
This
that-
is just one of the first pictures.
That's a bad photo. Like, there's probably a photo
I mean,
of you somewhere.
said it's a bad photo. I didn't say it.
There's probably a photo of you somewhere that you look the exact same way.
Okay, I mean, I that's not what I was meaning to do. I literally was just I clicked on like the first picture that shows it from the side. That's
I'm just
literally
saying, like, you're like how you were saying, like, if we can backtrack a little bit ago, when you were saying it's not good to joke about pedophilia, how Trump was doing with that 10-year-old, you were saying, and it's not good to joke about racism.
This
It's
isn't
not
any-
racism. He's orange. It's
He's
not.
literally-
Stop.
There is there
Stop
is
using
people
that word. See, the problem is you don't understand race or racism, so you think it's racism. But
it's
when
funny-
you start
it's funny
calling
how
something
people-
that's not
no.
racism, it takes away the actual meaning of the
Santana.
word. You can't just
they
you can't
It's
call
crazy when
everything
is
racism and it's
towards
not.
you. It's not racism.
No, but it's because you don't
But
understand
when it's towards
racism.
somebody else, it's. I do understand racism.
You don't.
That's just your.
We
opinion.
literally just went down a whole rabbit hole, and you had no idea, and you thought that I was lying because you don't understand racism.
I hope you know, like, what's it called? You can't joke around with stuff like that.
I can. I'm black.
Oh, whoa!
No,
you're black,
listen.
you can do that.
The
Oh, wait,
the
were
point
you
that I'm trying to
joking,
make
Santana?
is seriously,
Santana, were you
maybe
joking?
you should actually understand racism before you start trying to talk about
Hold on,
racism.
Santana. Were you joking when you made that comment?
Yes, I'm joking. I'm funny.
Okay, so again, he's joking about racism.
Yes, because
And
I'm
Parker
funny.
was-
You know, black people have a tendency to
just because
actually
you're funny, you
hold
can
on.
joke about
Black
certain
people
stuff.
have a tendency
Okay,
to
I get it.
Black people have a tendency
it.
to laugh at our own pain because if we did not laugh at our own pain, we would end up crying at all the things that
Okay,
we've been through. So
Santana,
yes,
you
black
just said
people have a
because
great
you're
sense of
funny.
humor because of all the struggles that we've been through.
Hold on. You're saying because you're funny, you can joke about racism. So
No,
that
I'm
means
saying
what?
that I joke about racism because
White
if I
comedians
didn't,
can
I
joke
would
about
cry about
racism.
racism, bud. You're not getting it. You don't understand because you don't
You
deal with
shouldn't
racism.
joke about it either way.
Okay.
There's no way you say you're a Democrat and doing all this. That's so, like, you see how on the Republican side, I see what you're doing, Parker. You think you're funny, putting the orange photo up. Like, that's not funny. Nobody's laughing.
no one's laughing. Do you see the comment section?
Oh yeah, they love you like you're their dad. Of course they're gonna laugh.
I guess
entertain them.
well, I guess I am a dad. I have a lot of children, I guess. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Darling, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Sarah with the $10. Thank you. Lars with the $30. Thank you so much, Lars. Give me some W's for Lars in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Gene with the $15. Thank you so much. Mariana, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Shannon, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. As well as Philip with the $100 on PayPal. Give me some W's for Philip in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Philip. As well as Marin, thank you so much. $100. Thank you so much, Marin.
That's a lot.
Can we get some W's in the comment section right now for Philip? Thank you so much, Philip.
David,
See
thank
what
you
they're
for
saying
the
in the
one.
comments? They're calling you dad.
David,
Parker.
thank you for
They're
the
calling
one.
you
Tip,
dad.
thank you for the 5. And Gabrielle, thank you for the 10. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Really
Elon
appreciate the
Musk for the
$5. Thank you so
$500.
much. Molly, thank you for the $2. R1, thank you so much for the 5. Louise, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Con, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. On the beard, thank you so much for the 2. Lewis, thank you so much for the 2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Spiral, thank you so much for the 5.
Wait, Parker.
Lib, thank you for the 2. Rue, thank you so much for the $10. Lewis, thank you so much for the $5 and for the $2. Sophie, thank you for the 5 twice. Thank you so much. Spiral, thank you for the 5. Rab, thank you so much. Really appreciate the 10. Thank you so much. World Blitz, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Kathleen, thank you for the $2. Cornell, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Deborah, thank you for the $2. Spiral with the $2. Knight, thank you for the $5. And R1, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you.
Kathleen, thank you for the 5. You're awesome.
As well as Erica, thank you for the $4 for thanks for the laugh, Dad. Thank you so much.
But anyways, Parker, like I was saying though, you know how you said Donald Trump should never vote about joke about pedophilia?
I said that I would never support like a candidate that specifically was engaging in pedophilic comments.
Yeah. So would you support a president that jokes about racism?
Would I support a candidate that engages in racism or jokes about
Yeah, that says racist jokes.
That says okay, so no, I wouldn't support a candidate.
So
would you support a
I'm not done, Satano.
Would you support a racist president?
I'm not done because I'm not talking about you.
Are you going to bring up Biden? I will acknowledge the distinction between Biden and Trump.
Biden. Are you going to talk about Biden?
I can acknowledge
if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
I can acknowledge that Joe Biden is engaged in racism, and I can acknowledge that the distinction between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, because Donald Trump still continually engages in racism, is the fact that Joe Biden has acknowledged his behavior and admitted that he was wrong and tried to apologize. Right?
That's
exactly what I can point
difference.
out. Yeah, Donald Trump has not acknowledged his behavior. He still continues his behavior.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
No, name one time he's apologized for racism.
He has.
Name the time.
You said one time he has apologized for racism?
Yes.
Yes.
He didn't need to because he never said a racist comment.
Really? He said that black people have a trait of laziness. He said that Kamala Harris turned black.
That's not
he said
racist.
that Barack Obama was born in Kenya because he's black specifically to undermine him being president of the United States when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. I keep going. He called for the execution of the Central Park 5, even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. He didn't rent to black people in the 1970s. You said he never has been racist in his life?
He said he's never been. He said, as a matter of fact, he said that it wasn't racist. The very first one you said that the laziness is a trait of black people, he said that's not racist.
That's crazy.
That's not.
But you don't fucking know what racism is.
I'm black. Matter of fact, I'm Ethiopian.
Turn on your camera.
If y'all know where Ethiopia is, that's in East Africa.
Turn on your camera.
I don't have enough followers. I'm so dead serious. If you guys know, I'm Habesha. I'm East Africa.
You're Habesha. Good. You know what? My wife is as well. Do you know what this is? What is this?
A ring?
What type of ring?
I don't know.
It's a Oromo ring.
Oromo?
Yes.
Not Oromo. It's Oromo.
That's exactly what I said, bud.
Stupid.
So wait, so you're black.
You don't know anything about the Ethiopian culture.
You don't know anything about black culture or racism.
Hey, for one, don't put the American black people with the African black people, all right? With the East Side. You guys are nothing like us, all right? Nothing at all.
You know what's funny? You sit here and try to ask
CJ, are you American?
I'm American, but I
think I've talked to this. I, as a matter of fact, I know I've talked to this kid before. You're like 19,
never
right?
talked to me before. This is my first
I've
time.
literally, yes, I have.
Never.
I remember you now because you said
promise
that you were Habesha when I talked to you.
Everything I've never talked. I always try to get in Parker and Dean's live.
I've literally talked to you before. I remember this conversation.
I never heard about you. I'm not trying to be weird or anything. I never seen you. I only been in Parker
Got it.
and Dean's
Got
live.
It. Cool. You're 19, right? How old are you? 18,
I'm
19?
18. I'm 18.
Yeah,
My birthday
I
was
remember you.
October 3rd, 2007.
Yeah, again, I remember you. I've
No,
spoken
you
with
just
you
thought I
because
was
then I had a conversation with my wife
19.
about you, and
Stop
I had a
talking. Like,
conversation
what
with
are you
Athena
talking
about you. Literally.
You never had. This is the first time you even got to speak to an Ethiopian. So what are you
I'm
talking
married
about?
to an Ethiopian. What are you talking
What
about?
is he saying?
What are you
I'm
even talking about?
me,
Slap nuts.
Not every Ethiopian in the world. I'm
You
talking
said it
about
was the
me.
first time I ever got to talk to an Ethiopian. My mother-in-law
I misspoke.
is here with
I
me right
misspoke.
now. She's Ethiopian.
I'm a human. I misspoke.
That's a pretty big
Like-
fuck up. That's a crazy fuck up.
That's not a crazy one.
Yes, it is.
How?
What do you mean? How did you even hear anything you just said?
I accidentally said he never talked to an Ethiopian. I meant to say you never talked to me as an Ethiopian before.
Okay.
And the crazy part is that you're assuming I'm not Ethiopian. That's the crazy part,
CJ,
Santana.
I have a question. Why do you support a racist over a non-racist?
Who's the non-racist?
Kamala Harris.
Don't even get me started on that girl. On Kamala. Don't even
Kamala.
get me started on Kamala. I'm
Kamala,
so
why?
happy she didn't win.
Wait, I'm
Bro,
confused. Why
I
is
heard-
wait? So why do you prefer the racist over the non-racist?
First of all, this lady Kamala, however you pronounce her name.
Kamala.
Oh yeah, like she knows you Santana or part like she doesn't care how I pronounce her name.
Yes, she does.
does.
She literally has talked about the fact that she does. Have you read her book?
Oh well, something's wrong on my tongue. So Kamala. So
Kamala,
the reason
Kamala.
why
No, you do it again, I'll kick you. I'm serious.
See, exactly. And see, this is
Hold
why you
on.
don't understand racism
hold on.
because you
You're
can't
gonna-
even, you
you're
don't even
gonna-
realize what you're doing right now.
I'm not racist because I
You don't,
mispronounced
I'm
her
saying
name.
you don't understand racism because you don't know what you're doing right now.
Hold
You're
on,
literally
Parker.
engaging in a racist
You're gonna
trope.
kick me because I mispronounced her name?
You're not, you're
purposely
doing
doing
it
it.
intentionally.
You're purposely doing it.
All right, how do you pronounce her name? All right, then I'll say it right.
Kamala. You can just also say VP Harris.
All right, I'll say VP Harris. Okay.
That works. Perfect.
So the reason why I don't like VP Harris because I heard she was like trying to let all the illegals in, you know, and try to give them yes. I heard she was trying to do that. I heard she was locking people up in jail for no reason, and I heard torture. I heard so much stuff about her.
Torture? What torture
like,
did she engage in?
That's what I heard. Like how you hear a bunch of stuff about Trump.
You heard this? Okay, so no evidence?
You don't have a lot of evidence what you be saying about Trump.
I do.
let's
I
not
do
get
have for
there.
everything that I say. I literally have played you videos.
No. You played me 2 videos that I couldn't even see.
Name something I have talked about that I've
Santana
provided
actually
evidence
gave
for
me
when
a
you
link.
asked.
Santana gave me a link of where I can go search stuff. You never did any of that.
I
Again,
literally have
Parker
told you where to
doesn't-
find information.
Exactly, and he wouldn't talk about something that he doesn't actually know. But like we've sourced all of this. He literally has information in his link tree. Like you can go find all of this information. He does this every day. You think that he doesn't have the actual resources? Like you haven't looked anything up. We don't say things that we don't know.
You know what's crazy? You guys studied all the thing, and I did this all my thought, everything in my head because I just know I'm right, and like I just know
Your
it all.
head is empty,
like,
bud.
You guys have to search up about.
He has got to be rage baiting. There's
My
no
head
way
is
he's
empty.
serious. Like I can't even believe it.
I'm not.
You have
rage
one.
baiting
You have one brain cell that's fighting for 3rd place right now. Not even 2nd place.
That's
Third
crazy. You guys,
place.
hey,
Like
you guys
literally.
this insult? This is
CJ, can I ask you a question? What is
people-
3 squared?
Chad, this is the people you guys want to vote
CJ, what is 3 squared?
for. 3 times 7 is 21.
I said 3 squared.
Oh, 3 squared 9.
Okay.
3 plus 3 plus 3 9.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay. Wait. Can you tell me what 10 squared is?
10 squared 100. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Yep, 100.
Okay. All right.
And I don't know how this has to do anything about Trump.
Well, I mean, you claim that you're incredibly intelligent. So I was going to ask you basic math questions and then continue to like go up in difficulty.
Not basic, because
So-
in school we don't learn that.
What? You didn't learn 10 squared in school?
I'm a senior and I'm 18 years old.
Yeah, and you've learned that in like middle school.
No, we did not.
Yes, you did.
What year did you graduate? Like what? When did they teach
I
this?
graduated high school in 2020.
Oh, so not that far from me.
You need to get
Okay.
a
That
refund
far
from
off.
your high
That's
school.
5 years.
6, because I'm the class 2026.
Dang, that's crazy.
Yeah. But Basic math skills. Parker couldn't get it.
What,
No, you couldn't get it,
I couldn't
bud.
get it. What are you talking about? I did.
You didn't
Now-
realize 2020. All right, this like we're talking about Trump, not math. I don't know what this matters about.
Okay. Well, I was just. Then I'll ask you. I'll ask you political questions. Then. Okay. Can you? How many people are in the Senate?
1, 2, 3. There's I know it's an uneven amount. I think it's
What?
either 12
12
or 5.
12 or 5. So 12 is
Holy
uneven,
shit.
and 5. So no, it's neither. It's 100. Okay. So how many states are there?
50. I know that one.
How many senators per state?
1.
No.
No. I thought you meant mayor. Oh, senators. I think it's around. So you said there's 100, so that'll make it 5, right?
What type of math is this? What is 100 divided by 50?
2. No.
Okay,
it's
there you go.
50
So
or-
there's
Holy
2
fuck.
senators per state. You knew exactly how many senators there are, right? Because I told you. And you knew how many states there were, and you couldn't
Yes.
calculate the amount of senators per state. You said there were 5. What? By the way, you just said that you're
still don't
smarter
get
than
how
every.
this
He
matters
said he's
about
smarter
Trump
than
or-
everyone on the live. By the way, he's smarter than everyone on the
I mean,
live.
these are questions that you probably already knew in your head, so you're asking questions that you already
Yes, Parker knew what was 100 divided by 50 in his head because
Yes.
you know that's like something he had to study.
know. Yeah, we don't have to do that in school anymore.
How many people?
You don't
are
have
in
to
the-
divide.
I'm in a class called AD Quantitative
how many
Reasoning.
people
I
are
bet
in
you
the
guys never
Supreme-
heard of that class.
How many judges are on the Supreme Court?
Well, there's that one. There's some. I know there's like 5.
Nope. Why did you answer 5
What,
again?
6?
Nope. Try again.
7?
Are you just
Nope.
gonna keep going up?
6, 7.
Oh, I don't.
6,
Oh, look at you.
7.
No. Whoever said 6, 7, you're a loser. But no, actually 8. Okay, what about 8?
No.
No.
Okay, then if you guys know, you guys probably searching it up. How much is it then?
It's 9,
9.
bud. You gave up a little too early. You're literally like the digging meme with the diamonds, and you stop right before you hit the diamonds.
I never heard of that meme.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
But
Holy shit.
this probably wasn't in my time. But no, can we talk about? Wait. What'd you say? Call her? Because I forget. You said VP
Wait,
something.
so
I
we
forget.
VP Harris. So can you name
VP
one
Harris,
thing that a
yeah.
vice president has done in U.S. history?
Yeah. Like there's been a lot. I mean, you want me to get Pacific?
Specific.
yes, go
Pacific
ahead.
is the ocean.
That's you guys are literally just trying to get everything. Like this is what they do to Trump.
Well, you claim that you're the smartest person in the live, bud.
All right. What about? Let me ask you let me ask you guys questions then.
No, how about you answer
You can
Parker's
answer
question?
my question, then I'll let you ask questions if you'd like.
All right. Okay. What has what's it called? The vice president done? And you're talking about
Any vice president in U.S. history,
I can
name
name
one thing
any.
they've done as vice president.
Well, I knew J.D. Vance signed that one thing. I remember when he got into office.
What'd he sign?
I literally forget, but it was about something about schools.
Okay, so you'd have no clue anything a vice president's done in U.S. history. So obviously, wouldn't
You
be able
know,
to-
but you know,
obviously
you know
you wouldn't be able to evaluate what Kamala Harris has done as vice president. Now, you wouldn't be able to mention a single thing J.D. Vance has done as vice president, other than that one thing, and also sitting on the couch, doing other things on the couch, and also like vacationing. He's vacationed like so many times, like 8 times, dude.
Is that a problem?
Also, he hasn't signed the one thing about the schools. Like, I don't know what you were trying to make up, but he hasn't
Yeah,
done
I
that.
saw you had to search that up. Yeah, I saw you had to search.
No, I
okay, let
didn't
me ask you
search
guys-
anything. He hasn't signed the one
Alright.
thing about the schools.
All right, my turn. Okay, you guys want to talk about? So when you guys were in high school, because you guys want to talk about math and all that. All right, then, what's 100 divided by 20?
That's 5.
It is.
Yeah, it is. You didn't know the answer to your own question?
Santana didn't know.
I
All
swear,
right, but like,
I swear before sweet baby Jesus, you better be trolling, because
I'm
ain't no
not trolling.
fucking way that you actually.
I'm just the only Trump supporter that's ever called you guys on this bunch of.
Hey, why are you obsessed with the number 5? Dude, like, why do you keep saying 5? Like the answer to your question was 5. You brought up 5 like multiple times, like as like an answer to some of the questions when it wasn't even close to 5.
I rarely brought up 5 this whole day. But
Okay.
like I was saying though is, okay, you guys are talking. Okay, you name one thing that Kamala Harris or any vice president
Kamala.
done.
Yeah, Kamala Harris was the
I
tiebreaker
didn't
vote
know.
on the Inflation
Okay.
Reduction Act.
Also, maybe you should find different questions because, like, we do this all day, every day. You think why would Parker give you a question he doesn't know the answer to? He's not you, bud. He knows the answers to his questions.
I didn't know the answer to my question.
No,
I just answered your question.
and you were surprised.
Because I was surprised he knew it that fast.
Yeah, because I know basic math. I'm sorry. You literally asked me 100 divided by 20, dude. I'm sorry.
And say,
That's actually like some of the most basic math ever, dude. 5 times 2.
You know what's funny? Santana couldn't get it. Santana couldn't get it. Santana
Yes,
couldn't
he
get it.
could.
That's
What are
the
you
funny
talking
part.
about?
You answered it, not him.
Why would I answer that question?
I answered it so
I
quickly
literally
anyway.
thought it was a joke.
I literally thought it was a joke. Yeah.
Okay,
You're just saying
CJ, you just said you were the smartest person in the live. That is very obviously not the case. Can you admit that now?
How is that not the case? Because I don't know every little thing about VP Harris and JD
What
Vance.
do you know?
You don't know shit about shit.
Could you name like a single Trump? Name a one Trump economic policy he influenced to get passed that benefit the average American?
By canceling illegals, the thing.
Canceling. Okay, so
Canceling
deporting
illegals,
undocumented immigrants.
thing.
1 is not an economic policy. 2, that actually
It is.
harms our economy because actually
How
immigration
does that
benefits our
harm? How
economy.
does that harm? How does that harm?
Because the immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration will lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the GDP by 2034. Immigration heavily increases the size of our economy.
No, it didn't.
Yes,
oh yeah, it did. It did.
The Congressional Budget
but
Office
we don't
has
have
indicated
enough.
this
We
to
don't
be
have
true.
enough space for that. We don't have enough space for that.
What the fuck do you mean we don't have enough space? What do you mean?
So if we just let every single illegal just come in our country,
Undocumented immigrant.
yeah,
And if they're already in the country undocumented, right, they're already in the country. Let's provide them a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime. That's actually better for the economy. Otherwise, you're going to lose out on more money because you're literally deporting people, which costs money.
I don't think it's a bad thing for illegals to get citizenship. It's a good thing.
Undocumented, bud.
You're actually,
Okay,
you're
undocumented.
actually advocating
Undocumented.
to pay for undocumented immigrants' airplane tickets.
Hold on, I don't think it's a bad
do you want to
thing.
do you want to pay for undocumented immigrants like airplane tickets?
Why would I be paying for that?
That's how you deport them, idiot.
Well, if it's helping out America, then heck yeah.
Okay, so you support giving free flights to undocumented immigrants. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Look
not
at all this.
free. They're not
your Republicans support. They support free flights for undocumented immigrants, free airplane rides. Look at that, Chad. You heard it here first, folks. They're supporting federally funded airplane rides for undocumented immigrants for free. You won't give that for American citizens, but you'll give it to undocumented immigrants,
they're
right? That's
humans.
crazy,
They're
dude.
humans.
That's crazy. He's
But they're
advocating for
they're
free
humans.
flights for undocumented
They're
immigrants,
humans.
but you're not putting Americans first.
They're
How
humans.
about how will you give Americans
Look.
those flights?
They didn't come here illegally. Where are we gonna? Where are we gonna send them
Yeah,
off to?
exactly. So why do they not get the free flights? They're an American citizen.
Where?
They should
Why?
get the free flights.
It's different. You know what's different. too.
What's the
I don't know why
difference?
you're laughing.
You are trying to put undocumented immigrants over American citizens by trying to fund undocumented immigrants, giving them free flights.
That's no.
Yeah, you are. You're funding free flights for undocumented immigrants.
Yes.
Giving them free
Okay, so-
vacations.
Okay, so if Trump decided to put me on a plane, where am I going? Because I'm illegally allowed to be.
Ethiopia. We're shipping you back to Ethiopia so you can be retrained because obviously you weren't trained right. So we need to
I was
send you
born in
back.
America.
That's
My
fine.
mom and
That's
dad were born
fine.
in
We're
Ethiopia.
sending you back
My
to
mom and dad-
Ethiopia to your family because
That's
obviously
racist.
you were not trained right. And I know your family knows better than this. Your family would be so disappointed listening
Santana,
to
you
you
know what's
demonstrate
funny?
the things that you know.
You know what's funny?
What's
my whole family? My whole family agrees with you, Parker, Dean, all you guys. They agree with
Exactly.
you guys.
Exactly.
But
I'm sure they do.
I'm the guy that stands up for Trump in our family when there's like debates going around.
No, W family.
They always try to.
W family. Like seriously, yo, W family.
No, it has to be a miserable life to get cooked by your family every day. Like every single day you
I
get
don't
cooked
get
by your
cooked.
family.
I
What are
don't
we
get
doing?
cooked. I don't get.
He gets
my
cooked
sister,
by his
my sister's in
family,
the
so
other
he
room.
just
I
wants to
always,
get cooked by Parker, Dean, and Santana.
Exactly.
No,
Try
my
something
sister-
different.
My sister's in the other room, and every time she tries to debate me,
Is she
and I
watching right
always
now?
win. Well, she knows about you, Parker. She
Yo,
knows
W
you.
sister.
She likes
W
you.
sister. W sister. Can we get some W's for the sister in the
Missy!
comment section right now?
Missy. Wait.
Okay.
Because I always.
What was the economic policy that you like of Trump's that benefits the average American? Because what you brought up was not an economic policy that benefits the average American.
What do you mean?
W Missy, by the way, in the comment section.
No, L Missy.
What? Why are you saying that about your sister, dude? What? That's unhinged. That's unhinged.
She supports whatever you guys support. She's
whatever
sick in
we
the head.
support. What is that? What do we support that's bad?
You guys support Democrats. You guys support that everybody should be coming like that should be in America. You guys think
everybody should be in America. Yeah, every single person on the planet. We think every person on the planet should be in the
Everybody
United
come
States.
to America. Every single person.
What? What are you talking about?
you guys think everybody should just come in America all the time? Here. Yeah, I'm talking to Parker right now.
Manny, get out of here.
I'm cooking Parker. I'm cooking him right now.
He's not. He's getting cooked. He's getting cooked.
I'm cooking Parker right now.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Look.
Yeah.
Look.
You're embarrassing. You're a senior. Get out.
It doesn't matter. I'm cooking Parker. I'm cooking him. And they don't believe that we're from Ethiopia. That's the crazy part.
No, no one said we didn't believe you were Ethiopian.
Not what I said.
No one said that.
Yeah, look at
I literally said we need to send you back to get you retrained.
Retrain.
Which I did not say, by the way.
No, it's not racist. No, it's not racist. I'm talking about sending you back to your family in Ethiopia to get you retrained because I know they taught you better than this.
No, they taught me better, buddy. I grew up in America. I have Ethiopian ethnicity in me. And I'm also Egyptian, by the way, too. I'm just sorry that, I'm not brainwashed like you guys.
Okay, can you explain, what do we support that's bad and how are we brainwashed?
Okay, what you guys support that's bad? You guys want illegals to come in here for free.
Undocumented.
Undocumented immigrants. By the way, you've said the same thing 8 times, dude. I've already showed you how undocumented immigrants being provided a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime is actually better for the country. Right? And I can explain further. Let me go into further detail. So actually, our fertility rates have been below replacement rates since around the 70s. Well, we've had minor times where it's gone around what it is in terms of replacement rate, but it's continually stayed below, which is actually going to lead to our population declining by 2050. The Congressional Budget Office indicates that we'll have a declining population by 2050. Now, this is bad for our ability to maintain certain programs like Social Security and Medicare, right, and different programs that we rely upon, because it is the case that if we want to keep the same level of benefits, we have to increase tax revenues. How do we increase tax revenues? Well, we have a greater amount of people in our population who are working. Or how do we have a greater amount of people in our population that are working if we don't have an increasing population through, again, having children? Well, immigration. So immigration is actually the superpower of the United States of America because it's incredibly important in our culture. It's a huge element of our culture. It makes our country a better place. And it's an important element of our economy. Countries around the world that decide not to allow for immigration will literally fail, right? That do not have higher fertility rates. Inevitably speaking, they will fail in terms of their different types of social programs. They will not be able to fund them to the degree that they did historically. They will have to reduce their benefits because there's a greater share of the population that is older on these programs for a longer period of time because of increasing life expectancy related to technology. So if you don't have an increasing share of the population that is younger, in order to be able to fund that, then it is the case that you're going to have to decrease the benefits.
There's no way he listened to anything that you said. He was just waiting for his chance to speak, Parker.
I did listen to what you had to say, and I did take it into consideration.
Okay, then respond to what he said.
I would like to change the subject about how America, not change the subject. I mean, because he was saying how we need illegals or America's going to be dead by 2050.
Not just undocumented immigrants. We need faster legal immigration, which means providing undocumented immigrants who are already in the country a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
You know we did good without undocumented immigrants during the first part.
What are you talking about?
The first part of what?
First part of what?
When slavery was a thing. I'm not saying slavery should be back.
Son of a bitch.
No, I'm not saying slavery should be a thing. I'm saying during that time of era after Abraham Lincoln.
You mean when the black people were doing all the shit for free?
I'm saying
the country did great when all the black people were doing the shit for free.
Also, by the way, what immigration laws existed at that time?
I'm saying there wasn't none that was coming into America, and we were still doing good.
There were open borders, dude.
Yeah, but
the black people were doing all the shit for free.
And if you didn't cut me off, I was gonna say after Lincoln, after he signed that one thing that took
the Emancipation Proclamation didn't free the slaves.
What? Well, but didn't he get him a free?
No.
So Abraham Lincoln had nothing to do with slavery abolished.
The Emancipation Proclamation did not free the slaves.
So what freed the slaves?
The slaves freed the slaves. Black people literally freed the slaves.
Oh my days, this guy is actually like, are you trolling?
That's actually factually.
I'm not going to teach you. Go look up Juneteenth.
No, like in school, they literally told us Lincoln freed the slaves.
They lied to you, bud.
Now you're saying school's lying to us?
This is actually a circumstance of how history has been revised specifically to try to make America look better, when it actually, that's literally whitewashed history specifically to deny specifically the historical ailments of our country, kind of similarly to how the historical revisionism that Trump's trying to engage in. He's trying to limit and restrict the story that's being told to try to paint America in a brighter lens, make them look better. So, for example, Abraham Lincoln said that he cared more about keeping the Union together than actually abolishing slavery.
Yes, literally said that.
He said that if he had the ability to keep the Union together, but slavery was still legal, he would do that.
Exactly.
You're saying Lincoln wanted slavery?
Actually, that's exactly what he said. That's a direct quote from Lincoln.
Direct quote from Lincoln. He didn't give a shit about ending slavery. He wanted to actually, he wanted to save the Union.
Parker, you're saying like you show all these videos of Trump saying these things. Show a video of Lincoln saying whatever.
If you don't shut the hell up.
A video of Lincoln.
Hello? If you don't shut the hell up.
You don't like.
Dude, what are you talking about? A video of Lincoln. Yo, I gotta show the clip of Lincoln saying this. Are you kidding me, dude? What?
So how do you know it's true?
Wait, what do you mean? Do you think?
So
Do you think that? What do you mean? Do you have to have a video of it? Wait, are you Christian?
I know what you're about to say. How is the Bible doing
okay.
this?
Are you Christian? Are you Christian? Yes or no?
That's by faith, buddy. I believe by faith.
Okay, so can you show me a video right now of Jesus Christ walking on water, turning water into wine, and raising from the fucking dead? Can you give me a single video clip of that one, buddy? Give me a single one.
I'm talking about this called faith. So I don't so you don't need if you have faith. I don't need to see a video.
So you don't need evidence. So you just believe based on no evidence?
Yeah.
Trust me, please. So you don't require evidence for sources unless it's specifically someone who was sexually assaulted, like E. Jean Carroll who was sexually assaulted. Then you need infinite amounts of evidence. But if it's Jesus Christ raising from the dead, if it's him walking on water and turning water into wine, you need no evidence. You'll accept stories that were passed down word of mouth for generations prior to even being written down, right? About miraculous events, right? That's the same as me writing down that 500 people saw a floating pig and you believing that floating pig existed, right?
Well, 500 people saw it and and a lot of people were willing to die for it. Then I would definitely take that into consideration.
People are willing to die for the floating pig. I promise you that.
Well, I know what you're trying to say. It wasn't a floating pig. I know what you're trying to point at. But you mentioned something about E. Jean Carroll. Was that the woman that you and Dean continuously like to say that Trump did that thing to her?
It is the person that Donald Trump sexually assaulted, forcibly penetrated her vagina against her will. That is what happened. She literally held him accountable in the context of a civil court, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
So he got found guilty?
Yeah, and it's not Parker and Dean saying it. It's the courts. The courts are literally saying it.
Yeah, I know civil courts, they can't get arrested. I know civil court. Yeah, you see how I know that stuff, you see? Because I'm not stupid.
Can you name one piece of evidence in the civil case that you dispute?
I agree that Trump did all those wrong things.
So you agree that he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll, and yet you still support him?
I support him as a president, not as a human.
I'm sorry. So you would vote for a presidential candidate if they literally sexually assaulted a woman?
If he, because he got found guilty, he had to pay the money, right?
Listen, you would vote for a presidential candidate that was held civilly, no, not even just held civilly, you believe that they sexually assaulted a woman.
Okay, I have a question.
No, answer mine.
Okay, but can I quickly ask you a question without you reacting to what I say?
So answer my question, and then yes, you can.
No,
I'll react to it.
I wouldn't vote for a president that sexually assaulted a woman. But hold on.
If you wouldn't vote for a woman that a presidential candidate that sexually assaulted a woman,
Missy, tell your brother to go to bed.
Then you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump, correct?
Well, when did he do that?
He specifically sexually assaulted her between the years of 1995 and 1996.
And when did this come to light?
In 2019.
So that was before. That was before the 2016 election. So that's before anybody knew.
2019 is after 2016.
Holy shit, he doesn't know
I meant
numbers.
before. All my days, I mispronounce words all the time. All right, that's my fault.
It's okay.
But I'm saying though is
And
Dean,
Sappy.
if my fault. I'm just in Dean's live. That's my fault. That's actually really I'm sorry for saying that. But Parker, if VP Harris did what Trump did, but she still agreed with all the things you agree with, like everything she likes, would you not vote for her?
Wait, sorry. Say that one more time. I zoned out.
The answer's no. The answer's no. We're not going to support someone that grapes someone else. No, the answer's no.
If
Santana,
someone
it's no.
sexually assaulted someone, I would not support them.
He's
Santana,
already
I know
answered this
you're-
before.
No, because Parker's actually open mind. You are just corrupt and Democrat. You have blue all over you. I'm talking about-
dude. There's no way you're serious. You said that I
I'm not
have
a
an open
grape
mind and that
apologist.
Santana's corrupt blue. What are you talking about?
I'm saying blue is a reference to Democrat. If you don't know what I'm trying to say, like
We knew.
Parker did not know. Don't say you knew, Parker, because you didn't.
I'm not open-minded to rapists.
I didn't say rapist, but I'm saying if
This
Kamala
was- what?
did all the hold on, I
Kamala.
said if VP Harris. I'm bad at pronouncing names. If VP Harris did all
You're
the
bad
things
at a lot of stuff.
if VP Harris, don't cut me off. If VP Harris did all the things that what Trump did, would you vote her in the 2028 election?
No, if she was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, I wouldn't vote for her. If she incited a violent insurrection at the
No, just
Capitol,
for that.
right, and
Just
pardoned
for
the violent
that.
rioters and beat police officers, I wouldn't
See?
vote for her.
Kat,
If she
you see
specifically
this?
said she would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, I wouldn't vote for her. If she specifically, literally, I can go on a million things. All of these individual
I'm not
reasons do not
asking.
vote for her.
I'm saying just for the when he raped that woman.
Yes, like I
No.
literally would not vote for I would not vote for Kamala Harris if she sexually assaulted someone. That's obvious.
Even if
But-
she agreed with everything you stand for, and it was going to help the country.
You understand that I wouldn't. That's a reason why I wouldn't support someone. All right. Also, you have
Yeah.
no basis for saying that Trump's helped the country. He's harmed the country in every
Exactly.
single way. Name one.
Wait,
way,
you can't name one good thing?
Name one metric that Donald Trump has made better since he got in office.
One metric.
Yeah, one.
He
metric.
made gas prices. He made gas prices.
Gas prices
cheaper.
are more expensive right now than when Trump first got in office.
Oh my days! Oh my! Do you not remember in 2020 Corona?
Then when he
Well,
got in
I'm saying-
office,
I'm saying
when he
Trump-
got in office,
I'm talking about
Trump
when
got in
Biden was in
office.
office.
Listen. Trump got in office here in fucking 2025. January 20th, 2025. Okay? In January, it was 307. You want to know what it is now? It's 316 on average in the country.
That's not true because where I live is 255.
Okay, I'm talking about average for the country, dude. Do you know how averages work?
So wait,
no,
it went
Parker,
up a
he
couple
absolutely
cents?
Parker. He just learned to divide. There's no fucking way he knows how averages work. That is not a fair question.
I do know. I can give you the I know. So like, I know a lot. The stuff I speak on. I know because I did research. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't
you
just
sound like
speak
you've
about.
done
Maybe
a
you
lot
need
of
to go back.
research.
Holy fuck! You need to go check your research. Check your notes.
I wonder
Right
where
now, I'm definitely the hardest
research on
candidate.
Fox News, research on Newsmax,
Holy
looking it up on
fuck.
DuckDuckGo,
You do CNN, buddy. Like what?
utilizing Grok.
You do CNN.
Yeah, I don't like look at CNN all the time.
Oh, not all the time. And same with me. I don't do Fox News all the time.
I would say 60% of your media cycle is Fox News and Infowars.
You know
Definitely
what's crazy?
Infowars. 100% Infowars.
There's this lady I know. Her name is Miss Davita Bundy. She would cook you both because she's the one that taught me.
Go get a refund. Go get a refund right now. Absolutely
don't-
right now.
What do you mean? A refund? I didn't pay for the lessons.
Even worse.
But okay, like I was saying though, I can name more stuff Trump has done good for the country since he's been in
Go ahead,
office.
let's hear it. Like, name one metric that he's benefited. I'm waiting.
He's about to settle the war down in Ukraine and Russia.
No, one metric. Like, give an economic metric that he's benefited.
Oh, like money?
Like an economic metric.
Oh, Thanksgiving food is cheaper this year. Did you guys see that? It's down to
Son of a
$40.
bitch.
Do you think that's
No,
because of Trump? Do you think that's
That
because
is.
of Trump?
my god.
That is. I saw that on
It
TikTok.
has nothing to do with Trump. What did Trump
That
do
doesn't
to
do with
cause
Trump.
Thanksgiving food to be less expensive? Because food overall
He
is more
is
expensive.
They stopped like funding stuff that they don't need to be funding,
Such as?
and they have enough money.
Literally, Thanksgiving is going to be more expensive, and then the fact that the government is shut down. There's 42 million people that are likely going to lose their SNAP benefits in the month of November, and so it's going to be even harder for them to be able to buy any type of food for Thanksgiving. Donald Trump is actively harming everyone.
Santana, thank you for bringing up the.
No, don't pivot. Answer Parker's question.
Yeah,
No,
I want to know what is the
Parker's
funding?
question.
What is the funding that they specifically cut from that you think was good?
Well, right now, since the government shut down, we have more money to open up because we're not paying our military.
That is the fucking dumbest thing. Stop.
We have more money to open up. What the fuck does that even mean?
He said we're not paying our employees more, so we have more money. So we've cut the funding for federal employees, so people don't have jobs anymore. So we've cut that.
And also, like, you see the stuff that's going around in Portland.
You know what could also save us money? Like, Trump wasn't trying to sue the federal fucking government for $230 million. Maybe that
I did see
like
that.
The taxpayers. He's trying to sue the taxpayers for $230 million. And you know who approves whether or not he gets the money? His old fucking personal lawyer. No, his old lawyer.
That's good because people have been slandering.
That's good, dude.
That's a crime.
No, that's called corruption.
A crime.
That's called corruption, dude.
So if somebody was slandering your name, would you not sue them?
I'm sorry. I wouldn't sue the taxpayers if I'm president of the fucking United States and have my own fucking personal lawyer determine whether or not I get the money.
Everybody in America has been... Okay, well, are you a taxpayer?
Yes. What?
And you slander Trump's name every day for a living. So is he not allowed to sue you?
And I don't slander.
He's just showing everybody.
I don't slander because everything I say is true.
Exactly.
Supposedly.
Including him being orange.
Exactly.
That's racist. I don't like racistness. Like, you guys keep bringing that thing as like a joke. That's like a dead racist crime. So we should bring that up.
Donald Trump is actually a racist, okay? And you support him.
Literally a racist.
Okay, so then you're in the same boat. You're making fun of.
You think us making fun of his orange spray tan is racism when that is not a race, bro? I'm sorry. This is literally the craziest shit I've ever heard. And you guys say that we call people racist for no reason. Like, what?
What have I said that was racist?
Dude, no, you said you call people racist without reason. You just said that Santana's racist for making fun of Donald Trump for being orange because of his spray tan.
And you too.
Loompa doopity.
Loompa doo.
What does that even mean? Is that like a little song you guys made up?
No, you haven't watched Willy Wonka.
How about you?
Willy Wonka? Yeah, because I wasn't born in the 80s.
What do you do when CJ is a dumbass?
Well, here's the thing also. I can name another economical thing that Trump has did better. Like how you said, Parker, about how he like cut lunch food or something like that. How he cut lunch.
Yeah, the big beautiful bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month. Are you going to say that's a good thing?
So now we get more money.
Okay, you're trolling. Get off my live.
No, and you know what schools provide, right?
In no fucking way.
I genuinely, I can't believe that he's actually being serious. There's no way.
He is. I've spoken with him before. He's literally serious.
He's like, we have more money, but the bill that he's talking about added $3.4 trillion to the debt. Like, genuinely. He said, we have more money now, but it added money to the debt.
Yeah.
And he wants to get the money from cutting children off of free school lunch and breakfast. Like, that's like actually sick.
It's not me. I literally need a drink. So anyway, Parker, I'm gonna get out of here. I appreciate you.
I'll see you. Good seeing you. We are just looking for some debates, everyone.
Yo, it's good.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2007, July 20th.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Bread, but all right. The reason, I do support Donald Trump. I will say that. I think Donald Trump's the best candidate we've had. But I'll also say this. I'm definitely much more of an advocate for just the conservative viewpoint instead of the Democratic viewpoint. But I'll say this. The reason I guess I would say I support Donald Trump is because I agree economically. I think he's better than Kamala, whatever her name is. I think he has produced more jobs than the Biden administration. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I just downright think he's more of a stern person with overseas affairs. And I think I kind of just respect him more than Harris and Biden, because I'll say this is nitpicking, but just Biden, I think he's kind of older, which whatever. And Harris, I think she kind of is an actor, where she will like change her code switching in a sense, but
code switching doesn't make her an actor. That's a ridiculous statement to make. Secondly,
sorry, but like sorry, I don't mean to be offensive, but like, have you seen like where she changes her accent and she just acts very different?
Doesn't make her an actor.
I think it's weird, and I would like someone to be themselves no matter what. So.
Yeah, so because people experience racism, they engage in code switching, isn't a reason for you to say that they're like an actor or they're like disingenuous. That's actually like really fucked up, to be honest, because like genuinely, like, she experiences racism in the society. It's an adaptability to the fact that society and that she experiences racism in society. So she's trying not to experience racism, and that's literally all it was. So that's not being an actor. Secondly, like, there's a few things. You said that the economy is better off under a Trump administration and that he produced more jobs. Well, since Trump's got in office, we've actually seen a decline in the increase of the level of jobs that exists. And it was actually so bad that Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he claimed politically biased information because it was so fucking bad. And then he literally put someone new into that particular position, and they indicated even less jobs for the next month. So we're actually around 7 to 10 times less new jobs per month is what we were under the Biden-Harris administration. So the idea that we're actually like getting more jobs right now is ridiculous, especially when we've seen unemployment increase since Trump's got in office.
Well, I'll say this way. So you said that it was being like documented poorly. So that's why he fired the guy. Maybe I misheard you. Like he fired the head of the whatever bureau.
He fired the head because he claimed that it was politically biased information. Because he thought it was so bad, the new jobs report.
Okay.
And he put someone else in that position, and they indicated even less jobs for the next month. So
wouldn't that be just like good in the sense that he's trying to?
No, it's evidence that they weren't the person that they fired was actually someone that released a jobs revision of 818,000 jobs under the Biden-Harris administration 3 weeks after Harris launched her campaign. So if they're politically biased to support Democrats, why did they release that revision?
Great point. Couldn't tell you. Well, also, here's about this. When you're cleaning stuff up, right? You're cleaning your room. Sometimes it's got to get messier for it to get better, right? He hasn't been in office for too long. And I believe that
when I'm cleaning my room, it would get better if it gets cleaner. I don't know what you mean it has to get messier in order to get cleaner. I'm really confused what you mean by that.
Really? You never like cleaned your room and within the first 5 minutes, you're getting everything, it gets dirtier, and then after another 20 minutes it gets cleaner? Never experienced that?
I mean, I get the point that you're trying to make. Is it's not dirtier though, it's just you moved it to different areas in the room so that you could reorganize.
Yeah, but maybe stuff's in the closet, you bring it out to light, you know what I'm saying?
That's not necessarily anything dirtier. I'm confused what you mean, but
well, I don't know, just things that you maybe didn't see it, whatever. This is a meaningless point, but basically my viewpoint on this, right? Because you debate people. What's your goal with debating, right? To spread light and to like inform people on like better, on what party's better, what candidate's better. Just inform, I would assume.
Inform people, get them to critically think and engage with the other side. Give people who are on my side better arguments as well. That's also like important.
All right. So this is what I feel. I've been watching you, right? Education, right? That's your goal here. I don't think necessarily, in my opinion, right? Because you're debating people who are very less knowledgeable on Trump, right? And they're just saying stupid things about Trump, and they have no idea what they're talking about. So I think it'd be beneficial
because Donald Trump is advocating to increase taxes on working class Americans and decrease taxes on the very rich, whereas Democrats are advocating to decrease taxes on the working class and increase taxes on the rich to compensate for that and to be fiscally responsible to a greater extent. Democrats acknowledge science. They acknowledge that climate change is real and that it's something that we need to address. They don't undermine and defund the EPA, which has incredible benefits for our society because the imposition of certain environmental regulations leads to a healthier society, which saves us money in the long run, right? It is also the case that Donald Trump is advocating for policies in which literally through tariffs increase the prices of consumer goods for Americans and cause there to be a regressive negative impact on low and middle income individuals. So it's shifting the burden of taxation from an income tax, which is progressive, to a regressive tariff that has a negative impact on low and middle income individuals and shifts the burden of taxation from higher income individuals disproportionately to lower income individuals to a greater extent.
All right, wonderful. All right, maybe dumb it down for me, Parker. You're a pretty smart guy, but I'll say this. I'll just say this. What do you think? This is my viewpoints. This is what I find important, right? I want to be an entrepreneur, right? Maybe you don't want to do this, so you could kick me if you want. Maybe you want to just debate like Trump supporters. That's one reason.
Countries
I'm also
around the
a
world
Christian.
that have broader social safety nets have actually freer markets than we have in the United States. Look up the Economic Freedom Index, and you can look at countries around the world that have broader social safety nets. They actually do have freer markets because the fact that they have social safety nets allows for them to free up markets to a greater extent.
What's social safety nets?
Like providing access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability to a greater extent, right? Like paid vacation
Like would Canada fall under this?
paternity leave. Canada, I don't know. I haven't looked at their economic freedom index. I can check that. I think it's slightly better than the U.S. or slightly more free. But if we look at like I'm saying specifically like Finland, Sweden, Norway, like countries like that.
I'll also say this. This is just like a little tangent. But what do you think? You know, Switzerland, like we're a representative democracy and they're just a democracy. What do you think about that? Like, I think that is a great idea in my opinion. Where basically once a month or whatever happens, they just go on their phone.
They're representative.
Have to use their ID.
They're not just a direct democracy.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know where you got that.
Okay. The woman I met from Switzerland lied to me, but whatever. Okay. Also, I'm a Christian man, so free market's my first language.
Canada has a freer market than the United States, according to the what's it called, the Economic Freedom Index.
And
so why
there
would
are times where
because there's more people that get access to care. And you're only talking about waiting longer, not for like necessary, but for specifically like for elective non-emergency situations. In the context of any emergency room, you do that. Okay, that's just the reality of how healthcare operates. Have you ever been to the emergency room?
I have a couple times.
And they judge on severity, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I understand not knowing this because I didn't know this prior. I didn't even think about it, right? It's based on severity. So like if it is the case that you aren't very severe, right, and they can deal with it later, they're going to deal with people specifically that are in more severe situations first, and then they'll deal with you. That's how it works.
No, yeah. I do get that. Well, yeah, I don't know. I have friends in Canada who just say
do you
like
think the emergency room, if like a billionaire walks in, they should take the money over specifically like the person who's dying on the operating table?
I mean,
they would deal with the person who's dying on the operating table over the person that's coming in for like an elective thing or something that's not immediate or urgent.
For sure. No, yeah, I agree with that. If the guy is,
so ability to pay should not mean that they go and get access to emergency care first.
Okay. I agree not with emergency care, but just in general, right? Like, it doesn't make sense like in Canada, I don't know, but in Canada, say, like, is it all just free healthcare no matter what? Like, if you get heart surgery, are they paying for that? Or is it just, like, the ER, and it's just, like, small things?
No, they have universalized healthcare.
So, but that's the thing. Like, say there's a billionaire, and there's someone who has, $100,000.
If a billionaire goes into the doctors, all free at the point of service. If someone who makes $10,000 a year goes into there, free at the point of service.
But wouldn't the service be, in Canada, wouldn't the service just be worse? Like, wouldn't that just make sense, like, kind of common sense? In the sense where, basically, the height of...
For example, like, if you're thinking, like, plastic surgery, is all plastic surgery covered? No.
No, I'm not saying plastic surgery, but, like, I'm saying heart surgery, like, brain surgery, something very important. Like, if you're in Canada, say you're a wealthy person, like you probably wouldn't want to be in Canada if you have enough money to spend to go somewhere better, right? You'd probably be like, let me go to the United States. And
well, if you want to do that, go for it. You have that's something that you like. We leave open for people if they want to get access to, pay as much as they want, they can do that. But if they want to get access to the public option, they can, right? They can. There are private options as well, but the public option should be sufficient to take care of everyone.
But wouldn't the base care, wouldn't that just go down because it's free in a sense? Like, you have to pay here, so the care has to be to a certain...
You can put a due standard of care from
their hard-earned money, but in Canada it could be they could have it.
Think about it this way: there's due standard of care, right? Like, think about it, like when we did government-funded public schools, did that decrease the value of public schools? Or decrease the value of schools? No.
No clue, probably.
No, because you can have a due standard of care for teachers.
Gotcha. Wait, how was the bill? Was the bill written just like what? They're just going to screw everyone over? Or are they going to like look more in depth to parents'
It cuts
economic?
420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast. So
I mean, that's the thing, though. Like,
need it right now. These aren't just like everyone's getting it. Not all kids get free school lunches.
Okay. Also, well, that my point was free market, right? That's my one point.
No.
So
if you want to be
say
free
that
market, then you think children should starve because we shouldn't provide any types of food.
No, I'm not saying I was. No, I was just saying
If
that
they can't
that
afford
was
it.
my.
They don't get access to it in a free market. So you'd look
Someone
at
just said
child
or
starve
no.
because they can't afford it.
No, but well, okay. Well, I was on free food, and my family was doing just fine. So like, couldn't you see that some people are getting
policy?
cut off?
That's a state policy.
Okay. Well, I'll just say my first point. My first point was free market, which you seem to have disproved, but we'll see. I need to do some more research on that. My second viewpoint on the right side is I'm a Christian, and I don't agree with abortion as a contraceptive, or like not a contraceptive, but like for birth control.
Okay, no one's using abortion as birth control because that would be extremely expensive. Like, do you think the average
But you get
American
what I'm saying.
can afford abortion as birth control?
No, well, I'm just saying, like, just because you don't want the baby doesn't mean you should necessarily kill the baby. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, in a sense, that's what I'm saying. Like, the
it's
life
not
of the
a
mother.
baby, it's not a baby.
It's a baby that hasn't been born yet.
No. Like a. Do you think a fertilized egg at conception is a baby?
It's a baby that's going to come in 9 months.
So you think a fertilized egg at conception is a baby, and it's a single cell organism. You think a baby can be a single cell organism?
I don't know. I don't think. I'll say this.
Okay.
What can I say this? I don't think
Ant Baby. They thought it was Ant Man. It's actually Ant Baby. Okay.
I don't think changing its name does anything. Like, just because you make it less humane and less human, it doesn't gonna like. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing to do. Just be like, oh, we're gonna change its name so it's less of a human. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm sorry. No.
that just it's a
fertilized egg at conception is literally not a person. You don't think that's actually a person. If I slapped a zygote on the live right now for TikTok and YouTube content, do you think I should go to prison?
Wait, what'd you say?
If I had a petri dish with a zygote, my own zygote that I made, I slapped the shit out of it for TikTok and YouTube content. I kill that shit. All right, should I go to prison because I'm a zygote slayer?
I mean, like, I guess not. So maybe it's okay. Maybe you're right. It's not human.
So it's not murder?
I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. It's a tough. Okay, let's be honest.
I should go to prison for being a zygote slayer? For slapping zygotes? Your Honor, he actually went on his social media live stream on TikTok and YouTube, and he decided to slap the shit out of a single cell organism. Put this man behind bars. Put him for crimes against humanity, slaughtering said zygotes.
What do you think the public reaction to that would be if you did that? Just out of curiosity, man. This is.
What do I think of public reaction? I think that would be. I think a lot of people would think it's funny. And then
isn't that kind of?
I bet a lot of people would be pissed off, but it would be fucking.
No, but yeah, isn't that kind of
great rage bait?
Isn't that kind of crazy that people find joy in that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Isn't that kind of like?
I would find so much joy in that.
That's kind of crazy. Like, it's kind of crazy, no? Why would you want to do that?
Why would I? Because it's funny.
Really?
Yeah, dude, it would be hilarious. Could you imagine? Imagine all the people joining up on my live stream after the controversy went crazy, and they think I'm a murderer. And then you have all the people joining. Parker, you murdered a zygote. You should be in prison. You should be in prison. You just justified and murdered a human being. Like, can you imagine all the people coming up on my live stream?
I mean, yeah, kind of rightfully so. I think that's just a messed up thing to. That's a messed up thing to do. No.
No, I think it's totally reasonable.
Really?
Yeah, like slapping zygotes is a hobby.
Okay, well, this is a weird. Let's teeter off to a different conversation here. What can I say? This I always thought this, and maybe I'm wrong.
You agree with me that I
but-
shouldn't be sent to prison for slapping zygotes? Like that's just like my thing.
Okay, maybe yes, I guess yes.
So I wouldn't go to prison, so it's not murder, right?
No, I'm saying you should go to prison.
I should go to prison, really?
Yes.
Parker, get
Well,
a
I'll say
job.
this.
Put him behind bars for slaughtering zygotes, everybody.
Can I say this?
Oh my
Well,
god, he was
also-
slapping zygotes like no one's ever seen before. Your Honor,
No, but-
put him behind the
Well,
fucking
here's the-
bars. He's a threat to our
problem with
communities.
it-
Parker, the zygote slayer, is such a threat. Put him in. Put him in, high security.
But why do you wait? So why do you call it a zygote though? Like what? Why? Okay, I'll say this. Why does the left commonly just would never call it a like? They try to make a fetus or like whatever. They call it anything but like a preborn baby. It's anything but a human. You make it very inhumane, like very like nothing close to a human. Like a dog is more human than like a 40-week-old baby. To I feel like a lot of Democrats like is more. You know what I'm saying? Why is that a common thing in the Democratic Party?
That's a ridiculous thing to say. I don't know what you're talking about. And by the way, late
What do you
stage
mean?
pregnancy is treated no differently under the law under a Republican administration and a Democratic administration, because under Republicans, specifically like Donald Trump, he's leaving it up to the states after viability, and so are Democrats. Donald Trump just wants to leave it up to the states prior to viability as well.
So wait, maybe I misheard you. Connection kind of spotty.
Yeah, after
but you're saying that both Democratic
after viability, if Roe versus Wade is in place, it's still left up to the states to determine whether or not it's illegal after viability.
So when do you think abortion should be illegal? Like your personal opinion? Do you ever think it should be illegal? Like,
So I think that abortion is wrong after the point of sentience, which is 20 through 24 weeks. So like in elective circumstances after 20 through 24 weeks, it would be wrong, but no one's deciding to have elective abortions after that point. After that point, it's like medical abortions that people need to survive, which they should have access to.
okay. Well, can I say that also? I'll say this. I'm not saying you said this at all, but I hear a lot of women say that like men shouldn't be able to tell women what to do with their bodies, and that like men don't have a law regarding men's bodies. Like that's a comment. Like you've probably heard that before, right?
I think that you shouldn't have an opinion that restricts women from having access to abortion. You can have an opinion, right? I don't think that people have an issue with people having an opinion. They have an issue with you having an opinion that restricts people from getting access to life-saving healthcare. Right? Like, did you understand?
Well, I'll say this.
Like, I don't think that people in general have an issue with men having opinions. They wouldn't be in my live stream listening to a man with an opinion then, right?
No, for sure. Well, I'm not saying opinion, but I'll say this. Well, that's a common thing that women get mad that men have or control
They're mad
or
that you
whatever.
have
and
the
that's
opinion that you want to restrict their ability to get access to life-saving healthcare. That's the issue. They
but
would
that's
not be
the-
mad
well,
if you
that's-
had my opinion, because they're not mad
No,
that I
but-
have my opinion, right? Like,
life-saving healthcare, though, in my personal opinion, I don't know if Trump agrees with this or whatever. If the life of the mother is in danger, 100% abortion should be allowed. That's my opinion. I don't know who
when you
agrees
leave
with
it up
that.
to the states, it does not codify a federal protection for those circumstances. You have to
No, no,
codify
if
federal
I-
protection for those circumstances into law, which is not ingrained into law when you leave it up to the states.
Well, here's this. Maybe this is like no party agrees with this, but if I was president, right, and I was a ruler, or whatever, like if I was king here, you know what I'm saying? If I could make anything happen, I'd say, life of the mother, rape, incest, all like that's a federal law. You can get abortions for that.
So would you
anything
support
else? Just,
overturning Roe versus Wade, which is federally protected access to abortion prior to viability, if it is the case that you cannot ensure those federal exceptions are put in place?
I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I'm stupid or like tired right now, but I did not hear what you're.
Would you be okay with overturning Roe versus Wade if you could not ensure that there would be these federal protections in place?
Sure, I guess.
So then you would support overturning Roe versus Wade, which would still allow for some states to ban it in those circumstances where it's life-saving, or ban it in the circumstances where it's specifically where people are sexually assaulted, or to change the conditions of whether or not someone sexually assaulted can get access to it based upon the level of quote-unquote proof they provide.
Well, okay, I'll say that. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb, but I'll just say this is my viewpoint, and this is like in my opinion, in every state, you shouldn't be able to overturn this. In every state, federal law, right? You can't overturn it. In federal law, rape, incest, and life of the mother, you are allowed to have an abortion, no matter what. Allowed to have an abortion, right? You can't change it. That's my opinion. But everything else, I don't think should be allowed.
Okay. Well,
I don't think it should be up to state.
Genuinely, this is a real circumstance. Okay. My girlfriend gets pregnant. She decides that she wants an abortion because we're not ready to have kids yet. I pay for her abortion. Should I go to prison?
With my law or whatever?
Yes.
I don't. Well, can I just ask? Like, I personally don't know who should be in. Like, if it should be both of you, if it should be one, if it should be her, if it should be you.
If I pay for
so,
abortion, should I go to prison?
Under my law, and it was just what? Just because you guys had sex and you were just like, or I don't know if that's not allowed to work. Yet.
We're gonna have kids later on. We're not.
No, I think you guys. I think you guys should put. Well, I'll say this. No, I do think you should go to prison, but here's the thing. I heard Charlie Kirk say this. I don't know if this is necessarily true, but he brought up the stats of the adoption agency, and there's like 1 million families or 1 million people willing to adopt, and there's like, I don't know, like a similar number of abortions. So it's not necessarily like there would be a family who would want that baby.
Okay, so I mean that doesn't mean that someone should have to go through the context of a pregnancy. Think about it this way, right? My girlfriend, right? She doesn't want to go through a pregnancy. She doesn't want a kid yet. Why would I want her to incur the risks of going through a pregnancy that could affect her health if it is the case that she does not want to go through that for a kid? Think about it. Like, why would I want a circumstance where my girlfriend would be forced into a circumstance where her health is at risk, where she could possibly die?
Do you know the number one way not to break your leg while skiing?
Not to ski? Like, is that your point? Like, you think don't have sex?
That's my point. Yeah, don't have sex or have protection. Get birth control.
I'm gonna keep fucking having sex. That's gonna keep happening.
But that's my opinion. You should maybe be careful, right? Use that stuff, and it's a risk, right? It's a risk that you guys get pregnant. It's not, and I think you shouldn't be able to.
But we should be able to get access to healthcare, given that it is the case that she gets pregnant.
If it was rape, incest, or life of the mother, yes. But if it's not, I don't.
Circumstance with me and my girlfriend, bro.
No, then I don't think you should. I think you should get the best healthcare you guys can get, sure, but I don't think you should just
think about it this way. She literally is not wanting to get in to have a kid yet, right? And it is the case that if she goes through the context of a pregnancy, right, that is incurring a greater threat to her health than it is the case that if she got an abortion early in the pregnancy. It's literally a non-sentient embryo.
Because it will become something. It's not necessarily
in the future, but it's not going to if you get an abortion.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think it's crazy. Well, I'll just say it's crazy to me that this is kind of like I feel like there's a different universe, right, where humans just are like, abortion's not a thing. We're just like, what? And if we learned about abortion, we'd be like, that is the most freaking grotesque thing we've ever heard. Like, that is absolutely nuts. It's like this. Imagine like people being like, oh yeah, you can. Well, maybe this is a terrible analogy, but imagine like parents being like, okay.
And if you were socialized into a certain society that thought sperm had rights, then you would also think it's crazy that it is the case that people think it should be legal to fucking nut in a napkin. You killed all those millions of sperm. You killed all of them. How dare you? Jizzicide. How dare you? How dare you allow that? How dare you let that be legal? That is a moral atrocity that you allow jizzicide to occur.
It's actually a valid point, but the difference is that sperm would never become anything, and like an egg would never become anything, but them together
sperm is living, dude.
It's living, but it won't.
If you were socialized into a society to believe that they are morally valuable, right, you would think it's morally atrocious that we allow for jizzicide to occur.
No, but like the difference is sperm doesn't turn into a baby. Like sperm needs the egg to turn into a baby. That's the difference.
Okay. Wait, it's not a baby at conception. I don't know what you mean by a baby.
Well, yeah, it becomes a baby later on. Sperm by itself
becomes a baby, so it's okay to get an abortion because it's not a baby yet.
Okay, maybe it's not a baby yet, but it will become a baby.
Okay, so the sperm could possibly become a baby as well.
No, cunt. If you do it into a napkin, there's no egg.
Wait, no. If you put a zygote by itself without going into the womb, it would die. So what's your point? Without the pregnant individual, it's going to die. So
Yeah,
if
what's
you
your
say
point?
without a process the sperm won't become a baby, well, I could say the same thing to a zygote or an embryo. Without the pregnant individual, they won't become a baby.
Yeah. If you have a 1-year-old kid and you just neglect it, you don't feed it, the kid's gonna die. But like that's viewed at bad. You know what I'm saying? That thing can't live by itself.
Wait, repeat that.
Like, maybe I didn't hear what you said correctly, but you're saying like the thing needs the zygote or whatever needs the mom to live. Like a 1-year-old needs their mom to live.
You understand it's different though. It's like, for example, a 1-year-old can live without like the bodily resources of someone, like one specific person, right? They can live outside of the womb. A zygote, an embryo, cannot live outside of the womb.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Makes great sense.
Okay.
I don't get the point, but like just but that's the thing. It's like the zygote or whatever. The zygote is a different thing than it's not the mom's body. It's a different part of the body. I don't think you should be able to. And it's going to be a human being.
Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Murder.
Yeah.
And what they signed the thing or whatever that
They haven't signed
what's
anything.
it called?
They haven't signed anything.
They
I
haven't
think it would be murder for a family to pull the plug on an individual in their family that is brain dead.
And they didn't sign anything. I don't know. Can I say I don't know?
Well, you would have to say it's murder under your view if you think the ending of cellular life is murder. But the point that I would say that we recognize is that medical life, sentient life, and cellular life are different things. Cellular life, we don't really give a shit about. To be totally honest, we don't view who Parker is or who you are through the lens of just cellular life. We view who we are through our subjective experience, right? Our consciousness, things like that. That's how we view ourselves, our personality, ourselves as people. We do not view ourselves as people just through the lens of cellular life. Think about it this way. You're a Christian, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you care about the flesh or the soul?
The soul.
Okay. So when does the soul go into the body? Well, when you become sentient. It's just the flesh without it. You don't give a shit about the flesh. You care about the soul. Okay. That's why you think it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. You don't think people should go to prison for that.
But how do you know the soul comes in at sentient? Like, what if the soul comes in earlier, it just doesn't, it's just not clicking or something, you know what I'm saying?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know. I don't know if this is like science. Like, I don't know how you could measure it through science or some like thing where you know when the soul comes in.
No, I would say the determination of when the soul comes into the body would be based upon what the subjective experience is, because you think the soul leaves the body for an individual that's brain dead because they're medically dead. So if what determines whether or not they have a soul in their body is the subjective experience of the individual, well, then it necessitates that that's going to be at the very beginning of subjective experience, which determined by neuroscientists is between 20 through 24 weeks inside the womb. That's what most neuroscience papers indicate.
Most, I mean, like, I don't know. I think, well, maybe I don't have my research or whatever to back this up, but I think, in my opinion, right, God gives you a life at conception. That's when I think God starts your life.
Well, actually, the Bible says that life begins at first breath.
Great point. But I still don't think God is say, okay, if your life starts at first breath, then you can kill him anywhere before it, and it's fine.
Well, actually, in Numbers specifically, God commands people to get an abortion. If it is the case, it commands women to get an abortion if they cheated on their husband. And it is the case that the man suspects that she engaged in adultery.
But that's not, I mean, if that way, that's kind of crazy. But if that's not like Chris saying he's crazy, but I'm just saying like that's crazy. I didn't know about that. But yeah, I think that there are instances where abortion should be like allowed in a sense.
Give me 15 seconds.
No worries. Yo, it's good chat. Yo, do you guys think I'm really stupid, or do you guys think I'm making some decent points? On which one, guys? I'm silly. I appreciate you calling me silly instead of stupid.
Don't
Thank
talk to
you.
my chat. What are you doing?
They love me.
What are you doing talking to my chat? What is going on right now? What
They're
doing
loving
talking to
me.
my chat?
Hey, Jesus loves all of you guys. Wait, can I say this? What are your thoughts on just like are you a Christian or like you?
What did he say,
like,
chat? What did he say? I grew up in a Christian household.
But well, you want to hear what I said? I said, do you guys think I'm making good points, or do you guys think I'm stupid? And I just want to hear what they said.
Oh, what did they say?
All of them said yes. Well, all of them just said yes on like what they didn't like give me. So one guy said no, you're not. So I don't know, but I like your chat. I like you too, Parker. You're a good guy.
You should listen to me though. I'm trying to tell you what the facts are.
No,
what reality is like.
this.
Trump makes this country worse, dude. Trump makes this country horrible.
Well, okay. Well, I could care less about Trump. I don't know. I think.
What do you mean?
I think Trump could be.
So you don't support Trump, right?
No, I support Trump most out of anyone else, but I would be open to not, I guess, supporting Trump. But I think you are
could go
actually
back in
making great
time
points.
and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you vote for, or would you choose not to?
I'd vote for. Ooh, honestly, maybe I don't know. I think I'd still vote for Trump, but well, here's my opinion. What do you think about like the Republican and Democratic parties? I feel like it's just so it's kind of terrible. Like both of them are kind of just terrible. Like in like the politicians they bring. Like it's kind of unfortunate that.
Well, I disagree with a lot on both sides, but I can acknowledge that Democrats are better than Republicans.
But wouldn't it be better? Like I don't even know if this is possible because it's just like corruption, right? Like people are just gonna win to win. But like, wouldn't it be better if there kind of were no like parties and there wasn't so much like funding going on? It was just like people being people, you know, just believing what they believe.
Well, inevitably speaking, parties are just representative in our country of ideological beliefs, right? So there would still be differences in ideology, and so there would still technically be differences in parties.
For sure, but I feel like it's more party ran than it is, I guess, like person ran. Like, I feel like maybe like Democratic parties.
If you want there to be more of like people rather than specifically the party, then what you need is a ranked choice voting system, right? Or a proportional voting system.
Let's do that. What's that mean? Like, tell me about that.
Meaning that, like, let's say you're in a Democratic primary, right? If you can select which ones you like the most. Essentially, like your number one for me. Let's give a circumstance in the Democratic.
I understand.
Number two would be Buttigieg. Number three, Biden. Something like that. Like that. That's for example for 2020, right? Like someone if they liked Bernie the most, they liked Buttigieg the second most, and then they like Biden the third most. So if Bernie doesn't win, your vote goes to the next person, goes to Buttigieg.
Yeah.
Buttigieg doesn't win, your vote goes to the next person. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it.
So like it essentially will allow for your prioritization of who you value most in these circumstances, or who you think is better than the others, right? To essentially be seen.
Yeah.
Like for example, like someone who wants to vote third party, right? They could vote Green Party, Democratic Party, and then Republican Party. Meaning, if the Green Party doesn't have a chance to win, their vote will go to the Democratic Party. So it actually legitimizes third-party votes, which puts significantly more accountability on behalf of the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, etc. Say if there was a Libertarian Party to the right, on the right side, right? Well, that's going to hold the Republican Party a lot more to supporting libertarian values because libertarians are actually heard, right? There's a bunch of libertarians can just go vote for Chase Oliver, right? Or vote for the libertarian candidate, and if they don't win, their vote still goes to the Republican side. Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense. Do you wish we did that, Parker?
Yeah, that's what I'm advocating for.
No, yeah, I think that's actually pretty.
This is supported by most Americans. Why can't we get this into office though? Why aren't we? We need to pressure our the people in the political office to support these particular views. It is insane that we do not have this. I've almost never talked to someone that said that this is a bad perspective. The only argument I've heard against this is that it can lead to a greater likelihood of there being, say, like extremist views. This is the only argument against it.
The reason this hasn't made it to the higher ups, right? Politicians, do you think it would it would be less chance to like sway elections? Like it'd be basically just harder to corrupt elections in a sense. It was.
I think it would get more people involved in the political process. I think that's the biggest thing that it would do. That would be really bad, really like a lot better.
I'll also say this: a lot of
the parties accountable to a greater extent. It would minimize corruption.
I'll say this:
We need to get money out of politics, right?
For real, I 100% agree. I think the amount of money and funding in politics is it has to be corrupt. Like, well, obviously it's corrupt, but it's stupid the amount of stuff but whatever. I'll say this: a lot of people were saying that like when we were talking about abortions, a lot of people in your chat were saying that they were agreeing that there's no law for men. Correct me if I'm wrong, Parker, but when I turned 18, I had to sign up for selective service.
You're not going to get drafted, dude.
I'm just saying women don't like. I'm not saying I'm going to, but I'm just saying that's a thing. You know what I'm saying? That is a thing
I don't think anyone should have to sign up for service.
No, but I'm just saying women will say that there is no law regarding that. There is one that women.
But
don't
there's
have to
no
do, so
law enforcing the draft right now.
I just want to check.
You understand? It's a law, but it's not enforced. Like right now, it's a law that TikTok is banned, but that's not enforced. Does that make sense?
So wait, what does that mean though? Close, but tell me. Like if there is a war, will they they can't enforce?
And also, this
is
a law set up by men, right? Like historically, this was set up by men. So you're actually giving an argument as to why the patriarchy hurts men.
No, I'm not saying it hurts men, but I think it's just. I'm not. Well, in my opinion,
it views men as expendable in war.
Well, I think men would probably be better in war than I don't know. I don't want to offend anyone.
I think it should be volunteer. Right, I think volunteers would be better than people who are forced, right?
That's a valid.
I don't
point,
think
yes.
Donald Trump wants to be forced either. He dodged the draft on multiple occasions.
But say no one but that's the reason it is a thing is because maybe not a lot of people will volunteer. You know, it's just to protect from if there are very little volunteers.
Wait, hold up. Restate that one more time.
The reason it is a thing, I agree that if people want to fight in war, they're going to be better than people forced into war. But the reason it is a thing is because maybe there isn't enough people in the world or in the U.S. who would want to volunteer. You know what I'm saying?
There is. There's literally already enough. And if there wasn't enough people in the military, why is Trump kicking trans people out of the military? People that have been in the military for over a decade in plenty of circumstances.
I have zero clue. Wait, can I say this? What do you think about I know a lot of very extreme leftists with what's the correct terminology? Trans. That's fine.
What?
Transgender. Transgender. I don't want to say something disrespectful.
Yeah. What's up?
Okay. What's your thought process on them competing in sports and going into women's bathrooms in a sense? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think that trans women should be allowed in women's sports after multiple years of HRT, right? And it is the case that they specifically, because they don't have a biological advantage, that would make it unfair, right, for them to compete. And it's also a non-issue. There's less trans people in the NCAA than there are sexual assault allegations from different women against Donald Trump. And then also trans women are not a threat to women in bathrooms. If anything, trans women are the one at threat, right? In society, if we force them to go into bathrooms that they do not identify with. And also, if you cared about, quote-unquote, men in women's spaces, you wouldn't vote for a guy that bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women when then changing without their consent. The only issue that people bring up is cis men pretending to be trans women and then going into women's spaces and assaulting women. But if it is the case that you force trans men who are masculine presenting to go into women's restrooms because they're biologically female, well, cis men don't have to change their presentations and then can go into women's restrooms, claim that they're trans men, and what are you going to do? Ask to see their genitalia? You can have genitalia inspections at the front of bathrooms.
But what makes someone when does someone become actually trans? If I put a wig on and I legitimately am okay, I'm.
So I'm just saying. So it's based upon people's societal commitments. So their desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms as a prescription of your identity. So if you just put a dress on, that doesn't make you a woman, right?
No, but if I put a dress on and I go. And I go through all the commitments.
You wouldn't do that. That's not how it works. You can't just randomly one day choose to have the commitment. That's not how it works.
Well, how hard is the commitment? Say if I really wanted to and I was just okay, let me see this experiment. I don't know.
You're trying to find a way where you can say, oh, someone who isn't actually trans can claim that they're trans when they're not actually. And there's not a circumstance where that's true, where it would actually legitimately be the case. They're not truthfully.
That has never happened.
They don't truthfully have commitments. Well, someone might think that someone's trans and they're not trans. That can happen, yes.
Yeah, so I just don't think the times that will happen or can happen, I don't think that's worth it to like endanger possible women. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, I'm confused what you mean. Like, you understand that like people could, like exactly like what I said, cis men could claim that they're trans men and could go into women's spaces claiming that they're trans men. Right? And
what is cis? What's cis men?
They don't have to men that are not trans. They don't have to change their presentation at all. And it is the case that they would be able to claim that they're trans and be able to get.
Wait, so I'm very confused. Wait, so so you can be trans without being like you can be trans. I thought trans meant you switch your gender. You can just say you can just identify as trans.
Trans men are biologically female.
Yes.
Okay. So they're masculine presenting. Right?
Yes.
So cis men who are not trans can claim that they are trans men, right? And then they can go into women's spaces because you said that women's spaces should be defined by their biology.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe we switch the conversation because I do not. This is because I don't understand.
One, that's very clear and very simple. Two, you support Donald Trump, who bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. If you gave a flying fuck about women, you wouldn't support such a treacherous motherfucker. I'm serious. Like,
don't need to cuss me, Parker. This is a civil conversation.
I'm sorry. Do you need a cup to put your tears into? Because I used swear words.
I think we.
Oh my God, Parker used swear words. He said fuck.
I don't know. I'm down to have a civil conversation, and I'm not saying you're uncivil. I'm just saying we don't need to. You know, we don't need to swear, Parker. We can talk very nice.
I do. I'm court mandated to swear on my live stream.
Is it not against TikTok guidelines? Like, is it swearing's fine, but like.
No, I'm actually mandated by TikTok guidelines to swear on my live streams.
Indeed. I don't know. I think it's kind of, in my personal opinion, I think I just don't comprehend the trans and like that thing. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like
okay, what I said was very clear to you. Like it's based upon.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying this. Like what? I don't. This is the reason I can't.
You don't have to understand everything.
No, okay. Well,
there are plenty of things. There are plenty of things you don't understand quantum physics. Okay.
Yes, I understand that quantum physics or whatever is sure important to society. I don't get. This is the reason I think a lot of people differ from the left. Is that like a lot of people like me? It's just like it seems silly in a sense to have to, but it kind of is. Like if you're born a man.
You've given me no argument other than claiming it's silly. Okay? You don't
okay, let me say it.
You're claiming it's silly because you're doing what's something called an equivocation fallacy. Meaning, you are assuming that the way that we're using the term gender is the same as the way that you're using the term. You're using it in a biological sense. So you think that we're delusional because you think that we're using the same sense of the term as you when we're not. So actually, the only one with a false belief is you. And if you cared about false beliefs, you wouldn't support Donald Trump, who says the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet, and that the climate change is a hoax, and says that women who specifically don't take Tylenol when they have a fever when they're pregnant, right, aren't putting themselves or the pregnancy at a greater risk, which it does, right? And he's actually says specifically that you have a higher risk of autism if you take Tylenol during pregnancy, which is not true. If you look at the Swedish study with 2.5 million people that it overlooks, take into account genetics and siblings, it says no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism.
Okay. I don't know. Wait. Tell me about what you think gender, or what everyone else's opinion about gender.
If I were to take your consciousness and I were to put it into, right, the body of someone who's biologically female, right, would you still be a man?
Like me personally, or like who are we talking about, the woman or me?
Would you still be a man? I said we took your consciousness and we put it into the body, right, of someone who's biologically female. Would you still be a man?
If it's my body, I'm a man. If it's the woman, it's a woman.
So you'd be a woman?
No, I'm saying if it's my body, I'm a man.
If we put your consciousness, your experiences into the body of someone who's biologically female, you are biologically female. Are you a man or a woman?
Biologically, you are a female.
But are you a man or a woman?
I think you're a woman. Woman. You're just a woman.
So you would be a woman. So you would go from being a man to being a woman.
if I'm whatever body I think I'm biologically, whatever genetically in,
What's
whatever
your
I was
name?
given,
What's your name?
huh? Jack.
Jack. Would you still be Jack?
What do you like? Yeah, sure.
So Jack would be a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But you'd still go by Jack.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. So why would we refer to you as your name when you are a guy if it is the case that you're a woman?
Repeat that for me.
Why would we refer to your name as your name when you are a guy when you're a woman? Shouldn't we call you?
Because I'm in a woman's body.
But you'd still be Jack, right?
Sure.
Yeah. If your mom said, "Oh, my baby boy, how are you trapped in someone else's body?" Would that make sense?
No. Well, no, it wouldn't make sense.
No,
because
that wouldn't make
this is a
sense at all.
movie.
That would be an incoherent statement from your mother.
Yeah, I guess.
Really? That would be incoherent?
I know
Because that sounds
this is like a
totally
movie.
coherent
This
to
is
me.
like Thunderstorm.
That would make sense. That would make
This
sense.
is-
It would make sense for your mom to be like, "Oh, my baby boy, you're stuck in someone else's body."
Oh, well, sure, it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense.
Oh,
Because
so
how
it
are we
makes
getting
sense.
stuck
Would it
into
make
his
sense
body?
for her to refer to you using he/him pronouns? He is stuck in her body.
This just seems so like movie-ish. Like using he and pronoun. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know why this is like a thing. It doesn't make any sense.
It does. It makes sense. It would make sense to say that he is stuck in their body, right?
All right.
Does that make sense?
Change. He is stuck in her body.
Yes.
The movie?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Well, it's basically, this is what this is like. It's basically a kid like you. Well, not saying you're a kid, but it's a guy who kind of looks like you, actually. And he was mediocre at basketball. Look it up. I'm telling you, looks somewhat like him. It's not like he's an ugly guy or anything, but a guy who's mediocre at basketball. He kind of sucked at basketball. And there's Kevin Durant, and they touched a basketball and they switched bodies. This is what we're talking about. This is like this is a cartoon Disney
Or
Disney
Freaky
movie.
Friday. Freaky Friday.
I actually never seen Freaky Friday.
Or Jumanji.
On my
You ever
watch
watched
list.
Jumanji?
I love Jumanji. Yep.
Yeah. So, like, for example, like if you were to go into the game and you're playing a character, right, that is biologically female, would you cease to be a man? Would you not be Jack anymore?
One more time for me.
Would you cease to be a man? Would it make sense for me to say he is playing this character?
I get what you're saying. It does make sense, but
Okay,
but
so like
doesn't
you
it also
understand that
seem-
the
doesn't it
way that
also
we use
seem-
pronouns and the way that we use gender is not biologically based then. So you just explained right now exactly how.
Yes, but doesn't it also seem kind of like, yes, in movies, sure, it makes sense, but in real life, doesn't it seem somewhat delusional and somewhat
these are just
crazy?
hypothetical scenarios for you to take into account, right? Specifically, what it would be the case in the scenario. So it's totally relevant because it demonstrates how we use gender. Does that make sense?
No, not really.
Okay. Well, then you're just never going to understand because genuinely you're not smart enough.
That's just hurtful.
Good. It's the truth.
I don't think.
Facts sometimes hurt your feelings, man.
I guess I agree with that in a sense, but I don't think because I don't accept that gender is this moving thing that anyone can be anything they want. I think
That's not what we said.
What you are. Is
we never said that. We never said anyone can be anything they want. You can never be smart.
Yeah, okay. Okay, wait, you want to talk? Would you like to talk about Christianity for a second?
Go ahead.
Okay, my problem is this. A lot of people. Could you tell me your viewpoint on Christianity quick? Like you're not a Christian anymore, I'd assume?
Not Christian.
Atheist or don't.
I'm an
you don't
agnostic,
say
I'm an
anything?
agnostic atheist.
Okay. I don't get why so many people have a distaste and a hatred, I guess. You're not hatred. I'm not saying you hatred, but a lot of your chat just really dislikes Christianity. They just do. And I want to say this.
There's a lot of
I don't
Christians
get why
in
because
my chat that like my content.
Okay, fantastic. But I think this kind of sheds a light on Christianity, right? I'm unknowledgeable on this topic. I'm trying to figure out what Parker has to say, and I think I'm being very, very kind, very listening, not saying any names. And there is Parker, it's totally fine, but will often be mean at times, which is fine. And agnostic atheist. So why do people have a lot of hatred towards Christians when a true Christian tries to be discerning and not mean and listening? You know.
Well, I'm not Christian, so I'm not going to go based on that. But does Trump live up to that? Does Trump do that?
No, well, that's what I'm saying.
He had a nickname and an insult for every single person that he ran up against. So Trump's not a true Christian, I guess. A true Christian. A true Christian wouldn't support cutting 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month.
I actually want to say not true Christian. Okay, that's a whatever. I'm saying, because we all fall short. I'm not trying to judge anyone. Also, people are calling me, people are judging me. But I just think what Jesus teaches Christians, right? And we all fall short of it. No one's perfect. Everyone falls short. Christians are not better than anyone. I just want to say that. I don't think I'm better than Parker. I don't think I'm better than anyone in this chat. But what is so wrong with what Jesus teaches people to love your neighbor and to be kind to people and to give, to be quick to love, slow to hate, love your neighbor? What's wrong with
Trump
this?
does not do. Everything that Trump, literally every single thing that you just described is the antithesis to Trump.
But that's the thing. That's not what. But people correlate politics with religion and like Trump with Jesus or something. It's nothing close. Politics have nothing to do with Christianity. Like it's not like Republicans are Christians and like Democrats. It's nothing like that.
You understand that Republicans all the time are trying to utilize their religion to restrict other people's rights?
I think that's terrible.
Okay, so
I just agree.
The reason why we have conversations about it is because it's constantly brought up by the right. They weaponize their religion against us all the time.
I think that's terrible.
And then when we respond with like, yo, Jesus was not cool with that authoritarian shit, right? He specifically was like, trying to help out the sick, trying to help out the poor, trying out to help out the marginalized. That's what he was trying to do.
Who was trying to help the sick?
Jesus.
Oh, yes,
That's
I agree with that.
Point out, and then people go crazy. It's like people only focus on some aspects of the religion to enforce upon others, to restrict people from doing things, rather than those to benefit others and to hold them up. Because genuinely, think about it this way. Like, I've always thought this. If Christians all the time just literally stopped the shit of trying to force it upon people and just said that if we just do things that are good and people will come to us, more people would be Christian. Genuinely. More people would go to Christianity and go to the church if they were not forced into these circumstances, if they didn't feel the hate and the division in the context of the Christian culture. That's what pulls people and pushes them away. So if you were accepting, if you loved thy neighbor, right, you would have more people be Christian.
100%. I just want to say this. I forget the Bible verse, but Jesus, I think, is the one who is talking. He says, I'm going to paraphrase here, but he's saying it's better to not be a Christian than to be a bad Christian. Like to be a person who does bad and says they're a Christian. Like Jesus disdains that, and he doesn't like that because it takes, and the reason he says that is because it takes away people from Christianity because people have a bad misconception about Christianity. So I just want to say this.
So why would you want Trump associated with Christianity? That seems like it's going to turn more people away from Christianity.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Trump maybe should be a Christian. Or I'm not saying that. I think he shouldn't necessarily preach a Christian. Do you actually see that Trump said he doesn't think he's going to get into heaven?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I don't know. Because here's the thing. I just want everyone to know.
Yeah, it's just just like the one random moment where he finally gets like post-nut clarity, right? And it is the case that like he realized that like he was a horrible person his whole life.
No, but the thing is, this is also a misconception of Christianity. Many times it says this. Your works have nothing to do with you getting into heaven. That's a lot of people think like, oh, to be a Christian, I have to be a great person, or I have to fix my life. Like I'm going to go to hell if I keep doing this. The reason you get into heaven is because Jesus died on the cross. I just want to say that, like, no one is too far gone. No one is. That's what it is. So Trump's saying that kind of.
You don't think Hitler's too far gone?
Well, I'll say this. There's an unforgivable sin, which is blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, right?
So blasphemy against the Holy Spirit's unforgivable, but pedophilia is forgivable?
No, do you know what, are you aware with what blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is?
Yes, but people have different depictions and interpretations of what it is. What's yours?
Well, the common depiction is that it's hardening your heart against the Lord throughout your whole life, right? That's what it is. It's not one act. It's a
what does that even
multitude of acts. So basically, it's basically what Hitler did in a sense. If
Hitler
you're living life, right?
Hitler was a Christian.
Yeah, just because you say you're Christian doesn't mean anything. Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit.
Same thing with Trump.
I'm not backing up Trump for this, but I'm saying people also say like, would Hitler go to heaven because he said he was Christian? Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is hardening your heart, right? That is just you denying God, denying the Holy Spirit into your life for a very long period of time.
I deny God and I deny the Holy Spirit into my heart because I don't believe in them.
That's what I'm saying. But maybe you're not too far gone right now. Who knows? Maybe if you keep doing this and the Lord keeps trying to go into your heart, and maybe one day you'll be like, okay, why not?
If I died today, right now, would I go to hell?
Do you take Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? Do you believe it in your heart and say it with your mouth?
No.
Then you would go to hell.
Okay, so I would go to hell. Do you think hell is like I'm going to burn alive for an eternal time period?
It does say hell is a flame, but that doesn't. There's a lot of depictions of it.
Do you think it's eternal suffering?
Yes.
Okay, so you think I'm going to eternally suffer just because I didn't believe that Jesus Christ rose from the dead?
Yes.
Dude, do you realize that's ridiculous?
That's what my
Jesus only wants sheep in heaven, people who don't ask questions.
It's not asking questions. It's just
I genuinely don't. I don't believe it, right? And I don't think I have enough evidence to substantiate it. So because I had any level of criticism of it or critique of it, you're saying I should directly go to an eternal place of suffering.
No, a lot of people deny it, and why do you deny it? Why do you think there's not enough evidence?
Because I don't think that there's evidence, right? There's no basis in evidence for it, and I think that there are contradictions with Christianity.
Well, there's eyewitness accounts, many eyewitness accounts.
Those are claimed eyewitness accounts, not actual eyewitness accounts, first person. Right, the stories of the New Testament were passed down word of mouth for over a generation prior to actually being written down. Okay, so none of them are first-hand accounts.
What about the Dead Sea Scrolls? What do you think about that? And they found the chariots and the scrolls and stuff in the bottom of the Red Sea. And what do you think about that?
Yeah, so you said a chariot at the bottom of the Red Sea?
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying the stuff that would symbolize that Moses split the Red Sea.
No, that I didn't see that. What did you see?
Well, this kind of surprised me you haven't seen this. But there's just many, the Dead Sea Scrolls. Do you know the Book of Enoch?
Yeah.
It's like a crazy thing.
You're jumping on a bunch of different claims.
Okay. Well, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, they found the Book of Isaiah, right? They found I think it was on tablets. But they found the Book of Isaiah, and then 1,000 years later, right, they found other tablets of Isaiah, and it was verbatim of each other. Word for word, bar for bar. And a lot of people say that since it's so long ago, that the text would have gotten mixed up or they would have mistranslated, but thousands of years go by and Isaiah was the exact same from each other.
So you're just saying that they had the same depictions, right? And also, that's not even the first manuscript necessarily. Also, there being similar manuscripts does not mean that it is the case that it's 100% accurate.
I'm not saying it's 100% accurate. Well, I'll say this also.
By the way, there are differences. There are differences among manuscripts.
But think about this. You don't think that the 12 apostles, right? Doesn't that kind of show to you that if they all are willing to die and be tortured in terrible lives, you don't think that will attest that this guy was saying something?
You don't think that people have died for other religions? This is ridiculous. When people have fought and died for religions throughout the entirety of history, you think religions that are false, okay? People have fought in wars for religions throughout all of history, and they didn't have evidence for it, okay? So, I don't know why, people have fought for Islam. People have fought for Judaism. People have fought for different denominations of Christianity you think are false. Okay? This idea that people are only going to fight for the truth is obviously absurd.
Maybe it's absurd. Maybe you're right, Parker.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
Nothing. Have fun, everyone.
Alrighty. Let me thank a few people. Marina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Marina. Marlon, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Caleb, thank you for the $1. Janet, thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. Hayden, thank you for the $3. Thank you. I actually have not. Gabrielle, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Gabby, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Samantha, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ada, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Samantha, thank you for the $1. Heidi, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lauren with the $5. Thank you. August with the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, August. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for August in the comments section right now? Thank you so much. Let's go to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. I would really appreciate it. I'd really appreciate if it helps push out the stream. For the 3,500 people on the stream, I would really appreciate if you do so. By the way, everyone, I will have random lives probably like early on between the 24th and the 27th. I'm going to be out of town, and I'm going to be debating from like a different area. I'll have to like bring my laptop. So, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I didn't mean to press it. I'm sorry.
You're good. Don't worry.
My bad.
Just letting everyone know, I will be between the 24th and the 27th. Maybe one of the days I'll take off, but between those days, I'm going to be doing like really early lives. But I'll be back right after that, so don't worry. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Like some of the days, like I'll be on live like 7 o'clock in the morning Pacific time. So like it's gonna be crazy. I'll keep y'all updated on the specific times. I would recommend to go check out my YouTube. You can get notifications there, plus on Instagram. But it's just gonna be for the next few days. Just letting everyone know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people.
It's just mind-boggling how you allow dumb people on your panel for so long. It just shows how low your intelligence is.
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
Dude, don't pretend like you don't know who I am. I'm the one who fucking dog walked you last week when you told me that Trump was a P3O, remember? And you told me to do some research.
So I dog walked you a few weeks ago, and you're back for more?
No, that was last week, not a few weeks ago. Pay attention, you're slow.
Well, I mean, I literally just said a few weeks. It's not a big deal. Do you want to tell me? So I dog walked you, and you're mad, and you got mad.
No, you
even though my platform says one time only, you decided to be so emotional to come back on the stream.
No, because I just finished dog walking I Am Really Important yesterday.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I took a screenshot and a video of it. Yeah, I did.
Nope, Guy dog walked you.
I did.
Guy totally dog walked you. If you think Guy dog walked the guest,
I'm gonna dog walk you right now.
Yeah, if you think Guy dog walked the guest, type 3 in the comment section. He totally did. He 100%
dog walk you right
him.
now. Watch this. Ask me anything. I'm like quite the expert in politics and the Constitution. Go ahead. Ask away.
Okay. Name the 5 freedoms protected by the First Amendment.
The 5 freedoms protected by the First Amendment? Oh, that's simple, man. Come on, you got to do better than that. Religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition. Come on, man. Are you kidding me? Like, that's like baby stuff, man. I thought you'd do better than that.
Okay. You were totally right, man. You were totally right. Now, I have a question. We'll increase how hard it was. How many people are in the House of Representatives?
435 and 100 in Senate.
Okay. Did you learn that from my stream earlier?
No, dude. Like, I'm a constitutional expert, dude. Like, I studied this shit for years.
Really? Okay. Then could you tell me what's the 4th Amendment?
Oh, search and seizure? Come on, man. You got to do better than that. Like,
Okay, and is Trump violating that by sending in ICE to specifically areas around the United States and having ICE literally deport people without utilizing a warrant, without identifying themselves, without reading people their rights?
Nice pivot, but I can pivot too, just like how when Biden violated the 25th Amendment by not disclosing his health. By not disclosing his health. Let's not pretend
what health?
So you're going to tell me that being a president, you don't know until the last minute your health is deteriorating?
Wait,
come on, man. He has the best doctors in the world.
The doctors did not indicate that his health specifically, right? Like, they did not diagnose him with cancer at that particular point.
You're the most important person in the world, dude, and you're going to tell me you didn't know to the last minute?
Yeah, they didn't know. They didn't know. They didn't have the specific indication.
Come on, man. We both know that's BS. Come on. Enough with the shenanigans.
That's obviously not BS. That's obviously true.
Yeah, that's why the FBI... What did the FBI agent say?
What did they say? You tell me.
But not they, he. He said specifically that they couldn't try bite him because of his health deterioration.
No, that's not what
and
they
his
said.
mental incapacity.
That's not what they said. They said,
you know, like kind of like
they said he was a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory on specifically what happened 20 years ago.
like dementia.
About things you typically did. No, one, it's not dementia, and two, I had a poor memory about you debating.
I said like dementia.
He doesn't have dementia. Now, I had a poor memory when talking about you. I talked to you a week ago and I didn't remember that. Does that mean I have dementia?
No, I said like. I didn't say he had dementia.
Okay, so then do you think I have something like dementia?
Well, I mean, I give you the benefit of doubt because you deal with a lot of people, so it's harder for you.
Okay, so then if he's dealing with a lot of different documents, because that's something that he typically does on a daily basis because he's in Congress and because he's in political office and he's been doing that for the past 40 years, then wouldn't it make sense that he might forget some documents in his garage over the fucking 40 years, dude? Obviously, okay? I can't hear you when you're out of the app, just letting you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely what?
No, I agree. Like, he's dealing with a lot of people, as a president should. So, yeah.
So then, like, it doesn't make sense that, like, you would say that means he has dementia. That's just obviously, like, what you would expect.
No, but what my argument is that he was in violation of the 25th Amendment because he was incapable of running the country and failed to disclose his health. As per the 25th Amendment, a president's supposed to...
What specifically about his health did he not disclose?
I mean, not really so much the cancer, because I don't know for sure if cancer disqualifies you from running the country, but like his loss of memory.
A loss of memory.
And his
there was no medically diagnosed loss of memory.
Yeah, and that's because they weren't going to disclose it. I'm pretty sure doctors told him, and they were just keeping it in the shadows.
That's speculation. There's no evidence of this.
I mean, well, we have to speculate because obviously they're not going to come forward with the truth.
I speculate you're wrong.
All right, that's fine. So, I heard you were asking this guy earlier, CJ or whatever his name is, the Ethiopian kid. You were debating with him. He was like the dumbest person on the planet. Like, I couldn't tolerate it anymore. Like, you were asking him like some of Trump's economic policies. I'd like to talk about that.
Okay, so you said he's so dumb. Okay, let me ask you a question then. Let's run through this. You said I can ask you any question. What is market equilibrium?
Market equilibrium is basically the equal. It's basically equal. It's the name said. It's self-explanatory, dude.
Dude, you're so intelligent, man. I've never had a smarter guest on my stream.
Thanks. I get that a lot.
I know you do.
I mean, you're asking a question about the market, dude. I don't do the market. I do politics and the Constitution. I thought I was clear on that.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But I mean, like, you were just calling people so dumb. But we said this in the conversation. Like, I explained this to them as well.
Yeah,
like,
but I couldn't bear listen anymore.
Intersection between supply and demand.
Yeah, well, the name is self-explanatory. It's equilibrium. Not. It's equal.
But yeah, but like between equilibrium between what forces? Supply and demand.
So are we going to do politics, or we're just going to jump from subject to subject? because I thought I was clear on the fact that
can you name an economic policy of Donald Trump's that he influenced to get passed that benefit the average American more than it benefit rich people?
Yeah, the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, not building out failing banks, decreasing trade deficits, stopping Chinese ownership of infrastructure, like stopping them from buying farmlands.
What was the first one you said? What?
That's like agreement? 5 right there. That's like 5 agreement? Policies right there under the Agenda 40.
Sure. What was the first? What was the first one you said?
The Trump Reciprocal Trade Act.
Yeah, and what did that do?
That basically helps, like if you're into trading.
What did it do?
Well, it hasn't done anything yet.
Okay, well, it was introduced.
It takes time.
It was never passed. It was introduced in 2019, never passed.
Yeah, no shit.
So why did you give us a policy that was never passed?
You asked for policies and I gave them to you.
Yeah, obviously I'm asking you for policies that were passed that benefit the average American more than benefit rich people. If it was just introduced and never passed, that means it never helped the middle class. So give me another policy that actually passed.
I mean, when you have a lot of biased judges challenging every move Trump makes, it's kind of hard for him to do his job.
Okay, so you don't know any?
I named you like 5. Let's see, the tariffs. That's one that passed.
The tariffs. So, what tariffs specifically?
Tariffs on China, because they've been tariffing us for ages. Do you not remember when Chuck Schumer himself was pleading with Congress to impose tariffs on China, and nobody had a problem then. But now that Trump decided to do it, everybody has a problem.
What's a tariff?
A tariff is basically like kind of like a discipline, like disciplining a country, you know, like making them pay like some kind of discipline to this is in my own words, you know, obviously. It's basically like disciplining a country, making them pay in layman's terms.
No, not even fucking close. Okay? A tariff is a tax on an imported good, and that tax is paid by
discipline. That tax is a discipline.
That tax is paid by the American business that's importing the product.
No shit, but I said it in my own words.
That was nowhere
that's
fucking
exactly
close.
what I said in my own words.
I'm sorry. That was nowhere close.
Yeah, dude, a tax
Don't even
is a
act
discipline.
like you said that. Don't even act like you said that. That's so embarrassing.
A tax is what is a tax? It's a discipline.
Oh, come on, dude. This is embarrassing. You're actually embarrassing yourself like crazy, dude. You said that you dog walked me is so funny, dude. You didn't even know what a tariff was.
Dude, you don't. I can ask you a million questions about the Constitution.
Dude, you said the
couldn't answer
tariff
me.
was
Ask
a
me
good
any-
policy. You said the tariff was a good policy that benefited the working class
It
Americans
is. And
more than it benefit.
And guess what?
You said the tariff benefit working class Americans more than it benefit rich people. One, you didn't even know what a tariff is.
And it hasn't. It's not gonna.
I had to define it for you. And secondly, all right, in terms of what a tariff is, it actually has a regressive negative impact on low and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So it actually increases the proportion that lower and middle income individuals spend in their taxes, right? Secondly, right, the policies that Trump advocates for, where they're replacing income tax with tariffs, shifts the burden of taxation from a progressive income tax structure that makes the rich pay disproportionately more the more that they make, right? Compare it to a tax structure that makes people who are lower middle income spend more, because it is the case that tariffs increase the consumer prices.
You do realize that the 1% of the rich pays 44% of the entire country's federal tax, on
And they'll
top of the
pay
fact
even
that they
less
provide
under this
jobs
system.
and everything else.
They'll provide even less under this system. So you want to give tax cuts for the top
Actually, no,
1%?
because,
I want to
the
give
tax
tax cuts
bracket is
for
gonna
working
remain the
class
same.
Americans.
See, that's where you liberals are wrong, because the tax bracket is going to remain the same for the
You
rich
liberals,
people
you
at
want to help
37%.
you want to help poor people and people in need. We want to help rich people, okay? We want to help the very rich, the top 1%,
I mean, you do
because
realize-
they actually do everything, okay? I tell you that.
You do realize that it was the rich people, like private donors, who made this world what it is today. Like, let's just take
Okay.
beginning. Hold on. Let's just take
people,
the beginning
oh
of time.
my god, rich people!
Hold
oh
on.
my god, rich
Who do you
people!
think-
You're
who
so
do you think-
amazing, rich people! Let's give you
Who do
tax
you
cuts,
think paid-
millions for you,
Who do
billions
you
for
think
you as well.
paid-
Let's give you a tax cut.
Right,
give them a
let's
tax
yell
cut.
because you
Give
don't
the
wanna-
rich
yeah,
people a
yell
tax.
because
You
you
know,
don't
no
wanna
one
get
out here is
lowballs.
defending the rich people.
Yeah,
you know,
you have to
no
yell.
one out here defends rich people anymore. What happened to defending
Right,
rich people?
let's yell because you can't.
What
you-
happened
you-
to giving the massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires and bailing out their corporations? What happened? What happened to giving them even more and giving the working class even less? What happened to more
You're embarrassing
oligarchs?
yourself in front of your viewers, dude.
What happened to
Let's
creating an
yell.
oligarchy? What happened to that? Who cares about the rich people anymore these days?
All right, so let's take it back. So, in the beginning of time and of civilization, who do you think built railroads, infrastructure, hospitals,
Rich
buildings?
people. That was all
bridges,
rich people. Rich people did it
private
all.
donors. Private
It was
donors.
actually
If it
Donald
wasn't-
Trump. Donald Trump himself did it.
Yeah,
He did
and
it
guess what? If it wasn't
himself.
for rich people, we wouldn't have hospitals today. We wouldn't have any of these
Yeah, because the
important
rich
things.
people, they built the hospitals totally.
Yeah,
they built
that's
them
right.
themselves.
It's called
They did
private
so.
donors.
They built them so very big, so very great, so very fantastic. I tell you that. They absolutely put in the work themselves.
Who do you think donates to these universities so that students can keep going to college? Who do you think helped build hospitals and infrastructure? Private donors, hence billionaires and millionaires, dude. Like, come on. You guys are always attacking rich people, but if it wasn't for rich people, we wouldn't have what we have today.
Seriously, like you're not. You don't give rich people enough. Rich
Taxes
people need
doesn't
more.
pay for everything.
They need
it's
another
something
yacht.
called private donors.
They need more yachts. They need more Irwan, right?
Also, they're not
Errol?
allowed to enjoy the fruits of life after doing so much for society.
Yes. They
Like, let's
need
not
more.
pretend
They
like
need
we don't
more
have-
boats. They need more mansions.
So you're against what's his name? Bill Gates and
They need more islands.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Warren Buffett wants to like give up.
Okay, so I think that people should have to pay a higher percentage in taxes. I think that the rich pay a lower effective tax rate than working class Americans. Actually, it is the case of the top 400 billionaires. They pay a lower effective tax rate than the working class. Did you know that?
Yeah,
According to the
but
Washington
what
Post.
about the billionaires that pledged more than half their money?
So I would think that that's good.
Yeah, all right, and that's what a lot of them are doing.
Like who?
I just told you who.
Warren Buffett?
But you keep mute.
One
Yeah,
billionaire.
that's one of them.
One billionaire. Can you name,
Yeah, and he has a
name
few
3
others
more.
following his lead.
Name 3 more.
I don't know offhand, but he has a few, quite a few. I mean, it takes time, but you act like these people don't do a lot of philanthropy.
So just because some billionaires do philanthropy does not mean that it is the case that they shouldn't pay like less in they should pay less in taxes or anything, like less than like working
Dude, I
class
just told you they
individuals.
pay 44% of the country's federal.
That's the top
1% is paying 44.
That's the top 1%.
Yeah.
I need you to think about it this way.
Exactly.
If we talk about percentage of taxes, like what they're paying in terms of the percentage of income that they get, they're paying a lower effective tax rate. The Washington Post indicated that there's a lower effective tax rate for the top 0.1% than there is specifically for the working class. That should never happen. There should be a higher effective tax rate for people who are at the highest levels of income.
You need to wake up and smell the coffee, man. You've been lied to, and I understand
No,
why,
I
because you're
haven't.
young
I
and
just-
you've
I
been
gave you a
radically,
source.
you've been radically indoctrinated by the Department of Education after Jim Carter implemented it in 1979. We all know the Department of Education went downhill with the radical indoctrination. Let me give you an
I'm
example.
sorry you
Let
were
me give
never
you some
educated.
insight. Yeah, I actually went to NYU, but that's besides the point. I don't like to.
Oh, he got indoctrinated, chat. Look at that. Look at the indoctrination. He got.
Yeah, so let me give you an example of how you've been like brainwashed, dude. Like you think the Democrats are for the people, but yet the last 4 years they have done nothing for the American people. They have prioritized illegals. They have prioritized criminals over cops. They have prioritized everybody but the American.
And that's why you voted for a convicted criminal over a prosecutor. You know what I mean? That's why you voted for a guy who incited a violent insurrection and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th.
Oh, did you not
He
read the
definitely
Declaration of
prioritized the
Independence where it
police.
gives the people the right to overturn the government?
Yeah, on legitimate basis, not illegitimate basis.
Who and says who?
The Constitution.
Right, and that's
Stephanie,
why
thank
when
you so much
Trump
for
was
$5,
calling
thank you.
Nancy Pelosi, she was ignoring her phone calls when he was calling her.
Nancy Pelosi did not have authority. That was Donald Trump.
It doesn't matter. She was ignoring his calls deliberately.
I mean, I'm sorry. What did her have to addressing his calls have anything to do with whether or not he had the ability to deploy?
He was calling her. He was calling her to let her know to prepare.
What did she have to prepare for?
To make some phone calls.
What phone calls?
Phone calls to the proper authorities so they can show up and help.
Wait, no, she didn't have the authority to do that. Only Donald Trump did. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $5 for Warren Buffet. Thank you so much. Cassidy, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Felicia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for supporting the brainwashing. I really appreciate it. I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to continue the brainwashing if it wasn't for you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so let me give you a little more insight on what the Democrats have done in the last 4 years. They have disregarded the poor people in poverty, especially here in New York City, living in the projects and the hood, while accommodating the illegals in 5-star, 4-star luxury hotels, giving them what's called the pilot program.
Those are illegal asylum seekers. That's statewide policy.
And undocumented. And
that's statewide policy, and those are legal asylum seekers.
Yeah, a sanctuary city is not obligated to give a royal red carpet treatment and luxury accommodation.
Those aren't luxury accommodations. That was a 4-star, right? And you're talking about like
yeah, a sanctuary city is not obligated to accommodate these people with luxury. Helping them is one.
I'm sorry, if you're such a Republican, why don't you leave New York City?
Yeah, when was the time you heard of an American getting $1,440 a month for free like the illegals are getting in New York City? Called the
undocumented immigrants cannot get any of those benefits. You're talking about legal immigrants. You're talking about legal immigrants that are not even allowed to work yet. So of course they're getting help because they're not allowed to work.
Right, and $1,440, which Americans have never received, and yet if you come here,
Americans are allowed to legally work.
Right, I don't want my tax dollars going to these people getting thousands of dollars. It doesn't make sense. That's why I voted for Trump as a Democrat.
Good thing your tax policy isn't. So, like, I mean, what state do you live in?
And by the way, I was a Democrat in New York all my life.
What state do you live in?
After the last 4 years of a shit show, I had no choice but to vote for Trump. New York.
I can't wait until Mom Donnie's your mayor.
Oh no, dude! If he wins, Trump is gonna take. He's gonna make sure that this guy doesn't fuck around. Trump already said it.
I cannot wait until Mom Donnie is your mayor.
Yeah, Trump is gonna keep a sharp eye. He already said he's gonna keep a sharp eye on Mondami if he wins. So I'm not worried about it. Trump is gonna have him under
a sharp eye.
He's gonna have him under the scope. He's gonna keep an eye on him with the utmost scrutiny.
Okay, so he's just gonna look at him with.
He's gonna make sure that this guy doesn't fuck around and does his job. No, he's gonna make sure he does his job.
By doing what?
Like not defunding the police.
How is he gonna affect the police budget?
Because that's been his main argument in his campaign. He wants to defund the police.
Oh, he got removed for community guidelines. You know, Donald Trump's definitely gonna be more in support of the police after he, pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th. You know, he's so much more in support of police, right? What's up, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I would say I would prefer him over Kamala.
Okay. So if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would say probably Trump.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
October.
Okay. What day?
7th.
Okay. Now, why do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, this is like, there's a difference between saying like you support him and then there's like a preference. But like, I would prefer him over Kamala because obviously like in his first, I think, wait, how long has he been president for?
For about 9 months.
In his first 9 months, he created like a lot of peace deals. I don't know if they were successful or not, but he initiated these peace deals, which probably like indirectly caused the leading to, I think, Congo and Rwanda.
Yeah, so he just went for mineral rights. He didn't actually like help the circumstance at all. He just tried to get mineral rights. So that wasn't for peace.
Yeah. But I have one question toward you, like mainly.
What's up?
Why do you think Kamala Harris would be a good president?
Well, I think she would be better than Donald Trump because she actively fought for things that would make it better off for the average working class American. Like, for example, increasing the child tax credit from $2,000 to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, which when implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan was reduced childhood poverty by 45%. So she wanted to extend that, and just rather because it was just for 1 year during COVID emergency policy. And then she also wanted to do $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes. Right, that's like to stimulate the building of houses in places where people want to live. Right? She also wanted to do a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin, right, for everyone, not just people who are on Medicare.
Okay. And what do you think about the Russia versus like Ukraine conflict?
I think we should defend Ukraine against Russia.
Yeah. But do you think Ukraine should give up? Because like at the moment, I feel like that's the only way that like the war could end, because I don't think Russia would like give up anytime soon, looking at the situation like as it is right now.
If we fund Ukraine, then they would have to at some point, economically speaking. So you understand that's like because of Russia, and is actually going to be extended to a greater extent because Donald Trump is funding or getting rid of the funding from Ukraine and then bringing it back, and then then taking Putin's side again and then going back and forth. He can't actually like pick an actual standpoint.
But he does want to end the Ukraine and Russia war, but obviously like the only way I think to surrender, because obviously Russia's not going to give up anytime soon.
You would say that just countries that are fighting against Nazi Germany should just give up?
No, because that was a different time, but looking at
what was
like, the
relevantly
standpoint
different?
on how it is,
What was relevantly different so far as you would act different?
a more complicated issue. This conflict, it gives us like a clear picture, like a clear ending on how we can end the war. Putin obviously just wants a part of Ukraine.
Putin is trying to take over Ukraine. We signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they were to be invaded by Russia, that we would defend them.
Wait, is he trying to just take over the country or a part of the country?
No, he wants to take over the country. And does it matter? Like, I mean, he's trying to take over the country to some degree.
Yeah. It's in lives. Do you agree with me?
Yes, you want to save innocent lives. The best way to do so is to ensure that we specifically are going to like defend Ukraine from a foreign invader like Russia, because Russia's not going to stop there, and he's going to continue.
Yeah, but do you think there is like any other way to end the war between Russia and Ukraine?
Not through Trump. I don't think that like that's going to be the best circumstance to do that, because he's clearly going back and forth. Now, if we're going to talk about like what's the best way to end it, it's to ensure that we defend Ukraine so that Russia has to stop.
Yeah, but how has that been going like the last 3 to 4 years?
Well, it was trending in the right direction, and I don't know where you got 4 years, but
okay, yeah.
Do you understand like what I'm saying? It was trending in the right direction until Trump got in office. Trump is the one that has limited Ukraine's ability to defend itself. Yes.
Yeah, because I feel like in Trump's like brain, he thinks that like Ukraine has to like surrender so that the war can end. But I feel like Russia has a really strong power, so obviously they're also not going to give up if Ukraine gets more funding from other countries to get stronger.
They are gonna give up if it is the case that they can't continue it economically speaking. That's the point of what we are trying to do, is trying to get them to a brick wall where they won't be able to continue economically speaking, yet the West could.
Okay, but like as we speak of like right now, like more innocent lives are being lost and Zelensky's not surrendering, which like equals to more civilians dying as we speak right now.
So more civilians are dying because of Donald Trump and the specific appeasement that he's done to Putin.
Yeah. In this case,
okay, so then why are you arguing like this is going to better the circumstances?
Because
the circumstances are worse because of Trump.
Isn't Trump pressing Zelensky to surrender? Because when Zelensky,
that inevitably will lead to more people dying in the long run, because Putin will feel like he can go take more land.
Okay. But I also feel like there like has to be an immediate end to this war. But that's what Trump is.
There is no specific immediate end. I'm sorry to break it.
If Ukraine surrenders. Yeah.
So just every side that is losing should just surrender, or every side that is not as big should just surrender. That would immediately.
No, I think we should.
Do you think we should have just immediately gave up on World War II to Nazi Germany because it would have saved innocent lives? Under your view?
I think we should look over the conflict first, and then we can decide from there.
Okay, I don't see what you're even trying to say, to be honest with you. Like,
Yeah,
conflicts
yeah.
have
I'm just
different
trying to
ways they
talk
started.
about
What
this
was the point of saying that?
Because like if we know how a conflict started, like we can end it that way. But also like in Ukraine's case, like Russia is really strong. They're probably not going to surrender, to be fair.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Rad?
Think about Israel and Palestine.
I think Israel's committing a genocide.
Why do you think that?
It meets the definition of genocide according to the Geneva Convention.
You would say the Holocaust was also a genocide, right? I mean, obviously.
Yes, of course.
Do you think you can compare the Holocaust with what Israel's doing?
I think that you can compare them in the connotation that they're genocides, but obviously genocides are carried out in different ways and have different extents.
Yeah.
In circumstances.
Yeah. Group like intentionally, right?
Yeah, which they have intentionally killed Palestinians. They have limited the amount of aid going into Gaza, which has starved Palestinians. They have been intentionally bombing innocent Palestinians. They have sniped innocent Palestinians. Yes, intentionally. Like if they're intentionally limiting aid from going into the region, not allowing enough aid to go in to feed the population in Gaza, that's intentionally murdering people.
Do you think what Hamas did on the October 7th, 2023 was a genocide?
Does it meet the connotation of genocide? I don't think that it would necessarily meet the connotation of genocide as granted by the Geneva Convention, but it was bad. It was morally atrocious.
But that was like a targeted killing to the Jews. 1,300 Jews were killed intentionally. I would describe that as a genocide.
If you want to describe that as genocide, then sure, that's fine. If you want to also consider what's happening to the Palestinian people a genocide.
I think...
Do you consider that a genocide?
What Israel's doing?
Yes.
I think that that's actually like a really hard question. I think what they're doing is really bad, but
I don't know how you could say that it was a genocide specifically in terms of what Hamas did on October 7th, but you couldn't say what's happening to the Palestinian people is a genocide. I think that's just dishonest. Like, seriously, that's incredibly dishonest. To say that Hamas committed a genocide, but Israel's not, incredibly dishonest. Do you think 9/11 was a genocide?
I think so.
Okay.
Because Hamas kind of like flipped the switch on Israel, and then Israel just started.
You need to do more research. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, how you doing? No, great. You let me in. Right on. So,
do you support Donald Trump?
I'm an American voter, absentee voter, and I support Trump.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay, for sure.
For Donald Trump, because Donald Trump puts a face on the corruption of both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. For more than 5 decades, they've led a multi-trillion-dollar war against all developing countries. They created the mass immigration that you guys are talking about, but you never mentioned that what you're talking about is not illegal immigration.
Why are people spamming in the comment section you're Canadian?
Because I'm an absentee voter in Canada. I'm an American.
So you're a US citizen?
Yes. I work in Canada and live in the US. Right? So now back to reality and the real facts here. When you're talking about illegal immigration, you're talking about people who visit on vacation and overstay. When you're talking about 7.3 million immigrants that were created by Donald Trump with bipartisan support from both the Democrats and the Republicans during his first presidency, and created 7.3 million Venezuelans, immigrants at the border that the Republicans cried for freaking years about this Venezuelan caravan, right? But you never talk about who created them. That's not illegal immigration. That is a U.S. crime. And by definition, by international law, the United States, since they created them, are obligated for and responsible for their displacement.
It does
Therefore,
not sound
they
like
are
you support
obligated.
Donald Trump, dude.
Oh no,
It sounds more like you want to like destroy the system. Or you want to vote for corruption because you think it will expose the corruption?
No. I support Donald Trump because he puts a face and because he's going to wake you guys up. And you should wake up, especially the Democratic Party and the Democrats.
There's a few things.
And the Democrats who voted the vote blue no matter who are nothing but MAGA opposite, the opposite mirror of MAGA. Because you are all in a cult. You're both in a cult and you're not willing to talk about this. And that's why you were avoiding me. But this is the real facts.
I don't even know who you are. How was I avoiding you?
No.
Who the fuck are you?
I've been asking you. No, you're annoying. You were. I'm saying you're ignoring me because you weren't. But obviously, you didn't notice me in the chat, like asking to come on since like the first guy.
Like, what are you
No, that's
saying,
fine,
bro?
but that's not important.
Now let me address
No,
this.
it's actually
We are not.
important.
We are not.
I don't have an
Hey,
ego. I
can I
don't have an
respond?
intellectual ego.
Am I able to respond?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Respond.
Okay. So I think calling us blue MAGA is ridiculous. It's not that we're going to vote blue no matter who. It's that we're going to look at the ideological beliefs and we're going to say that because one side is significantly better and leads to more progress, we're going to support that side.
There is no such thing as lesser
Can I please
evil
finish?
politics. No, because I'm going to correct you when you're saying something wrong.
I didn't say
And I
anything
can do
that's
that.
wrong. I let you yap
Yes, you
for
did.
how long, but you can't let me speak.
No, go ahead, speak. But I'm going to correct you because this is a
I didn't
debate,
say anything
right?
incorrect. What did I say incorrect?
That there's such a thing as lesser evil. When you vote for evil, you get evil. It's just dependent on whether you get it later or you get it beforehand.
That's stupid.
Right?
So you think that...
No, it's not stupid. It's
I'll
actually
explain why it
logic.
is. Okay, I have a question.
No, it's not.
I have a question. Do you think that
It's not.
420,000 children should be cut off of free school lunch and breakfast?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, I
so
don't.
Do you think that Kamala Harris would have done that?
Yes, I do think so.
Okay. That's
Yes, I do
stupid
think
as fuck. I'm
This
going
is-
to kick you
okay,
because
no,
that was
okay,
stupid.
okay.
Get
No,
off
no.
my stream. You're wasting my time. If you think that Kamala Harris would cut 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast, you're wasting my time. You call us blue MAGA, but then you believe stupid shit like that. Like, seriously, stop wasting my time. That's a waste of time. You know the destruction of Trump, yet you just decide to not acknowledge it. It's a fucking waste of my time. That's what I get pissed off by people like that because they acknowledge the harms. It's not like they don't even believe that it's happening. They believe that it's happening, and yet they won't even acknowledge it because they're so fucking dishonest. Like, seriously, that was incredibly dishonest to literally say that it is the case that Kamala Harris was going to cut 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast. Wildly absurd. That is so absurd that you're not willing to acknowledge any type of what's it called, distinction between Kamala Harris and Trump. That is just bad faith. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yeah.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would still be leaning Trump.
Okay. Why so?
I just want to go to one point. First of all, like that last guy was kind of rambling on and interrupting you, which is not how debates work. But as we saw between Trump and Biden, how awful that was. But I wanted to talk about, you said that to call you guys blue MAGA is absurd, and I can sort of agree, I guess. I think to call us MAGA as like a cult is also a little egregious, in my opinion. I think it's just like, to make America great again, like that's just a slogan, and to call us all a cult, I just think it's like generalizing a group of people that probably don't think that heavily. We both have extremists on both sides. But anyway, sorry, I digress.
So here's my kind of point with this, is that I would say that like a lot of people who are in MAGA are in a cult, and they treat it like a cult. Like this, what I mean by that is they're going to support Trump no matter what.
I mean, I can, I mean, definitely, and
So
I can understand that.
Cultish voters. That's what people mean. We don't mean every single person would have that perspective, because I mean there are people that come up on my stream that change their minds that don't think that way. So
Right, absolutely,
not
but,
everyone
like,
that specifically thinks that way is in a cult, but there's a cultish attitude and mentality for a lot of MAGA.
Right, absolutely, and that's on both sides, though. No, you have extremists on both sides, correct?
I think there are going to be cult-like mentalities that exist on both sides, but I do think it's more prevalent on behalf of MAGA than like typical American politics.
Okay, then we can agree there. Now, you said something along the lines of how you guys got to like pick and choose the best candidate for the job. But as far as I can recollect, and I think most of America saw, like Joe Biden, whether he was fit or not to run president next is like up for debate. Who really knows what went on behind the scenes? We were kind of like told one thing, but looked like everything we saw was another. But we can only like see what the press is putting out, which sort of sucks in some ways. But you guys, as in like your party, didn't get to vote on Kamala Harris. She was sort of like anointed. Like the people didn't get to put her in. There wasn't a primary or anything held. I know it was late in the game, but I don't think she was the best candidate for you guys, in my opinion. So I just wanted to see your take on that.
I can say I ideologically believe or agree with other people more, but like she was the best candidate for that time period because it is the case that one, no one else could access the funds. Two, she was elected because of the fact that we voted for the Biden-Harris ticket, meaning that if Biden stepped down, Harris would step up. Right, that's just how vice presidency works.
True.
So we are respecting that particular policy, right? And it is the case that 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee.
Okay, but would you have rather?
No one chose to run against her.
But I think if they would have, if Biden would have realized, hey, like the tides are shifting, you can see like Trump was gaining ground and stuff. Do you think he should have stepped down and let maybe a primary happen?
I mean, I think he should have never ran in 2024.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, I think we can agree on that. I do think. Personally, I do think Trump will be done at 2028. I am excited that hopefully we have a younger generation of politicians that are coming in, someone that can like sort of like relate and not be the older. Do you think Kamala is going to run again in 2028?
She probably will.
Okay. I didn't really have anything, I guess, else much to say. I honestly didn't think I was going to get picked tonight, so I appreciate you and like what you guys do. I don't know. I don't really agree with you or Dean or stuff like that, but I do watch your guys' streams just to sort of see if I can see both sides and just see what I guess the side I align with has to say and just sort of like try to get the most criticism out of that.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Yep.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on, bro? I'm 42.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Trump. Wouldn't change my mind one bit.
Why so?
Okay, you're from California, right?
Yep.
So good reason. You seen the accident in Ontario, California the other day?
No, I didn't.
So an illegal immigrant driving a semi drove at full speed into a back of a family of vehicles on the 15 freeway. And so therefore I still support his immigration policies and what he's doing with that. So that's a big reason why.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with in general? Like one.
What do you mean?
One, I would like to see the particular source for this. Two,
it's all over the news.
That he was undocumented. I mean, I'd like to see the particular source. Could you cite it for me?
Fox 11, KTLA 5. No, it's just on their news. They just announced earlier who he was. They identified the driver.
Just give me a title, and I would love to see. Now, in terms of this, right? Even if they're in the country undocumented, and they did specifically get into a car accident, and he was
deported.
That would specifically not mean that it is the case that like undocumented immigrants are more likely to cause traffic accidents. Or
no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
I don't know why you would bring that up, because there are plenty of circumstances you could bring up of U.S. citizens that specifically are going to, that harm people, that lead to the deaths and accidents. So it's ridiculous for you to only bring it up in terms of undocumented immigrants to say that you support Trump's policies because of that.
No. You're taking out of context, Parker. I'm telling you, that accident was avoidable if this gentleman wasn't here.
What was their name?
His last name's Singh. I don't know his. I don't remember his first name.
Let's read this. Where does it say they were undocumented?
That's what the news reported about an hour ago.
Where?
They didn't say he was undocumented. They said he was illegal.
When did they come to the country?
Doesn't matter. He's undocumented, right?
Didn't you say that they came in the country under Trump's? Under Biden's admin? That's
what you just Biden said, right? The first time he was deported under Biden the first time.
Okay, so they'd already been deported and they were brought back to the country.
Came back. I don't know when or how, but he got back here before last year. You see my point, right? He was undocumented, right? He was illegal.
It seems like there's just a claim that he's undocumented.
What do you mean there's a claim? That's what they're reporting, right?
I haven't fully verified it yet. It doesn't seem like I have quite. Sure. Yeah.
You're not. So you agree he's illegal?
Sure. Yeah, he's in the country undocumented, and what's the point of saying that an undocumented immigrant did this? Like I said earlier.
An example of the immigration policy I agree with. They need to get rid of the people that are not here legally. And you asked me why I support Trump. That's what I voted for.
One, he was deported under Biden, right?
Okay, but he's here.
That doesn't mean that because of Trump's policies that they would be deported.
That's what I voted for.
Okay, so again, the fact that you're trying to brand undocumented immigrants as a whole, as specifically just this person.
I'm not.
I think that's exactly what you're doing. I think this is just.
No, that's what you're trying to portray. That's not what I'm doing.
Can you listen to me real quick?
Go ahead.
Is that possible for you to listen?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I think what you're trying to do here is you're trying to brand undocumented immigrants to be just like this particular person. And that's why you brought them up. Otherwise, it would have no relevance, literally none, because it doesn't demonstrate.
Okay, what about the one back
proportions.
east?
It doesn't demonstrate anything in particular. What'd you say? I couldn't hear you well because you were cutting me off again.
Well, don't portray what I'm saying. You think what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. So are you saying undocumented immigrants are proportionally more likely to cause accidents?
No, I'm not.
Then
Don't
what's the
put
point
words in my
of
mouth.
providing examples?
Okay, you asked me why do I support Trump, right? I
asked you,
support
what's
him.
answer the question. What's the point of providing examples?
I'm getting there because he has a immigration policy that I support. This is one reason why I support him. That's why I would not change my vote.
But what does this have to do, as these examples particularly have to do with whether or not you support his immigration policy?
Because this accident was totally avoidable, right? Would you agree?
You understand that both campaigns have deported this particular person. Therefore, there would be no difference in whether or not they are deported, depending on the administration.
Okay, look, you guys are real big on what ifs, right? Well, what if you did this, or hypotheticals? You guys are real big on hypotheticals. So, but this is a fact. If this guy was, and granted, Trump's in power right now, and they obviously did not find this gentleman yet, or whatever's going on with his situation. However, if he was not here, this accident would not have happened, right?
This is like saying all particular accidents that are
Answer
caused
the question.
by... Okay, if he was not here, this accident would not have occurred. But regardless of the administration, right, it is the case that this person would not, whether or not they're here, wouldn't have changed because both sides were trying to deport this particular person. Secondly, thirdly, as it relates to this, I think what you're missing out on is the same thing could be applied to anyone who's a tourist in the country. So tourists who are driving that cause accidents and it leads to people dying, this wouldn't have happened if we banned tourism. So would you be in support of banning tourism because it would reduce the amount of accidents that occur in America?
Two different things.
Wait, no,
Two
but
different things.
I can provide you examples of tourists killing people.
But that's two different things, Parker.
Wait, of course they're two separate things. That's why I'm making a comparison, you fucking idiot.
Oh, I'm a fucking idiot?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so what you're trying to do, no, you're a fucking idiot because what you're trying to do is put two different things in the same category. One of them, this is another one that's happened. He created this accident that was,
no,
it looked like it was on
you gave
purpose.
me two examples, okay? I can give you two examples of tourists killing people in accidents. Does that mean we should ban tourism?
Of course not. That's not the point.
Okay, so then what's your fucking argument in terms of providing examples for undocumented immigrants? If it says nothing about proportionalities, what's your argument?
Apparently you're too incompetent to understand what I'm telling you. It's simple. I told you I support his immigration policy. So therefore, if they get rid of these people sooner and faster, they won't. Stupid shit like this won't happen. It's just an example.
So the same
just
thing would be the case if you ban tourism. So
Would you
if wanna
listen?
ban
I'm fucking talking. Don't cut me off.
Well, I made the point. You obviously didn't respond to it. You fucking snowflake.
I'm a snowflake. You're a liberal.
Yes.
You stupid fuck.
Yeah, I'm a liberal. Yeah, that's a good thing.
No.
Thank you
Oh
for the
yeah.
compliment.
Sure.
Thank you for the compliment.
Hey,
I am a
another
liberal.
thing you said.
You just tried to say I'm a liberal like that's a bad thing.
It is a bad thing.
No, it's
You're
not.
part of the problem in this country for sure.
How am I a part of the problem?
So earlier you said to that other gentleman, you said it's not like we would vote blue no matter who. That was your guys' slogan for like 6 months, dude.
That was not our slogan.
Yeah, it was.
But you want to know something crazy? Is that most people who are blue would be better than basically everyone you could point to that's red. So that's why.
What?
Yeah,
what the fuck?
we're not vote blue no matter who, because there could be hypothetical scenarios where that wouldn't be true. But practically every Democrat is better than every Republican. So you give me a single Republican that's better than a single Democrat.
Donald Trump.
He's not better.
He's in charge, right? He got voted in.
A guy
right?
held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman who incited a violent insurrection of the Capitol.
It's all the
pardoned
same
violent
rhetoric,
rioters who
dude.
beat police officers. Oh, you just say it's the same rhetoric instead of responding to it.
No, it's all the same rhetoric.
You support a traitor to this country.
Who's a traitor?
Trump.
How?
He incited a violent insurrection of the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots.
How did he incite how did he incite the insurrection?
He
Tell me
told
that.
people to fight like hell and take back the country from those that stole it from them, and then he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers, meaning he condoned the violence on that day.
Okay, so when Nancy Waters was out in the middle of the, Representative Waters was out in the middle of the crowd telling them, "You have to fight back. If you've seen a Republican, fight them."
Maxine Waters. Maxine Waters didn't pardon violent rioters.
That's not the point. Listen to what I said.
No, I'm not just saying fight like hell is specifically what designated it. It was fight like hell, take back the country from those that stole it from you, and the pardoning of violent rioters who beat police officers. Not just the first two. Like I'm
one
not
of those
arguing
things
that-
happen. One of those things happen after the fact, so you can't conflate that with
no,
the first
but
one.
no, but it's demonstrating of the fact that he condoned the violence on that day.
Dude, you flop like a fish out of water, bro. You just said.
Because
so
I say
what you're
factual
doing?
statements. I'm sorry, you're an idiot.
No, you're an idiot again.
I'm sorry you can't keep up. You also insulted me. Stop crying about it. I mean, literally, you
I'm not
support a
crying
guy
about
who has an
shit,
insult
you
for every single
imbecile.
person that he runs up against. I know you're a snowflake and you can't take insults when I call you stupid, but because it actually is who you are and it's actually true.
Oh, you don't know me, you clown boy. You don't know me.
I do.
Don't
I
act
know
like
you
you know
enough
me.
I know you enough to say that
You
you don't
don't.
have enough intelligence to respond to me.
I responded to everything you said and asked.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No, you
Your
haven't.
main question was why do I support Trump? I told you why I do, and you don't understand it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, then what did I not understand?
You asked the question. I responded by telling you I support his immigration policy, and I gave you an example of why. And you're too closed-minded to understand.
So you
that's
brought
the
up an
answer to your
example,
question.
and I showed you the example you brought up made no sense because I can provide you similar examples. For
You didn't show me
tourism.
shit.
Yeah,
No,
I did.
you
I
said something.
I showed you
That
there
didn't show me
are
nothing.
similar examples that exist for tourism. Yet you wouldn't argue for banning tourism, even though it would limit those people from dying in those accidents. So obviously, you're
Okay,
not smart enough
you're-
to understand
okay.
what I'm saying.
You're not smart enough to understand a tourist is here documented, right? They didn't come into our country illegally.
So, but it wouldn't have happened if it is the case that we banned tourism. That's your point.
No, that's not the point. You're trying to twist it. That's not the point.
Yes, it is. Your point was that this is preventable. That was your whole argument. I'm sorry that you can't even track your own argument. at this point.
You are fucking totally stupid. You're you
You're
don't
so
understand
mad,
nothing.
bro. You're such a snowflake.
I'm not mad.
Keep crying.
I'm not mad, bro. I'm not mad. Trust me, I'm not mad.
I can hear it in your voice, Christopher.
No,
the $5. Thank you so
I'm
much.
not mad. So you're denying the fact that you guys didn't say vote blue no matter who?
I didn't say vote blue no matter who. No.
I'm not saying
No,
already,
they,
right?
they definitely did not vote for Kamala Harris.
No, that's not what I said.
Do you think the KKK voted for Kamala Harris? Who did
Probably
the KKK
not.
vote for? Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
I don't know. You weren't there either. You don't know.
Okay, so no, you were on the side with the hoods. So
Well, that's a good. See, you just go to insults because you don't have a fact.
that wasn't an
did-
insult. It was a fact.
Did the KKK start in the Democrat Party?
It was started by conservatives. So ideologically, you can't acknowledge that. Conservatives fought for slavery. They fought for women to not have the right to vote. They fought for Jim Crow laws. They fought for literally so much bigotry and hate in this
All
country.
Democrats, bro. All
Conservatives. Liberals fought against all of that. Liberals fought against all of that. You can remember that. So when you call me a liberal as an insult, remember that every single time that liberals were on the right side of history in every single one of the circumstances.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. It don't
No,
count.
it's the facts.
That's your
Okay,
feelings.
well, then I'll ask you a question. Who was in the
Your
right?
feelings.
The liberals or the conservatives on slavery? Who was in the right?
Well, who freed them?
It was the liberals. The liberals. It was people. It was black people who specifically freed slaves. Right, freed people who were enslaved.
Black people freed
Yes.
the enslaved.
Yes,
That's new.
that's not new. That's called history and facts. I'm sorry that you're not acquainted with them.
Here goes the insults again.
No,
So-
I'm
so
just
then when you
acknowledging
say-
reality that you're
so-
not educated,
so-
that you don't know history, and that was the first
how
time you've
come-
ever
how
heard that in
come-
your life.
How come every time you guys want to call MAGA a cult when it's just that's how we agree with things? It doesn't make anybody a cult member.
No, we say that people are cultish because they will support Trump no matter what. Can you name a single thing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I mean, there are things, yeah, obviously, yeah,
Such
for sure.
as?
If he murdered somebody, for sure.
So if he murdered people off of the coast of Venezuela without
Where's
due
your
process, breaking international law, when there was no
Where's your
evidence that they were
where's your
when there was no evidence that they had drug boats, that they
Where's
were
your
on drug
source?
boats? From the
What do you
Trump
mean there's no
administration.
evidence?
The Trump
You
administration.
don't think they know what's on that boat? Is
No,
that what you're saying?
there was no evidence that it was a drug boat
How do you know that?
because they indicated no evidence.
Who did?
The Trump administration, you idiot.
The Trump administration said there was no evidence of drugs on that boat.
They provided no evidence.
Wait, no. They provided none, or they said there was none.
They provided none.
Who didn't provide it?
The Trump administration. Wow, I've already told
Why
you
do
this.
why do they need to provide it?
Because they need to provide evidence for why they murdered people.
So you don't think they're helping save people from drugs?
No, because they would have just detained people as soon as they got into U.S. jurisdiction. Like, you can detain them. Did you know that?
Yeah, I do know that. But why? Why not do what he's
You know
doing?
that the Constitution says that they have to tell Congress, right? They have to give evidence to Congress. They provided none of the evidence. So they extrajudicially murdered people. So this is why I say that you're cultish, because now you're still going to defend him.
Well, because I don't consider him murdering those people.
That was murder. It was totally murder.
No, it's not. That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
$10. Say they did have drugs on that boat. You would still not murder them. You would still detain them once they get to U.S. waters. Okay.
I don't disagree with what he's doing. He's not, in my opinion.
So you agree with murdering them over detaining them?
Your opinion is he murdered them, right?
No.
My opinion is he didn't.
Do you agree with murdering them or detaining them?
I agree with what he's doing. I don't call it murder.
No. If you had the ability to determine whether or not to drone strike their boats,
I'm telling you, it's not.
I'm sorry, you can't listen. I know you're a child, but listen. So if it is the case that you had the ability to determine whether or not they were drone striked and they murdered, right, or you detain them otherwise, which would you rather do? Detain them or murder them?
I'm not going to use the word murder. I'm not going to do it.
So would you kill them or would you detain them?
I would do exactly what he's doing.
So you would kill them. You would murder them.
Sure.
You're a disgusting fuck. You're a cult member. You just advocated for murder after saying that was something you did. No, you are. You're a disgusting.
It's your opinion, Parker.
Wait, I'm sorry. No, that's a fact. Everything I just said was factually true. Okay, you advocated for the execution of them, literally just for having drugs. All right, say that was true. Which one? There was no evidence of that being true. Say that was true. That's not evidence enough to justify them getting the death penalty. You're a disgusting piece of shit. You support murdering.
I'm a disgusting piece of shit.
You support
so when they bring
murdering
drugs
them.
over here and people and kids, I know you don't care about kids because you're.
I do care about kids, and you would prevent the drugs from being in the country by detaining them. You fucking idiot. This is why I call you an idiot. This is why I say you're a shitty person. This is why I say you're a cult member. Because you come up on the live stream and you argue for murder. Yeah, I'm gonna get fucking mad by you arguing for murder.
Crash out coming. Here it comes. Crash out coming. Triggered Parker.
Yeah, I'm mad at the fact that you just advocated for murder. I'm sorry. Do you think that I shouldn't have that response?
He's triggered, folks.
Yeah, I'm mad at the fact that if you're not mad, you're not paying attention. If you're not mad at him advocating for murder, you're not fucking paying attention. You should absolutely be mad at this guy. Every single fucking person in this live stream should be livid at the fucking guy on my live stream right now because you've just sat here and you've advocated for them to be murdered with no fucking evidence, extrajudicially murdering them. That's what you just advocated for. Now you're gonna sit there and you're gonna say triggered, but everyone in this live stream should be fucking mad. They should be livid with your disgrace, with your absolute waste of fucking space.
Winning, Parker's triggered.
You're a fool.
You're
a fool. Yeah, you're a fool. You just advocated to murder people. You're a fool.
Then bring him up.
Are you pro-life? Are you pro-life?
I am pro-life. Okay, so when they get drugs over here and they kill children, then what? You think that's funny too? You jackass?
No, it's funny that you call yourself pro-life while just advocating that people should have been murdered instead of detained.
First of all, I didn't.
You're a fucking joke, dude. Scott, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. If you think this guy's a joke, spam in the comment section because this guy's obviously not pro-life. You're pro-birth. You're pro-forcing people to go through pregnancies. You're pro-violating people's rights. You are not pro-life, dude. Get a fucking grip on reality. You just advocated to murder innocent fishermen.
Learn not to do that. Innocent fishermen? That's what you call them?
Absolutely.
So when they get their drugs over here and kids die because they ingest the
evidence that there was drugs.
Oh,
I know you're a racist piece of shit, and you're going to assume just because they're from Venezuela specifically, and just because they're Hispanic, that it is the case that they're bringing drugs to the country. I know you're a racist piece of shit, but it is the case that that's not actually at all anything that was justified.
Hey, you
right?
stupid.
There was no
fuck.
evidence. Absolutely no evidence.
Hispanic,
you racist piece of shit.
Fuck. I'm Hispanic. You stupid fuck.
That doesn't mean that you can't.
Again.
Wait, I'm sorry. That doesn't mean that you can't justify racist actions.
Call me racist again, you piece of shit. I'm Hispanic, you dumb fuck.
You support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. You support a racist over a non-racist. What are you talking about?
Oh, he's not racist. You know how do you call this dude racist?
Because he said that black people have a trait of laziness. He called for the execution of the Central Park Five when there was DNA evidence showing that they didn't commit the crime. It is also the case that he called for what's called Barack Obama to be not allowed to be president because he was born in Kenya, when it is the case that there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. He didn't rent to black people in the 1970s, and he's not acknowledged any of this behavior, and he still continued it to this day.
Okay, and you're still friends with Dean, right? Who was racist, right? Said racist things online, right? You're still friends with him,
Dean,
right?
unlike Donald Trump, has held himself to a standard that the president cannot, in terms of acknowledging his past behavior and actively doing better and advocating against those particular types of actions on a daily basis on his live stream.
Really? So you're telling me Dean has said he was sorry?
Dean did say he was sorry. Dean took accountability, and Dean advocates against that.
Okay, let me speak. Okay, so because Dean.
Janet, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Corey, thank you so much for the $2. Portia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Christina, thank you so much for the $20 for the pro life. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Portia. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yonder, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Stop calling him a cult member. Absolutely. He's totally a cult member.
So now that Dean's apologized, quote unquote, and somehow he shows his remorse, I don't know how he's done that, but you're going to say Trump has never done anything for the black community at all, ever?
Can you name one time Trump has ever acknowledged his racism
Answer the
and apologized for it?
Answer the question.
No,
Answer
he's
the
never.
question.
He's never. Can you
He's
name
never
one?
done anything for the black
Watch
community.
this. Answer this question. Can you name
No,
one?
you answer my question.
I already did. Can you name one thing that one time Donald Trump has ever acknowledged his racist behaviors and said that and apologized and said that he did wrong?
You're not going to tell me?
Can you answer the question?
You answer mine first.
I already did.
No. You just a simple no. That's not. You know that's not true, Parker.
Are you going to?
You're going to tell me he's never done anything for any black person, any black community, nothing.
No.
You're such full of shit, bro, and you know it.
Name one thing he's done.
You tell me. You know you're lying.
You're the one who claimed that he's done something. Tell me what he did.
I can't remember the lady's name, but didn't he put her up in his apartment when she was broke and poor because she couldn't get a job? It was her and her kids, right? Put him up in Trump Tower in New York, right? You remember that?
So he gave people. So he put someone in housing in Trump Tower. What was their name?
I'm looking it up. Hold on.
Okay. Nikki, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Destin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, so I do just want to acknowledge this. Can you answer this question, actually? Because I've already answered a question now. Can you name one time that Donald Trump has ever acknowledged and apologized for his racism?
I'm sure there's a time. I can't give you a specific time right now. I'm sure I could find it if I really look.
No, go for it. Look, I'll give you time.
Wait. How old are you? 21, 22?
Go ahead. I'll give you time. I'm 23.
No, how old are you? 21?
23.
Okay, so you're going to tell me in the 23 years, he's 80, right? So he was 60. So you're going to tell me in those 23 years, he never apologized, not one time that you know of, right?
No, never has apologized for his racism and acknowledged
How do you know that?
and said sorry. Because
How do you know that?
There's no clip. Provide me one.
Because you've never seen it?
Provide me a clip. Fabian, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Fabian. Cynthia, thank you so much for the $5 for as a Mexican American, the guest is racist.
I'm fucking Hispanic, you stupid fucks.
That doesn't mean you can't be racist.
Oh, so you're white, so you're racist, right?
No, I'm not racist.
Oh, you're not? Why? Because you say you're not?
I don't actively support a racist over a non-racist.
Good point. That's not even facts, bro. That's your feelings.
No,
come out with a fact.
Factual basis.
What's he done racist? Like, come on now.
Ali, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Trump, I've already told you. He called for the execution of the Central Park Five, even though they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. He said that Barack Obama was born in Kenya just because he's black, to undermine him.
He wasn't the only one saying that.
When there's
right?
a birth certificate of him born in the United States, but he popularized.
He wasn't the only one saying that, right?
It was still a racist lie. Just because other racists also engaged in the lie doesn't mean that it isn't racist. Also, he said that black people have a trait of laziness. Now, name one time he's ever apologized.
You tell me when he didn't.
I'm waiting. You can't even find it. Go ahead. Look.
I'll find something. I'll find something.
I'll give you time. Go ahead. Type a 3 in the comment section right now if you think that he is never going to be able to find a single example. Kim, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Ruben, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I'm Hispanic. He's racist.
You guys are fucking clowns, all you fucks.
You're so mad, bro.
I'm not even mad, bro. It's
go find a source. Go. We're waiting, dude. Go find a single time he's ever apologized. Oh wait. Do 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 do
You keep singing. I'm not gonna look for shit, bro. So I'm good.
You're not gonna look for anything.
I'm not. I don't give a fuck to.
What a clown! He can't find the source. He knows he can't find it, and that's why he stopped looking for it.
No, I don't know that I can't.
Laugh at the guest. Janet, thank you so much for the $1. From Hispanic, he's racist. Ruben, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
You guys are fucking clowns.
Word clowns, you're the one who can't find a source, buddy.
For one thing. So you've never
laugh, point and laugh, everybody, point and laugh.
Oh, yeah.
You can't find a single source. Look at this guy. He tried his hardest and he couldn't find it.
No, I didn't try very hard at all. I'm sure I can find something.
Go ahead, do it.
Can't find it right now.
You want to do it?
I'm good.
Corey, thank you for $2. Thank you. He knows he can't find it.
No, I don't. There's 80 years of shit to look through, you jackass.
Well, you can't find one. 80 years,
Fucking
you can't find a
clown.
single time? Jackass, fucking clown.
Well, there you go. Like, you're like a fucking infant, dude. All you do is fucking mock people. That's all you can do.
Infant that's dog walking you in a debate. Janet,
You
thank you
ain't
so much for the
dog-walking
$1 for pointing and laughing.
You ain't dog walking anybody, my friend.
That's exactly what's been happening.
No, negative. You didn't like my example
Positive.
earlier. All you got is hypotheticals. So
Actually positive.
no, fucking nerd.
Nerd is your best remark and is an insult?
No, you're fucking dumb, dude. You're a clown.
I'm a clown. No response. You're just calling me a clown and a nerd. You know what? I love being a nerd. W nerd in the comments section. Can we get some
Good
W
for
nerds?
you.
Vanessa, thank you so much for the $1 for. I want him to thank me. Can you thank Vanessa for me? Can you thank Vanessa? Aww. Aww.
And me?
Bree,
I'm not
thank you
even
so much for the
paying
$2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally. Kendall, thank you for the 50 cents. Thank you. Thank you so much. I love everyone appreciating and supporting the nerd show. Thank you very much.
Hey, so the other guest who brought up,
We love being a nerd. If you like nerds, type W nerds in the comment section.
Are you done?
Are you
So I
just
can
calling me a
talk?
nerd because I'm smarter than you?
All right. And there's no proof of that either. So
Oh, it's been very evident in this live stream.
no, negative, bud, negative. That's your opinion again. All you have is opinions
Positive.
and feelings.
Actually positive.
Opinions and feelings. All you base your shit on.
Actually, no,
So-
facts and evidence and critical
So
thought.
earlier when the other guest was talking about Kamala being
Kamala. Adrian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the
when Kamala was
$5. Thank you
placed
so
in
much.
there, when Kamala was placed. Kamala.
Oh, Kamala. Try again. Jason, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
When Kamala was placed in there.
Kamala. Say it. I'll keep muting you until you say it correctly.
Why does
Michael,
it trigger
thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for Nerds Over Turds. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate it for Nerds Over Turds. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate the $50. Thank you. Addie, thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Why does that trigger you so bad?
What does what trigger me?
Because in your opinion, people don't say her name in your way.
I'm sorry that you can't say her name correctly. Just say Harris if you cannot.
No, I can say whatever I want.
Danny, thank you so much for the whale diving. Well, you'll get muted. You can try.
Okay. Come on.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He left. He got so mad he left. He ran away because he's a scared little MAGA. He's so scared. He actually ran away, Chad. That's fucking hilarious, dude. Like, it's actually sad. It's actually really sad. They couldn't actually debate me. They couldn't argue against any of my positions. They couldn't critically think. They had to run away because they have no arguments. That is very unfortunate. By the way, if you like my content, everyone, follow me. If you have not already, everyone, follow me if you have not already. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for coming onto the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Samantha, thank you so much for the 50 cents where he called you a nerd and dumb in the same sentence. You know what I mean? Very smart, very smart. Incredibly, I don't think I've ever talked to a guest that was able to argue with such coherence. Rachel, thank you so much for the Zodiac Wheel. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I really appreciate everyone so much. Thank you, everyone. I will be on tomorrow, probably early in the day. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow.